Song Qinglan didn't bother to respond to old Madame Wei's doubts. Her main concern was Ling Xian. She hurried forward, sat on the edge of the bed, placed her hand on Ling Xian's wrist, and began to feel her pulse. Wei Zilong, standing behind Song Qinglan, watched carefully with bated breath. He saw Song Qinglan slightly frown, and his heart tightened. Unable to hold back, Wei Zilong asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What's happening to Xian?" Song Qinglan pursed her lips and said, "I'll check her pulse again." Suddenly, the unconscious Ling Xian opened her eyes. Seeing Song Qinglan beside her, she weakly smiled and said, "Qinglan, you're here." Song Qinglan nodded gently and asked softly, "Xian, did you faint just now?" "Yes, I don't know why. Suddenly, everything went black." "Do you still feel weak all over, with a tight feeling in your chest, and nausea?" Ling Xian looked at Song Qinglan in surprise and said, "Exactly." Wei Zilong couldn't hold back anymore and asked anxiously, "Miss Song, what exactly is wrong with Xian?" Song Qinglan withdrew her hand from Ling Xian's wrist and smiled gently, saying, "Congratulations, Lord Protector. You're going to be a father." She then turned to look at the stunned Ling Xian and said, "Xian, you're pregnant." Wei Zilong was stunned at first, then took a moment to recover, looking incredulous and saying, "Really? Truly?" Song Qinglan nodded and quickly took Ling Xian's hand, saying, "Xian." At this moment, old Madame Wei, hearing the news, couldn't sit still. She was both happy and surprised but also found it hard to believe. Old Madame Wei hurried forward and said, "How is this possible?" As she spoke, she looked at Wei Zilong again and said, "Zilong, it's better to have a doctor check and confirm. That way, we won't be fooled by some unknown person who might misread the pulse and give us false hope." Just then, a maid hurriedly entered with a doctor. "Old Madam, Dr. Li has arrived." Old Madame Wei immediately turned and looked anxiously, waving her hand. "Dr. Li, come quickly, come take a look." Dr. Li was an experienced traditional Chinese doctor who often treated people from the prefect's office. Old Madame Wei trusted him very much. Wei Zilong looked at Song Qinglan with regret and softly said, "Miss Song, I'm sorry, my mother." "It's okay," Song Qinglan replied calmly with a smile. "Having more doctors check is safer." She glanced faintly at old Madame Wei, confident and knowing that no matter how many doctors were called, the results would be the same. Sure enough, after Dr. Li checked the pulse, his face showed shock. He blurted out, "How is this possible?" He looked at Ling Xian to confirm she was truly the lady of the prefect. Then he placed his hand on Ling Xian's wrist, calming himself and focusing intently on her pulse. Finally, he looked at her with disbelief and said, "Incredible. Truly incredible." Old Madame Wei was stunned listening and hurriedly asked, "Dr. Li, what's the result? Tell me for sure." Dr. Li stood up and bowed to old Madame Wei. "Congratulations, madam. Your wish has finally come true. Lady of the Prefect, this is a lucky pulse." "Really? Really? Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? You said before that her body was inherently weak and unlikely to conceive." Old Madame Wei was overjoyed but still a bit hesitant to believe it. Dr. Li nodded heavily and replied, "Absolutely not wrong. I checked her pulse twice myself, so I am sure." Hearing this, old Madame Wei clasped her hands together and kept muttering, "Oh, blessings from our ancestors. Blessings. Our Wei family finally has a successor." At this moment, Dr. Li suddenly frowned in confusion and whispered, "But I can't understand one thing. The lady's body was very weak before, making pregnancy difficult. How did she suddenly become much healthier? Could it really be divine protection?" "It's not divine protection at all." Qingzhu suddenly spoke and looked at Song Qinglan. She said, "Thanks to Miss Song. These days, Miss Song has been taking care of my lady's health. Because of her, my lady has been getting better day by day. Now her wish has come true." With tears in her eyes, Qingzhu looked at Ling Xian and said, "Congratulations, madam." Since entering the household, Qingzhu had been serving beside Ling Xian. She understood her own deep longing for a child. Now that her lady's wish has been fulfilled, She is happy for her. Dr. Li immediately turned his gaze to Song Qinglan and asked, "May I ask your name, young lady? Where do you come from? You are so young but already skilled in medicine. I truly admire you." Song Qinglan smiled modestly and said, "Dr. Li, you flatter me. My name is Song Qinglan. I have no master or school, just a keen interest in medicine and some personal experience." "Ah, so you are that Miss Song." Dr. Li's eyes suddenly showed surprise and joy. In their medical circle, he had heard many rumors about this young lady. Her prescriptions had appeared in various pharmacies, and those who dispensed medicine said her formulas were very unique. The ingredients and methods seemed unusual, but had their own special qualities. Some doctors even studied her formulas carefully and couldn't help but praise brilliant. Now, seeing her in person, Dr. Li was overjoyed. He had dedicated his life to studying medicine but found himself far inferior to her. He looked seriously at Song Qinglan and asked, "Miss Song, do you have time to discuss medical arts with me?" Song Qinglan glanced at Ling Xian on the bed and replied, "Today is not the right time. The lady is newly pregnant and needs rest and proper care. I will visit your clinic another day. How about that?" Dr. Li nodded and said, "That's very true. The lady is still somewhat weak and needs rest. I apologize for my rudeness." Then he turned to Madame Wei with a happy face and said, "Madame Wei, now that Miss Song is watching over the lady, you can relax and be at ease. Soon, you'll be holding your grandson. I'll take my leave now." Madame Wei awkwardly smiled and told her maid, "Chuntao, see Dr. Li out." Chuntao responded softly, "Yes, ma'am," and led Dr. Li out. Madame Wei looked at Ling Xian on the bed and rarely showed a happy expression. She softly said, "Xian, you are now pregnant. You must take good care of yourself. I will go to the kitchen now and give some instructions. During this time, you should nourish yourself well." After saying this, Madame Wei looked at Wei Zilong with a serious expression and said, "My daughter-in-law is pregnant. This is a great happiness. Later, you and I will go to the ancestral hall to burn incense for your father and ancestors to tell them about this good news. I want to show that I am a good mother-in-law to your Wei family." Wei Zilong nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Madame Wei looked deeply at Song Qinglan with a complex expression in her eyes. Her heart was filled with many feelings. She opened her mouth but said nothing, then turned and left. At that moment, Ling Xian's voice came from the bed, "Qinglan." Hearing this, Song Qinglan hurried over, looking worried. She asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Xian, are you feeling unwell?" Wei Zilong also came quickly, holding her hand. "Xian, what's wrong?" Ling Xian smiled and shook her head. She looked at Song Qinglan with gratitude in her eyes, gently placing her hand on her belly and softly saying, "Qinglan, thank you. Without you, this baby might never have come. Qinglan, with our friendship, it's not proper to say these things. Your body is already weak, and now you are pregnant. Your health might get worse later. You should rest well. I will prepare a medicine to protect the pregnancy, and Qingju will go get the herbs for you to take. This will help you feel better during pregnancy." Wei Zilong looked at Song Qinglan with gratitude and said, "Miss Song, thank you very much." Song Qinglan nodded and then moved to a nearby table. Qingju quickly followed, bringing paper, ink, and a brush. Song Qinglan quickly wrote a prescription and also listed the daily precautions for Ling Xian, especially about her diet, and handed everything to Qingju. She also earnestly advised, "Follow this prescription to make the medicine for your lady, and pay attention to her diet. I've written everything down. You must be very careful. There is one more important thing." Qingju listened carefully and nodded. Suddenly, hearing this, she asked quickly, "Miss Song, what is it?" Song Qinglan looked around, leaned closer to Qingju, and lowered her voice. "From now on, Sister Xian's food must be prepared personally by you. You cannot delegate this task. Be cautious and do not trust others too easily, understand?" Qingju immediately understood what Song Qinglan meant. She also understood who she was protecting against. Qingju nodded repeatedly and said, "I understand, Miss Song. Good, then go quickly to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Okay. After speaking, Qingzhu took the prescription and left. Song Qinglan also turned and went to the bedside, only to find Ling Xian had fallen asleep again. Wei Zilong happened to look up at her and softly said, "Xian is asleep." Song Qinglan nodded and whispered, "Then I will go back first." "Let me see you off," Wei Zilong said. After that, he gently tucked Ling Xian into bed, then he and Song Qinglan left the courtyard together. As they walked, Wei Zilong suddenly spoke, "Miss Song, your great kindness is hard to repay. If there is ever a need for my help, just ask." Song Qinglan smiled and shook her head. "I met Sister Xian and felt like sisters. I am happy to help her, but—" She frowned slightly and whispered, "Lord Wei, Xian's sister is already weak and has asthma. Now she is pregnant, so her body will be very hard to bear. Please take good care of her and be very careful to keep both mother and baby safe." Wei Zilong's expression also grew serious as he replied earnestly, "That is natural." Suddenly, Song Qinglan's expression darkened, and she said somewhat unhappily, "It is spring now, with flowers blooming. Sister Xian has asthma, so Lord Wei, you should quickly move the flowers out of the courtyard." Wei Zilong was confused and frowned, asking suspiciously, "Xian has asthma. Our governor's mansion only plants green trees and has no flowers. Miss Song, you are overthinking. Then how can there be the scent of flowers in this courtyard?" She pointed sharply at the courtyard passing by nearby. Wei Zilong's face tightened, and he coldly asked the housekeeper, "What is going on?" The housekeeper, sweating nervously, hurriedly explained, "Sir, this is the courtyard where Miss Bai lives. A few days ago, she found it too plain and asked someone to bring in many flowers to grow." "Ridiculous!" Wei Zilong snapped. "She doesn't understand the rules of the house. You, as the housekeeper, should know better." The housekeeper wiped his sweat and explained, "I have already reminded Miss Bai, but she said her courtyard is far from the ladies and won't cause any problems. Moreover, she moved out the old lady." When Miss Bai entered the residence, the old lady had indeed instructed us to follow Miss Bai's lead. So, Wei Zilong squinted coldly and said sharply, "You're really confused. This is the Wei Prefecture, not Bai's. Immediately order someone to move all those flowers away. If Madam is feeling unwell, none of you can bear the responsibility." "Yes, yes." The old steward was so frightened by Wei Zilong's anger that he trembled all over. He quickly nodded and said, "I will handle it right away." After the steward left, Wei Zilong finally relaxed and turned to Song Qinglan, saying, "Thank you, Miss Song, for your reminder." Song Qinglan nodded and replied, "You're welcome." Then she looked at the yard where Bai Xiaoman was staying and showed a worried expression. She looked at Wei Zilong seriously and said, "Lord Wei, forgive me for speaking frankly, but Miss Bai's temper isn't easy to deal with. As long as she stays in this prefecture, you must protect Sister Xian well." Wei Zilong nodded and said, "I understand that." The steward of the prefecture acted decisively. He immediately took a few young servants into Bai Xiaoman's yard and ordered, "You all, quickly move all those flowers away. Not a single one can stay. Move quickly and efficiently." The young servants understood the seriousness of the matter and moved quickly and skillfully. At this moment, Bai Xiaoman was inside the house trying on the new clothes she bought from Xingyue Pavilion. When she heard the noise outside, she immediately stopped and asked her maid Mai Dong, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Go and check." "Yes, I will go right now," Mai Dong replied and ran out. Mai Dong was personally assigned by Madame Wei to serve Bai Xiaoman as her maid. She knew that the old lady intended for Miss Bai to join the prefecture as their second wife, so Mai Dong was very attentive and caring toward Bai Xiaoman. After all, once Bai Xiaoman entered the house, she could naturally become the main maid. In a short while, Mai Dong hurried back, anxious and shouting, "Miss Bai, it's not good. Something's wrong." Bai Xiaoman, looking annoyed, glared at her and said, "What is it? So anxious and flustered. Quickly tell me clearly." As she spoke, she took out a hairpin and gestured with it on her head. My dong swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and then said, "The steward brought some people to move all the flowers out of the yard."
What?
Bai Xiaoman was immediately surprised and widened her eyes. She quickly dropped her hairpin and angrily said, "These servants dare to bully me? Watch how I teach them a lesson." After speaking, she stood up quickly and hurried out of the house. My dong followed closely behind, wanting to see her style and improve his status among the servants. When Bai Xiaoman stepped out of the courtyard, she saw that the once beautiful garden was now empty, and some young servants were moving her favorite peach blossoms outside. Anger surged in her heart, and she shouted loudly, "Stop right there! Who gave you the courage to mess with my things?" The young servants froze in place, afraid to move. The old housekeeper looked at them and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Move it out quickly." Bai Xiaoman was about to get angry, but the housekeeper immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and smiled, saying, "Miss Bai, I'm very sorry. This was ordered personally by the master. I dare not disobey his instructions." Bai Xiaoman bit her lip and said, "But the old madam said." "The master said that Our Lady can't handle these flowers," the housekeeper interrupted before she finished, then added, "He also said that if Miss Bai really likes flowers, she can enjoy them outside the estate, or she can go home if she prefers." Bai Xiaoman was so angry her teeth itched. She shouted loudly, "You stupid servant! Nonsense! My cousin would never say such things to me." By then, the young servants had finished moving the flowers and told the housekeeper, "Housekeeper, the flowers are all moved." The housekeeper waved his hand and said, "Then go back to work." He looked at Bai Xiaoman, ignoring her angry face, and said with a smile, "Miss Bai, I'll go back to work now. I won't disturb you." The housekeeper cheerfully left. Seeing Bai Xiaoman's angry yet helpless expression, he felt very pleased. He had been working at the estate for many years, and everything was peaceful and harmonious. The servants liked the beautiful lady. But ever since Miss Bai arrived, she was always bossy and domineering, acting as if she was the head lady. It was really annoying. If the master truly married such a woman, it would be bad luck. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoman, feeling ignored by the housekeeper, couldn't help but feel even more angry. She returned to her room, angrily sweeping all the teapots and cups off the table onto the floor. She shouted furiously, "I'm so angry. A bunch of servants, and they dare to talk to me like that." With the sound of porcelain breaking, my dong was so frightened she took 3 steps back, staring at Bai Xiaoman with a shocked face. This lady was a difficult person to please. When she was in a good mood, she could be kind, but when she was upset, she treated everyone badly. Nervously, my dong swallowed and asked, "Miss Bai, what should we do now?" She knew that Bai Xiaoman wouldn't accept this quietly. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoman clenched her fists secretly, smiled coldly, and gritted her teeth as she said, "I will go to my aunt and ask for an explanation." Then, Bai Xiaoman tidied herself up again and took my dong with her as they headed toward the courtyard where Lady Wei lived. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, they saw 2 maids coming out of Lady Wei's house. They were walking and chatting excitedly. "I didn't expect this. Our lady is pregnant." "I thought she couldn't have children," one said. "Exactly. She's been married for so many years, but she never showed any signs of pregnancy," another replied. "And Dr. Lee said before that her health isn't good. But why did she suddenly become pregnant now? Who knows? Maybe it's divine blessing. After all, Our Lady is so kind. These days, it's rare to find a mistress with such a good temper." "Yes. I'm happy for her too. If someone else comes into the house, our days might get even harder," another added. "Hey, are you talking about that? Stop talking. Be quiet. Be careful. Someone might hear us." Bai Xiaoman hid behind the wall, overhearing their conversation clearly. She was so angry her face turned pale. She was upset not only because they were gossiping about her behind her back, but also because she learned a shocking piece of news. That was, Ling Xian was pregnant. My dong looked at Bai Xiaoman with a worried face and whispered, "Miss Bai, should we still go to see the old madam?" Miss Bai bit her lip, a slight smile curling her lips as she sneered coldly. Since we're here, of course we'll go in. When Bai Xiaoman and Mai Dong appeared in the courtyard, Chun Tao was so startled she jumped. Miss Bai, why are you here? White Xiaoman remained calm and smiled as she said, I have something to discuss with my aunt. Without waiting for Chun Tao to pass the message, she directly walked inside. As she entered the room, she coquettishly called out, Aunt, Aunt, please help me. Madame Wei came out from inside, still smiling happily. She looked at White Xiaoman with affection and said, What's wrong? Did someone upset you? Humph. White Xiaoman pouted and said, The steward, that old man, just brought some young servants and took away all the flowers in my courtyard. It made me so angry. Madame Wei's eyes flickered slightly. She was clever and naturally understood that this was Wei Zilong's idea. She also guessed his intention. In the past, Madame Wei would have stood up for White Xiaoman. But now, things were different. Ling Xian was pregnant. Although she didn't like her daughter-in-law, she knew that the baby in her belly was part of the Wei family. The household's food, clothing, and expenses would be managed by her. So, Madame Wei smiled, took White Xiaoman's hand, and made her sit beside her. She gently patted her hand to soothe her and said, Xiaoman, if you really like flowers, I can go with you to the garden outside. This mansion is ultimately controlled by your cousin, and I can't interfere too much. Do you understand? White Xiaoman left Madame Wei's courtyard with a face that was once smiling but now turned cold. She realized clearly that relying on others was not as good as relying on herself. After Song Qinglan left the mansion, she went straight back to Yunlai Tower. After all that had happened, it was already the Shan hour, around 3 to 5 p.m., and she hadn't had lunch yet. When she returned to Yunlai Tower, she was very hungry. It wasn't dinner time yet, so there weren't many customers in the restaurant. When Song Qinglan arrived, she told Lu Guixia, second aunt, please ask the kitchen to make me a bowl of clear noodle soup. I'm starving. Lu Guixia was immediately surprised and widened her eyes, nervously asking, what's wrong? Didn't you eat lunch? Song Qinglan nodded and said, yes, I just came back from the mansion and didn't have time to eat. Why did you go to the mansion? Lu Guixia wondered aloud. She remembered that Song Qinglan had gone to Yonghe Lane this morning to check on the house construction. But seeing that Song Qinglan was already starving, Lu Guixia didn't ask further and said to her, Lan Lan, wait for a moment. I will ask the kitchen to prepare the food. Soon after, Lu Guixia brought a steaming bowl of clear soup noodles. The broth was made from special bone soup, topped with a few blanched vegetables and a fried egg that Song Qinglan loved. This bowl of clear soup noodles was truly delicious. Song Qinglan finished the noodles quickly and felt revitalized. Suddenly, a voice came from nearby, saying, Wow, this smell is so good. It seems Yunlai Tower truly lives up to its reputation. Even their simple clear soup noodles are so tasty. Curious, Song Qinglan looked up and saw a well-dressed, slightly chubby man in his 30s standing in front of her. Judging by his clothing and tone of speech, Song Qinglan believed he was a merchant from out of town. She smiled slightly and asked, Big brother, is this your first time doing business in the Imperial City? The man looked surprised. You have good eyes. I am here to do business in the Imperial City, but it's not my first time. I didn't expect that after just a few months away, so much has changed. The welcoming building has become Yunlai Tower. Before he finished, a sharp-eyed waiter named Huang Xiaodou hurried over, enthusiastically greeting, Dear guest, what would you like to order? Our signature dishes are roast pigeon, 8 treasure duck, honey-glazed barbecue, roast chicken, and more. The man's mouth watered at the mention of the dishes. He tried to suppress his desire and waved his hand at Huang Xiaodou, saying, We'll discuss the menu later. I want to see your manager. See our manager? Huang Xiaodou looked surprised and widened his eyes. Then, he looked at Song Qinglan sitting opposite the man and said, This is our Yunlai Tower's manager. What? The man looked at Song Qinglan in disbelief. He blinked, surprised that this young, beautiful woman was the manager of such a large restaurant. Having been in business for over 10 years, He had never seen a woman in this role before. His eyes showed admiration as he stood up and smiled at Song Qinglan, saying, "My name is Jin Yoguan." I didn't recognize the importance of the manager. May I ask how I should address you? Song Qinglan smiled and replied, "Mr. Jin, you're too kind. My name is Song Qinglan. By the way, what can I do for you, Mr. Jin?" Gold Yoguan quickly took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Song Qinglan, saying, "I have been entrusted with this letter. Please, Miss Song, deliver this family letter." Family letter? When Song Qinglan heard these words, she immediately tensed up. Without thinking, she assumed it was a letter brought by someone from Song Qingnan from the distant battlefield. She hurriedly took the envelope and saw the words "from my son Chu Simo" written on it. Her face fell instantly. Song Qinglan slightly frowned and looked at Gold Yoguan, asking curiously, "Is this a letter from Chu Simo? How did it end up here?" Gold Yoguan smiled and explained quickly, after the Chu family's young master came to the imperial city, he sent a letter to the home in Lizhou. In the letter, he only mentioned Yunlai Tower. So, the Chu family asked me to bring the letter here. Chu's young master loves good food, and he's probably been eating at Yunlai Tower recently. Miss Song, you are so clever, I believe you will remember him. At a glance, Song Qinglan recognized Gold Yoguan's identity. Therefore, he had reason to believe that if Chu Simo had been to Yunlai Tower, Song Qinglan would definitely remember him. Song Qinglan smiled gently, understanding his compliment and the hidden meaning behind his words. She smiled softly and replied, "Don't worry, Boss Jin. Simo and I are close friends. I know where he is. I will give him the letter right away." Then, I thank Miss Song. Before leaving, Song Qinglan called Huang Xiaodo over and instructed, "Take good care of Boss Jin." Huang Xiaodo nodded quickly, "Got it, I'll do that." Song Qinglan went straight to Ju Bao Pavilion. Inside, people came and went. Song Qingdong was counting money at the counter. Seeing the scene, Song Qinglan felt very happy. She knocked on the counter and said, "Qingdong." Song Qingdong hurriedly looked up, a hint of surprise and joy in his eyes. "Sister? Why are you here? Where's Simo? Isn't he here?" As she spoke, Song Qinglan looked around the shop, but she couldn't see Chu Simo's figure. Song Qingdong smiled mysteriously. "Oh, him? He's not here. He's been with Qianqian these days. I don't know where he's gone now." The two of them? Song Qinglan was surprised, and she seemed to sense a bit of gossip. No wonder. She hadn't seen Wu Qianqian come to find her these days. It turns out she was playing with Chu Simo. Suddenly, Song Qingdong gently patted Song Qinglan's arm and smiled. "Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Song Qinglan looked in the direction of Song Qingtong's gaze and saw Wu Qianqian and Chu Simo walking in, talking and laughing together. Wu Qianqian held a paper kite shaped like a goldfish, looking very fond of it. She said to Chu Simo, "Your goldfish paper kite looks really lifelike." The kids all wanted to get it earlier, but your kite-flying skills need some improvement. Chu Simo Belushetsili. "Miss Wu, you're too kind." Wu Qianqian burst out laughing at his shy expression. She looked at him with bright eyes and teased, "Whatever I say, you agree. Are you stupid or what?" As she spoke, Wu Qianqian entered the shop and saw Song Qinglan smiling at her. She was startled. "Qinglan? Why are you here?" Song Qinglan saw Wu Qianqian looking a bit guilty and smiled meaningfully. "I'm here to find." She then looked at Chu Simo and said with a smile, "To find you." "Me?" Chu Simo was surprised immediately. He blinked and slowly regained his composure, thinking to himself that he had already paid for his meal at Yunlai Tower. He swallowed nervously and asked, "Qinglan, what do you want to see me about? You're so scared." "Am I that scary?" Song Qinglan joked with a smile, then handed over a letter, saying, "Your family letter has been delivered to Yunlai Tower." Chu Simo was also taken aback. He quickly took the letter and saw the words "from your son, Chu Simo," personally written at the top. His heart immediately tightened, and he hurriedly opened it. The more he read, the worse his face looked. Even Wu Qianqian beside him noticed his change in mood. She gently touched his arm and asked softly, "Hey, Chu, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Chu Simo's hands trembled slightly as he folded the letter. His voice shook as he said, "My grandmother is seriously ill. My father told me to come back immediately." After saying this, Chu Simo turned to leave quickly. Song Qingtong, hearing the news, was also frightened. He hurriedly came out from behind the counter and grabbed Chu Simo's arm. "Simo, where are you going?" Chu Simo had not yet recovered from reading the letter and was momentarily stunned. He said, I need to go back to Liz Ho." Song Qinglan saw his expression and felt a pang of sympathy. She stepped forward and said, "Simo, it's already evening. There are no boats back to Liz Ho now." "Oh, right. I completely forgot about that," Chu Simo said awkwardly, smiling shyly. Song Qingdong looked at him, clearly worried about his distracted state, and suggested, "I'll go with you to the inn. You should pack your things first, and tomorrow morning, take the earliest boat back to Liz Ho." After speaking, he glanced at Song Qinglan and said, "Sister, I'll take Simo back first. Please help me close up the shop later." Song Qinglan nodded and replied, "All right, go ahead." She watched them leave, about to turn back to Jubao Pavilion, when she saw Wu Qianqian standing still, looking stunned. Frowning slightly, Song Qinglan took her hand and asked, "Qianqian, what's wrong?" Wu Qianqian, worried, turned her head and looked at Song Qinglan. "Qinglan's sister, Simo. His grandmother, she's going to be all right?" "Ah." Song Qinglan sighed softly. "Life and death are natural laws. We live our lives, and eventually everyone faces this. Then he will be very sad." Wu Qianqian lowered her head, looking at the paper kite with a goldfish design in her hand. She suddenly felt heavy and anxious inside. Seeing her thoughts, Song Qinglan gently pulled her toward Jubao Pavilion and comforted her. "Don't worry too much. Once he gets home, he'll understand everything naturally." "Who said I'm worried about him?" Wu Qianqian suddenly became excited. "I'm not worried about him. I just. Wu Qianqian hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain herself clearly. Song Qinglan wisely chose not to expose her and said, All right, I get it. You're not worried about him. Come on, let's go close up the shop." That night, Song Qingdong returned to the Qian residence. After hurriedly finishing dinner, he immediately went back to his room. Song Qinglan followed him closely and knocked on the door. Inside, Song Qingdong's voice was heard. "Who is it?" "It's me." "Come in, sister." When Song Qinglan opened the door, she saw Song Qingdong packing his luggage. Before she could ask, he spoke while packing, "Sister, I plan to leave for Liz Ho tomorrow morning to check on the goods." "Leaving so suddenly?" Song Qingdong paused, then nodded. "Yes." Song Qinglan smiled softly and said, "Qingdong, you're worried about Simo going back alone, right? You want to stay with him." "Exactly. My sharp-eyed sister always sees through everything." Song Qingdong packed his luggage with a frown. "Sis, you saw how lost Simo looked today. I really can't rest assured letting him go back to Liz Ho alone. Besides, I was the one who asked him to come to the Imperial City. I have to go back with him." Song Qinglan nodded and said, "Yes, loyalty and kindness are what our Song family values. Be careful on your way. I won't disturb your rest. Sleep well." When Song Qinglan returned to her room, Grandma Song was already soothing Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue to sleep. Seeing Song Qinglan come in, Grandma Song hurriedly asked, "Qingdong, are you also going to Liz Ho?" "Yes." Song Qinglan nodded. "Ah." Grandma Song suddenly sighed deeply and said thoughtfully, "People, when they get older, are already halfway to the afterlife. Maybe one day I will also." Huft. Song Qinglan quickly stopped her. "Grandmother, don't say such depressing things. You will live a long life." Grandma Song smiled gently. "I don't have that luxury anymore. I just hope in my lifetime to see you all settled down and successful. Especially you." Song Qinglan frowned. "Why do you keep talking about me?" All right, I know you don't want to hear it. I won't say more," Grandma Song said as she stood up. "I'll go to my room now. You should rest early too." The next morning, just before dawn, Song Qinglong got up early and saw Song Qingdong and Chu Simu off to the dock to catch the boat. She brought several pancakes and roasted sweet potatoes from the breakfast shop, carefully reminding them, "Be careful on the road. Qingdong, when you get to Lizhou, write me a letter home." Song Qingdong nodded. "Okay, I understand. Sis, the dock is windy, you should go back quickly." Song Qinglong turned to look at Chu Simu. He was stretching his neck, looking ahead as if waiting for someone. She and Qingdong exchanged a glance, both understanding his feelings. At that moment, a voice from the boat called out, "Are you guys getting on or not? The boat is about to leave." Qingdong quickly responded loudly, "Get on. We're coming now." Then he pulled Chu Simu toward the boat. "Let's go, Simu." Chu Simu sadly lowered his eyelids and whispered, "Oh, I was just dreaming too much. Let's go." Song Qinglong saw his expression and felt a little sad. Just as he turned to leave, she said, "Simu, don't worry. I will tell Qianqian." Chu Simu pressed his lips and smiled without speaking. He and Song Qingdong then got on the boat. Song Qinglong watched the boat gradually sail away. It was already bright outside when she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she saw a familiar pink figure hiding in a corner nearby. Song Qinglong smiled knowingly and said, "Come out now. I saw you." Soon after, Wu Qianqian stepped out from the corner. Her eyes flickered, but she didn't dare look directly at Song Qinglong. She looked embarrassed as if caught and smiled. "Qinglong, your eyes are really sharp, haha." Song Qinglong gently tapped her nose and teased, "Since you're here, why hide? Aren't you going to see Simu off in person?" Hearing this, Wu Qianqian immediately got defensive and hurried to explain. "Who said I came to see him off? Not at all. I came here because... Don't tell me you came early in the morning just to enjoy the scenery?" "Yes, exactly. I think the boat looks pretty nice," Wu Qianqian replied seriously. "You." Song Qinglong looked at her with a smile, about to say more. Suddenly, a worried shout came from afar. "Sister! Sister! Something's happened at home." Song Qinglong immediately looked up and saw Song Qingbei rushing over like a gust of wind. He was sweating all over, panting heavily, with a worried look on his face. Her heart tightened, and she quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Song Qingbei swallowed hard and said urgently, "Grandmother. Grandmother has fallen ill." "What?" Song Qinglong's expression changed. She quickly jumped onto her donkey cart. "Let's go. We need to go back right away." Without hesitation, Song Qingbei also jumped onto the cart. "I'm going too." Wu Qianqian followed quickly. Song Qinglong was anxious. She drove the donkey and soon arrived back at the Qian residence. She hurried towards old Lady Qian's house. At this moment, Song Yunfeng was pacing anxiously outside the house. Suddenly, he saw Song Qinglong return and let out a breath of relief. He hurried forward and said, "Lon Lon. Lon Lon, you're finally back." Song Qinglong frowned and nodded. "Second uncle, I will go inside first to see Grandma." When she opened the door, she saw Lu Guixia and Meng Diawu taking care of her on the bed. Lu Guixia turned to see Song Qinglong and looked worried. She whispered, "Lon Lon." Seeing Grandma Song looking very sick on the bed, Song Qinglong felt a pang in her heart. She asked what happened. "Grandma was fine last night. Why suddenly?" Meng Diawu replied, "This morning, I saw Grandma hadn't gotten up for breakfast, so I came to check. I didn't expect her to be lying in bed and unresponsive." Lu Guixia's face suddenly turned very pale. She nervously grabbed Song Qinglong's hand and whispered, "Lon Lon, do you think Grandma might be like Simo's grandmother, maybe?" "Stop talking nonsense." Song Qinglong quickly interrupted her to prevent her from saying something unlucky. Then, she sat by the bed, took Grandma Song's hand, and checked her pulse on her wrist. Her frown gradually eased, and finally, she withdrew her hand and let out a sigh of relief. Wu Qianqian, who had been standing nearby, hurriedly asked, "Qinglong, how is Grandma? Is she okay?" Yes. How is she?" Lu Guixia also anxiously asked. Seeing everyone so tense, Song Qinglan smiled and said, "You can rest assured. Grandma is fine, just caught a cold." Meng Diu frowned and looked puzzled. Just caught a cold? Why is she so seriously ill? Why can't she be awakened no matter how much we call her?
Ah,
Song Qinglan sighed softly, glancing deeply at Grandma Song on the bed. She whispered, "Grandma might be affected by what happened to Simo's grandmother. She's worried inside, which is why she's like this. I will prepare a medicine. After taking it twice, she should wake up." After speaking, Song Qinglan moved aside to write a prescription. Then, she looked at Lu Guixia and Song Yinfeng and said, "Second uncle, second aunt, Grandma is fine. You should hurry to Yunlai Tower." She also looked at her brothers, Song Qingbei and others, and said, "And you? Go to the academy quickly." "But, Grandma," Song Qingxi still couldn't quite relax. Song Qinglan put down her brush and said, "Grandma really is fine. Even if she takes the medicine, it will take a long time for her to wake up. Staying at home won't help. You might as well do what you need to do. Don't worry, I am here." Song Qinglan's words made sense, so the family followed her plan and went out separately. At this moment, Meng Diu called for her close maid, Ruali, and looked at Song Qinglan. "Qinglan, give Ruali the prescription so she can go to the pharmacy to get the medicine." However, Song Qinglan shook her head. "There's a special herb that only one doctor has, and that place is hard to find. I should go myself. By the way, sister-in-law, grandmother, and Chin Chun and Yu Yu, I'll need your help to take care of them." Meng Diu pretended to be angry and glared at her. "What are you saying? No trouble at all. We're family, so it's only right. Hurry and get the medicine. Come back quickly so grandmother can recover sooner." "Okay." Song Qinglan nodded and looked at Wu Qianqian. "Qianqian, come with me." It turned out that the place Song Qinglan was headed to was Yanyu Lane. Wu Qianqian finally understood why Song Qinglan didn't want Ruali to go alone. After all, this wasn't a place for proper young ladies. Yanyu Lane was filled with many itinerant doctors and quack healers. These doctors mainly treated women from places like the brothels and helped regulate their health. Most importantly, these doctors had wide connections and could get rare herbs and make medicines for various purposes, including aphrodisiacs. As a result, madams from brothels often came here to ask for medicines to use on their girls. After Song Qinglan collected the herbs, Wu Qianqian couldn't wait and pulled her to leave. As they walked, she said, "Qinglan, you're amazing. You won't let Ruali come, but you came with me. I'm still a young girl after all." Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh. "You have martial skills, so I'll keep you safe." Huffing softly, Wu Qianqian muttered, "That Dr. Huang is really something. Why did he have to open his clinic in such a place in the imperial city?" Song Qinglan glanced at her and said, "Don't underestimate Dr. Huang. His medical skills are very good." Suddenly, a flamboyant madam, dressed in bright colors and smelling of rouge, came out of a clinic, swinging a red silk scarf in her hand. She smiled at the doctor inside and said, "Thanks. I'll come back for more medicine next time." Wu Qianqian was startled by her loud, bossy voice and quickly tightened her grip on Song Qinglan's hand. "Let's go. Let's go. Qinglan, we should leave this place quickly." Song Qinglan looked at her nervous expression and couldn't help but tease, "Aren't you usually fearless? Why are you afraid of the people in this alley now?" Just as they were about to turn a corner and leave Yanyan Alley, they suddenly saw a figure quickly flash past in front of them. When they looked again, only a charming old madam was left at that spot. The old madam winked at them and seemed to have a teasing look in her eyes. Then she twisted her waist and walked away gracefully. Song Qinglan's eyes sharpened. She grabbed Wu Qianqian's hand and asked, "Qianqian, did you see that shadow just now? I feel like I recognize her."
yes.
"I saw her." Wu Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. "Her clothes look familiar, like I've seen them somewhere before. But I can't remember where right now." "It's the governor's mansion." Song Qinglan suddenly brightened her eyes. "That's the outfit of a maid from the governor's mansion." Wu Qianqian was shocked and covered her mouth softly. Why would someone from the governor's mansion come to a place like this? Is she here to get medicine for herself? Or for someone else? I didn't expect such a high-status place to have these kinds of messy affairs. They just reached the spot where the maid had run from. Song Qinglong pointed at something on the ground and asked, "What is this?" She bent down to pick it up. Wu Qianqian leaned over to look. "It's a sachet. Maybe she dropped it in a hurry." Song Qinglong looked at the sachet in her hand. Her eyes suddenly darkened. She tightened her grip and whispered, "Let's go." She took the sachet with her as well. Grandmother Song had been taking medicine for 2 days, and her health was improving. Now she was already waiting to get out of bed and play with Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue. Thinking about her sudden illness, she couldn't help but feel emotional. That night, I don't know what happened. When I thought about Grandma Simo's serious illness, I felt so anxious inside. I kept tossing and turning all night and couldn't sleep. In the end, I must have fallen into a daze and fainted. That's what you call a heart problem, Song Qinglong said plainly. Grandmother Song nodded and agreed. Yes, I think that's what it was. It seems I should worry less about stressful things in the future and just think about our children Chen Chen and Yaya. That way, I will feel more at ease, right? Chen Chen Yaya saying this, Grandma Song gently pinched the noses of the 2 little ones. The children seemed to understand and giggled happily, calling out, "Yay! Yay! Yay!" Song Qinglong looked at the old lady and the children and said, "As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. So, as long as you stay positive, you'll live a long life." Suddenly, Grandma Song remembered something and asked Song Qinglong, "By the way, Lan, you've been taking care of me these days and haven't gone to the Taisho's residence to check on the lady, have you?" "Oh, I forgot about that." Song Qinglong stood up and said, "Grandmother, I'll go to the Taisho's residence. You and the children stay home and rest well." After saying this, she went back inside to change her clothes. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of the fragrant pouch on the dressing table. Her eyes darkened slightly, hesitating for a moment, but in the end, she decided to take the pouch with her. Now, Song Qinglong could freely come and go from the Taisho's residence. Even the household servants and maids there would respectfully call her Miss Song. When she reached the gate of Ling Xian's courtyard, she happened to meet Qingzhu coming back from the kitchen. Qingzhu saw Song Qinglong and immediately smiled. "Miss Song, you're here. I haven't seen you come to check on Madam's pulse these days. I was about to ask you tomorrow, and today you just arrived." Song Qinglong smiled and explained, "A few days ago, my grandmother suddenly fell ill, so I couldn't come. By the way, what are you holding in your hands?" Qingzhu quickly brought a tray closer to Song Qinglong, saying, "This is some freshly made bird's nest, cooked according to your instructions. How does it smell?" Seeing the color and smelling the aroma, Song Qinglong knew it was high-quality bird's nest. Plus, eating bird's nest is good for pregnant women and their babies. So, they both went inside the house together. Song Qinglong looked at Qingzhu and asked, "By the way, how has Sister Xian been these days?" "Well, Madam has been very sleepy lately, and her appetite isn't great. She suddenly eats as much as before but can't finish her meals. That's normal early in pregnancy. You should prepare some candied fruits and sweet plums for her to snack on. It can help ease her nausea." Bamboo nodded and said, "Everything is prepared." "That's good. I'll go inside to check Sister Xian's pulse." As Song Qinglong stepped into Ling Xian's room, she immediately sensed something was wrong. She squinted slightly and quickly looked around the room, finally focusing on the suddenly appeared incense burner in the corner. Frowning slightly, Song Qinglong asked, "What's going on with this incense?" Qingzhu placed the bird's nest on the table and explained with a smile, "This is calming incense sent by the old madam." At first, Lady Xian was having trouble sleeping at night. When the old madam heard about it, she ordered someone to send this calming incense. Actually, this is the first time the old madam has been so kind to us. Song Qinglong moved closer to the incense burner. Her expression grew more serious as she asked in a low voice, "How long has this incense been burning?" Qingzhu rubbed her chin and thought carefully, "Probably about 2 or 3 days." Song Qinglong opened the lid of the incense burner suddenly, her expression tightening. She hurriedly shouted to Qingzhu, "Qingzhu, quick! Take this incense burner outside." Qingzhu didn't hesitate or ask questions. As soon as she heard Song Qinglan, her body moved instinctively. She quickly took the incense burner outside the room. This noise also woke Ling Xian on the bed. She propped herself up with her hand, leaning against the bed frame, and looked at Song Qinglan with a confused expression. She asked, "Qinglan, what's wrong?" Song Qinglan's brow furrowed deeply as she said in a serious tone, "There's musk in this incense." Musk, what it meant for a pregnant woman, they all understood.
What?
Ling Xian's face turned pale with fright. She shook her head in disbelief and said, "How could this be?
Who?
Who wants to harm my baby?" "Old madam." Qingzhu also looked terrified. This incense was sent by the old madam. She looked at Ling Xian and Song Qinglan with guilt and said, "Madam, I'm sorry. I was careless. Miss Song specifically told me to be very careful with your food, clothing, and everything. I thought since it was sent by the old madam, it wouldn't be a problem. I didn't expect." Song Qinglan shook her head and said, "This probably wasn't done by the old madam. Old Lady Wei had been thinking about having grandchildren for many years. Even if she didn't like Ling Xian, she wouldn't harm her own flesh and blood from the Wei family." Ling Xian also agreed with Song Qinglan's words. She bit her lip and asked, "Who could it be?" Suddenly, Song Qinglan remembered something. She took out the sachet she had found and looked at Qingzhu, asking, "Qingzhu, look at this. Do you know whose this sachet belongs to?" Qingzhu was surprised. "I recognize the sachet. It belongs to my dong, the maidservant next to Miss Bai." Song Qinglan gave a cold smile. "It is indeed her." Then she said to Qingzhu, "Qingzhu, go and ask the magistrate, the old lady, and that Miss Bai to come here." In a short while, everyone arrived. Song Qinglan didn't beat around the bush. She looked at Wei Zilong and said straightforwardly, "The incense burner in the ladies' room was tampered with by someone using musk. The person is very clever and used only a little. If I hadn't happened to smell it today, I'm afraid the unborn child in the lady's belly would be in danger." Wei Zilong immediately held the frightened Ling Xian in his arms and looked coldly at Old Lady Wei. "Mother, how could you do such a thing?" Old Lady Wei shouted, "I swear I didn't do anything wrong. The calming incense was indeed sent by my people, but I didn't tamper with it. The baby in her belly is part of our Wei family. How could I do such a thing?" Song Qinglan smiled gently. "Madam Wei, this matter should be clarified by Miss Bai." After saying that, she looked coldly at Bai Xiaoman. Bai Xiaoman remained calm. "Accusing someone without proof is not right. I've never bought such evil-smelling musk. If you don't believe me, you can search my room." Song Qinglan gave a cold smile. "Such a small matter. How could you have done it yourself? Moreover, buying musk from the pharmacy would attract too much attention. I guess you probably asked someone to go to Yanlu Alley to find the old madam." A flash of shock appeared in Bai Xiaoman's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. She was already cautious enough, but she didn't expect Song Qinglan to be so clever and to guess her plan. Song Qinglan saw her emotions clearly and also noticed that my dong beside Bai Xiaoman was trembling nervously. She smiled gently, took out the sachet, and continued, "Coincidentally, I went to Yanlu Alley that day and found a sachet. My dong, is this yours?" My dong looked up and, upon seeing the sachet in Song Qinglan's hand, finally couldn't hold back her emotions. She suddenly knelt on the ground with a loud swoosh and begged, "My lord, it was Miss Bai who asked me to buy musk, and it was also Miss Bai who told me to put the musk into Madam's incense burner. Please forgive me, I was forced." White Xiaoman became anxious. She glared at my dong and said, "You wicked servant, what nonsense are you talking? Be careful, I tear your mouth apart." My dong looked distressed and teary. "Miss Bai, what am I lying about? Clearly, you're jealous that my lady is pregnant and worried that the Lord won't marry you, so you wanted to harm the baby in Madam's belly." "Shut up!" White Xiaoman shouted loudly, raising her hand to strike. "Stop!" Wei Zilong sternly stopped her. He slowly approached White Xiaoman, his face cold as ice. Our prefecture can't tolerate such a vicious person like you. Steward, send Miss Bai out of the estate immediately. White Xiaoman's face turned pale with fear. She instinctively looked at old Madame Wei for help.
Aunt.
Old Madame Wei was also furious and didn't bother to give her a glance. This farce finally came to an end. Ling Xian still felt lingering fear and looked at Song Qinglan. Qinglan, thank goodness for you. Without you, the consequences could have been terrible. Thank you so much. Song Qinglan smiled and shook her head. Xian, now you can rest assured and focus on your pregnancy. After speaking, she turned her head and saw Qingzhu busy in the wardrobe nearby. She asked, Qingzhu, what are you doing? Qingzhu was tidying up and replied, the lady's belly is getting bigger every day. These clothes might not fit soon. I'm packing them up to make space for new clothes. Her belly changes each month, so I guess I need to make quite a few new outfits.
Oh.
How could I forget such an important thing? Song Qinglan suddenly grabbed Ling Xian's hand. Xian, don't worry. Your maternity clothes are all taken care of by me. Ling Xian blinked in confusion. Maternity clothes? Song Qinglan smiled, a little excited. Yes, that's right. Xian, you inspired me. I'm heading straight to Xingyue Pavilion now. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Qingzhu was stunned and hadn't recovered. Miss Song, why did she leave so suddenly? Ling Xian smiled gently. She's always so clever and unpredictable. She probably thought of something new to make. Outside the prefecture, Song Qinglan headed straight to Xingyue Pavilion. She hadn't been to the clothing shop for a while. When Wei Mingji and He Hailing saw her, they both paused in surprise. Lan Lan? Why are you free to come today? Song Qinglan had been busy with her business and building a house lately. During this time, the clothing patterns for Xingyue Pavilion were either sent over by her or drawn by Li Xiuxiu for her to see. Song Qinglan quickly replied, I've thought of another way to make money. Then she went straight into her inner room. Wei Mingji and He Hailing only needed her to draw patterns, so they didn't ask further and left her alone. Song Qinglan worked on her drawing until the afternoon. She looked at the repeatedly revised design and finally smiled with satisfaction. She opened the door and called out to the embroidery room, Xiuxiu, come here for a moment. Li Xiuxiu knew that whenever Song Qinglan went into her inner room and closed the door, she was probably thinking of a new clothing style. Okay, I'll be right there, she said eagerly and hurried into the inner room. Song Qinglan beckoned to Li Xiuxiu and said, Xiuxiu, come here. This is a special dress I designed for women who are pregnant. It's called maternity wear. What do you think? Maternity wear? Li Xiuxiu picked up the drawing paper and looked closely. Suddenly, she pointed at the drawstrings on both sides of the dress in the picture and asked, Qinglan, what are these two strings for? Are they just decorative? Song Qinglan smiled mysteriously and said slowly, these two strings are the key to this maternity dress.
Oh.
Qinglan, tell me more. Women carry a baby for 8 months. Their belly gradually grows, and their clothes need to change with the size of the belly. So I want to make a dress that can adjust the waist. That way, it can be worn both when the belly is small and when it's big. Isn't that perfect? Li Xiuxiu listened carefully again, examining the drawings closely. Song Qinglan also drew some detailed sketches. She designed pleats on the sides of the dress so that when the belly was small, tightening the drawstrings would make it a pleated skirt. When the belly grew larger, loosening the strings would turn it into a dress similar to a traditional blouse. Li Xiuxiu was overjoyed and exclaimed, Qinglan, your idea is so clever. How did you come up with it? Song Qinglan smiled and said, the idea is good, but I know it will be quite difficult to make. To keep the dress beautiful and practical, it requires very good control of the fabric and skilled tailoring. If not careful, the dress could turn out badly. So, whether my idea can work depends on your skillful hands. Every word Song Qinglan said was right on point, which was exactly what Li Xiuxiu was worried about. However, perhaps because she had been working with Song Qinglan for a long time, Li Xiuxiu now enjoyed the challenge of tackling difficult tasks and testing her limits. Li Xiuxiu put away her drawings and nodded. Qinglan's sister, give me some time. I'll try. All right, I'll wait for good news from you. Then, Li Xiuxiu turned back to her embroidery room, eager not to waste any time. Meanwhile, Song Qinglan was not idle. She continued drawing more dresses based on Ling Xian, choosing styles that suited her temperament. When she looked up again, she realized the sky outside had darkened. She hadn't noticed how quickly time had passed. And when she finally stopped working, she remembered she hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was growling loudly in protest. Song Qinglan pushed open the door and stepped outside, seeing that the embroidery room next door had lights on. She went in, only to find that the other embroidery women had gone home. The large room was quiet except for Li Xiuxiu, who was still busy working. Song Qinglan pursed her lips and asked, "Why aren't you going home yet?" Li Xiuxiu placed the half-finished dress on the table and sighed softly, looking frustrated. "I just can't get it right. Qinglan's sister, I really worry I'll let down your effort." Song Qinglan's eyes shifted slightly as she looked at the unfinished dress, noticing that the lines of the dress were not smooth enough. She could see how much pressure Li Xiuxiu was under. She smiled, took the needle and thread in her hand, and gently placed them down. She comforted her, "It's okay. If you can't do it today, try again tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. One day, you'll definitely get it right. But right now, the most important thing is for you to come back and eat. People need food. Only when you're full can you work well." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly again. "Qinglan's sister, you." Li Xiuxiu looked at her in surprise. Song Qinglan smiled and said, "You heard it too.
I'm hungry.
Come on, let's go eat something together." So, the two of them closed the door and went together to Yunlai Tower. Night fell, and business at Yunlai Tower was very busy. They sat in a corner, and Lu Guixia quickly brought them some clear noodle soup, topped with vegetables, and a fried egg pocket. It smells so good." Li Xiuxiu sniffed, and couldn't help but praise. After saying that, she rolled a strand of noodles into her mouth, and then gave Song Qinglan a thumbs up, saying, "Chef Feng's skills are amazing." Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow at her. "If you like it, I can ask the kitchen to make you another bowl." No, I'll eat too much, and my clothes will burst," Li Xiuxiu said, then asked, "By the way, Sister Qinglan, why did you suddenly think of making that pregnancy maternity outfit today?" "It's a maternity outfit," Song Qinglan explained. "Actually, I just remembered it today when I saw Sister Xian at the prefect's office, saying she wanted to change her clothes. Our Xingyue Pavilion has always focused on making women's clothes, but I forgot about the maternal and baby market." Li Xiuxiu looked confused. "Maternal and baby market? What's that?" Song Qinglan realized she had spoken too excitedly and let something slip. She hurriedly explained, "It's clothes made specifically for pregnant women and newborn babies. I think we can develop this maternal and baby line in the future, maybe also make parent-child outfits." Li Xiuxiu smiled foolishly. "Although I don't quite understand, I know that whatever Sister Qinglan says must be right good. When did you become so smooth-tongued? Hurry up and eat. You should go back and rest soon." In the following days, Song Qinglan stayed in Xingyue Pavilion almost all the time. She and Li Xiuxiu were locked in a room, working day and night, discussing and revising. The clothes they made were changed again and again, but none of them satisfied her. Wei Mingji and He Hailing watched these two girls work so hard. They saw it clearly and felt worried. Wei Mingji couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at He Hailing and asked, "Hey, do you think Qinglan and Xiuxiu have been busy with something these days? Our shop's clothes are selling pretty well, aren't they?" He Hailing shook her head and whispered, "I don't know. The other day, I passed by outside and overheard them talking. It sounded like they were working on some maternity
Clothes.
Maternity clothes? What are those? Who knows? Maybe Qinglan came up with a new design again. Her mind is really quick." Finally, on this day, Li Xiuxiu held the new version of maternity clothes she had stayed up all night making. She pushed open the door to Song Qinglan's room and said, "Qinglan sister, it's done. I finished it." "Really? Hurry. Come and show me." Song Qinglan excitedly waved her over. Then, Song Qinglan tied a fake belly on her stomach to mimic a pregnant woman. Next, she put on the new clothes that Li Xiuxiu had made. Once she wore the clothes, she felt that the fit was right. She tried adjusting the drawstrings, and whether tightening or loosening them, the outfit kept its shape and looked good. She could walk and move comfortably without any discomfort. Song Qinglan's eyes showed surprise. She hugged Li Xiuxiu happily and cheered, "Xiuxiu, it's done. Really done. We've actually made this maternity outfit." Looking at the dark circles under Li Xiuxiu's eyes, she felt very grateful. "Xiuxiu, you've worked so hard." At this moment, Wei Mingji and He Hailing, who had heard the noise outside, came in. Seeing Song Qinglan dressed in maternity clothes with a swollen belly, both were stunned. They said in unison, "Lanlan, when did you get pregnant again?" Song Qinglan was amused by their reactions. "Auntie and second auntie, what are you thinking? Do you think my belly can just grow on its own?" She then took out the fake belly from under the clothes and said, "It's fake, of course." He Hailing let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "You scared me. But I have to say, when you wear this outfit, it looks like you're pregnant. What's going on?" Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu looked at each other and smiled. Then Song Qinglan said happily, "It looks real, right? This is the new maternity outfit I made with Xiuxiu. What do you think? Pretty, isn't it?" Wei Mingji nodded. "It looks really nice. But what exactly is this maternity outfit?" "As the name suggests, it's clothing for pregnant women," He Hailing explained honestly. She also touched the clothes on Song Qinglan and looked at them with admiration. "Oh, this outfit looks great and fits well. When we were pregnant, because our bellies were big, we could only wear loose clothes, which looked pretty bad. By the way, what are those two straps on the sides for?" "Those are for adjustment."
Look.
Li Xiuxiu said while showing off, "With this adjustment belt, even if my belly gets bigger during pregnancy, I can still wear this outfit without affecting its overall look." He Hailing was amazed, exclaiming, "Wow, this outfit is so amazing. You two are really impressive." Wei Mingji also agreed, saying, "Yes, seeing this outfit makes me want to wear it too."
Ah.
He Hailing couldn't help but laugh and teased Wei Mingji, "Big sister-in-law, are you thinking about having a baby again?" Wei Mingji blushed and glared at her. "You really are so serious." Li Xiuxiu smiled shyly. "Actually, this is all thanks to Sister Qinglan. The idea was hers."
Hey.
"Xiuxiu, don't underestimate yourself. Without your skillful hands, no matter how many ideas I have, they wouldn't work." Wei Mingji looked at both of them and said with a smile, "You two are just supporting each other. Neither of you can do without the other." "Let's stop talking about this." Song Qinglan interrupted their conversation and said to Li Xiuxiu, "Xiuxiu, quickly make this according to the sample. When it's done, I will personally deliver it to the Taisho mansion for Sister Xian." Li Xiuxiu nodded, "Okay, I'll go right now." Once the matter was settled, everyone returned to their previous tasks. Wei Mingji and He Hailing also went back to the shop in front. The next day, when Song Qinglan arrived at the Xingyue Pavilion, Li Xiuxiu had already finished making Sister Xian's maternity outfit overnight and placed it in a brocade box. She handed it to Song Qinglan with a smile, saying, "Here you go, Sister Qinglan. The maternity outfit for the Taisho's wife is ready." "Why did you stay up late again?" Song Qinglan asked with concern and slight reproach. Li Xiuxiu smiled gently, "It's nothing. Besides, you also want to deliver the clothes to the Taisho's wife quickly." "That's true, but you shouldn't overwork yourself," Song Qinglan said as she took the brocade box and set it aside. Then, she checked Li Xiuxiu's pulse and said, "Listen to me now. Go back and rest immediately." "Sister Qinglan, I really am fine." Before Li Xiuxiu finished speaking, Song Qinglan firmly interrupted her. "Be obedient. Go back quickly." Li Xiuxiu was a bit startled but nodded obediently and left. Then, Song Qinglan carried the brocade box and headed to the Taisho mansion. When she arrived, Ling Xian was sitting by the window reading a book. She was dressed in a pure white gown, with bright light from outside gently pouring in. softly surrounding her and forming a thin halo. The scene was so beautiful it looked like a painting, making it hard to disturb the moment. Ling Xian seemed to sense Song Qinglan's arrival. She suddenly looked up, saw Song Qinglan outside the door, and smiled softly. "Qinglan, you're here." Behind her, Qingzhu, who was serving, also looked toward the door. Seeing the elegant box in Song Qinglan's hand, she happily stepped forward and asked, "Miss Song, are you here to bring clothes for madam?" Song Qinglan nodded as she stepped inside, saying, "I just finished making this. I brought it right away. Sister Xian, try it on and see if you like it." Qingzhu helped Ling Xian stand up from the chair and slowly walked towards Song Qinglan, smiling. "Miss Song knows my ladies taste best. The clothes she made will definitely suit her." Then, Song Qinglan opened the elegant box. Qingzhu eagerly leaned in to look, exclaiming, "Wow, so beautiful." Song Qinglan unfolded the gown, and Ling Xian couldn't help but say, "The pattern and style are just what I like."
Huh?
"Why are there two straps on each side of the dress?" Song Qinglan smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out when you wear it." "Sister Xian, try it on quickly." "Madam, let's go." "I'll help you change," Qingzhu said curiously, holding Ling Xian's hand and leading her toward the screen inside. Soon, Ling Xian, dressed in the new gown, came out. Sure enough, the dress looked perfect on her, just as Song Qinglan had imagined. She couldn't help but clap her hands in praise, saying, "They say clothes make the person. In my opinion, Sister Xian, you make this dress look even better." Ling Xian also smiled happily, looking at herself in the mirror and feeling very satisfied. "By the way, Qinglan, how did you come up with the clever use for these two straps?" "I really admire you." Ling Xian guessed during the dressing process that these straps were used to adjust the waist size. Qingzhu nodded vigorously beside her. "Yes, yes. It seems this dress can fit a lady with a belly the size of 5 months." A satisfied smile appeared on Song Qinglan's face. "Seeing that you like it, I feel at ease. By the way, Qinglan, how much is this dress?" "I'll have Qingzhu go and get the silver to pay you." Song Qinglan waved her hand. "This dress was made especially for you. No need to pay." Ling Xian slightly frowned and said, "I'm really sorry about that." Although they were sisters and shared a close bond, Song Qinglan was still running a business, and Ling Xian didn't want to take advantage of her. However, Song Qinglan refused to accept the gift and instead smiled mysteriously, saying, "Don't worry. If you wear this outfit, I can make a lot of money." Ling Xian looked at her with a puzzled expression, unsure what Song Qinglan meant. But she didn't plan to ask further, since Song Qinglan was always clever and full of strange ideas. Her words didn't surprise her anymore. Song Qinglan also checked Ling Xian's pulse. Her pulse was steady, which made Song Qinglan feel relieved. The two sat down to chat casually. Suddenly, Song Qinglan mentioned, "By the way, Xian, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You should go out more and get some fresh air." "Do you go out often?" Ling Xian smiled awkwardly and shook her head. Qingzhu quickly explained, "The old lady said that the lady's body is weak. Now that she's pregnant, she shouldn't go out casually, to avoid catching a cold or getting sick. So, the lady hasn't even left this room in a long time."
What?
Song Qinglan's eyes widened in anger. "That's nonsense. Tian, listen to me. Since your body is weak, you need to move around more. Otherwise, when the time comes to give birth, you'll have a hard time. Look at the women in the village. Most of them are pregnant and still working outside. Giving birth is just like passing gas, nothing to worry about."
Ha ha ha.
Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Song, your words are really funny, but I think there's some truth in it.
My sister-in-law is like that.
The midwives in our area say that pregnant women should stay active. That's better for delivery." Ling Xian was also unsure. After all, it was her first pregnancy. She looked at Song Qinglan and Qingzhu, uncertain. "Really? Is that true?" she asked hesitantly. Song Qinglan nodded firmly. "Xian, just listen to me. Starting tomorrow, I will go out with you to walk around, wearing this outfit." She pointed at Ling Xian's maternity dress. The next day, sure enough, Song Qinglan arrived as promised. Old Lady Wei initially refused to let Ling Xian go out, worried because she was pregnant with her first child. She was just afraid that something might happen and her precious grandson would be harmed. Later, she was shut down by Song Qinglan's words. "I'm a doctor, listen to me." After witnessing Song Qinglan's strength, she didn't have much to say. Feeling helpless, Old Lady Wei could only send more servants to follow them from afar and protect them. Song Qinglan and Ling Xian went for a walk by the riverbank. Ling Xian hadn't left her house for over a month. Looking at the willow trees swaying by the shore and the lively spring scenery, she sighed that time was flying. Suddenly, she turned to Song Qinglan and smiled, saying, "It's good you called me out. Otherwise, after spring passes, I might not even realize it." Song Qinglan smiled back, feeling relaxed and happy after going out. People shouldn't stay cooped up all the time. It can make them sick. So, the two women strolled happily along the riverbank, chatting and laughing. Both women were very beautiful and wore lovely clothes, making them stand out as a stunning sight. Their radiant appearance attracted many passers-by to look their way. But what drew the most attention was the women's gaze.
Hey, look.
Aren't those the young lady Song and the lady prefect? Yes, yes. Two beauties together, such a delight to see. Most importantly, their clothes are so pretty. Yeah, especially the lady prefect's outfit. It's so unique. I've never seen anything like it. I haven't either. Could it be a new style from Xingyue Pavilion? Don't you know? I heard that the lady prefect is pregnant. That outfit she's wearing is maternity wear. It's a new style from Xingyue Pavilion, made especially for pregnant women. How do you know? I've never heard of maternity clothes before. My cousin's neighbor's daughter works as an embroidery girl at Xingyue Pavilion. She said that this outfit took a long time for young lady Song to design. See those two straps beside the lady prefect? They're for adjusting the width, so even if her belly gets bigger, she can still wear it. Oh wow, that's amazing. I really want to buy one from Xingyue Pavilion now. Ha ha ha, you didn't understand. That outfit is for pregnant women. Do you want to wear it? Are you expecting? I don't care. If I want to wear that outfit, I'll have to have another baby. Song Qinglan spent the whole morning walking with Ling Xian along the riverbank. Soon after, news about a new maternity outfit from Xingyue Pavilion spread throughout the entire imperial city. Even when Song Qinglan returned to Yunlai Tower in the evening, she could hear guests discussing it at dinner. The publicity was very effective, just as Song Qinglan expected. Lu Guixia couldn't help but be curious. She grabbed Song Qinglan and asked, "Lan, I heard you made a new maternity outfit. What does it look like?" "I've heard many people say it's really beautiful. Want to see it?" Song Qinglan smiled mysteriously and beckoned Lu Guixia with her finger. Lu Guixia nodded gently and leaned in with curiosity. Song Qinglan whispered softly in her ear, "Second aunt, if you really want to see, then hurry up and have another baby with my second uncle. I'll give you the maternity outfit." Lu Guixia's face suddenly turned red. She shyly glared at Song Qinglan and said, "You child, why are you so mischievous? I'm going to work now." After saying that, Lu Guixia turned around and headed toward the counter. The next day, before Xingyue Pavilion even opened, many people had gathered outside, all waiting to buy clothes. Wei Mingji and He Hailing arrived early and looked at the scene in shock. He Hailing even wiped her eyes with her hand, saying incredulously, "Sister-in-law, I must be seeing things. We haven't opened yet and so many people are already here?" Wei Mingji was also stunned. She nodded and said, "You're right. I saw it too." "Wait, what day is it today?" He Hailing frowned in confusion, trying to remember. "I don't think we have any special sales today." Suddenly, among the waiting crowd, someone spotted Wei Mingji and He Hailing and shouted, "Two shopkeepers, open the door quickly. We want to buy clothes." "Yes, yes, hurry up. I can't wait anymore." Okay, we'll be right there," He Hailing responded immediately and ran to open the door with a key. Wei Mingji tried to keep order and shouted to everyone, "Don't be anxious. Line up properly one by one." Despite her words, the customers were too excited. As soon as He Hailing opened the door, they rushed into the shop all at once. Their wild behavior shocked Wei Minji and He Hailing. At this moment, the embroiderers and staff of the Moon and Star Pavilion also arrived at the shop. Seeing the shop packed so tightly that no one could move, everyone was stunned. Li Xiaoxiao turned to Xiaofang and said, "Xiaofang, go quickly and call Sister Qinglan." Xiaofang hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then quickly ran off. Li Xiaoxiao frowned, holding back her breath as she squeezed her way into the crowd. After a long effort, she finally reached Wei Minji and He Hailing, who were both busy calming the customers. They were both sweating profusely, trying to soothe the crowd. "Everyone, please don't push. Be careful. Don't rush, everyone." Li Xiaoxiao shouted to them. "What's going on? Why are there so many people today?" Wei Minji finally caught her breath and said, "It's because of you and Lon Lon." Before she could finish, a hurried voice came from the crowd. "Why isn't the shop displaying maternity clothes for sale?" Yeah. We came to buy maternity clothes, just like the one Lady Tai ordered yesterday. Could it be that those are only for Lady Tai and not for us?"
How can that be?
"We're members of the Moon and Star Pavilion too. When we paid the membership fee, they said we could choose any clothes we wanted." "Exactly. Are the Moon and Star Pavilion now big enough to ignore customers?" The situation grew more intense, and it looked like the customers inside the shop were about to tear the roof off. Suddenly, a clear, melodious female voice came from the entrance of the shop. "Everyone, please stay calm." Her voice carried a firm tone that couldn't be ignored. Instantly, the noisy shop quieted down, and everyone looked toward the door. Standing outside was a beautiful woman dressed in a dark blue skirt. Her skin was as white as snow, and her lively eyes looked like clear water. When she looked around, she exuded a refined, elegant aura. This was Song Qinglan. Someone in the crowd said, "It's Miss Song. Miss Song. Miss Song." Song Qinglan lifted her foot and slowly stepped into the Moon and Star Pavilion. Everyone naturally parted to the sides to let her pass. Finally, she glanced around calmly and said to everyone present, "I know why you're all here today. However, this maternity dress is our new style, and the craftsmanship is very detailed and complex. We currently have no stock available. If you're willing to wait, we can take reservations. Once the dresses are finished, we will deliver them to your home." Her words caused quite a stir among the crowd, and people started whispering among themselves. Song Qinglan smiled gently and continued, "Of course, if you don't want to reserve now, you can wait until we have the dresses in stock and then come to the shop to choose." "I want to reserve one." "Me too." "And me, I want one too." Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Song Qinglan secretly smiled and exchanged a quick look with Wei Minji and He Hailing. They understood each other immediately. He Hailing took out a notebook and called out to everyone, "All right, anyone who wants to reserve, please come over here to register, choose your fabric and pattern, and pay a deposit." Wei Minji also stepped forward to help maintain order, saying, "Please all line up properly one by one. Don't worry, everyone will get one." The shop assistants also started helping, greeting customers. In just a short while, the originally chaotic shop quickly became organized again. Song Qinglan nodded with satisfaction, raised her eyebrows at Li Xiaoxiao, and signaled her to follow her back to the inner room. Once inside, Li Xiaoxiao closed the door behind her. Song Qinglan looked at her and said, "Xiaoxiao, you saw today's scene. I think there will be many orders after today. You need to quickly assign tasks to the embroidery girls and make sure the dresses are finished as soon as possible." "Okay, I understand," Li Xiaoxiao nodded. After saying that, she didn't rush to leave. Song Qinglan asked, "Is there anything else?" Li Xiaoxiao smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Qinglan, you're amazing. Yesterday, you just took a walk with a county magistrate's wife by the riverbank, and it brought so many customers to our Xingyue pavilion. You must have planned this from the start, right?" Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow, with a half-smile, and replied, "What do you think?" "That's incredible, truly impressive." The more Li Xiaoxiao worked with Song Qinglan, the more she admired her business mind and careful planning. As a result, just from this one event, He Hailing and the others had already taken nearly 100 orders. In the coming days, they will be very busy. After hearing the news, the embroidery girls at the Moon and Star Pavilion did not complain or feel tired. Instead, they were all very excited. Soon, more and more women in the imperial city started wearing maternity clothes. Some of them were actually pregnant, while others bought the clothes simply because they liked how they looked. Strangely, among those not pregnant, some actually became pregnant shortly after wearing the maternity clothes. As a result, a new rumor spread in the imperial city. People said that the maternity clothes from the Moon and Star Pavilion had magical effects. Just wearing them could make wishes come true and help women conceive. The effect was said to be even more powerful than the goddess of fertility herself. This story spread quickly, from person to person, and soon reached beyond the city walls. Some people from other places traveled long distances just to buy a set of maternity clothes. Of course, Song Qinglan repeatedly explained to her two aunts that these maternity clothes were simply normal clothing, with no special powers. Yet, many still eagerly wanted to buy them. Early that morning, Song Qinglan arrived at Yunlai Tower. There were few customers, and she noticed a familiar pink figure sitting in a corner on the first floor, Wu Qianqian. She paused for a moment, then smiled as she walked over. Seeing Wu Qianqian's bowl of clear noodles untouched, she gently tapped the table and joked, "Hey, what are you thinking about? If you don't eat that, it'll get cold." Wu Qianqian was startled by Song Qinglan's sudden appearance. She quickly looked up and said, "Qinglan, it's you? You scared me." Seeing her distracted look, Song Qinglan slightly frowned. "Qianqian, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be practicing at the martial arts hall this morning? Why are you here so early?" Wu Qianqian avoided Song Qinglan's gaze on purpose, pretending to be casual as she said, "Oh, I suddenly remembered I wanted to eat clear noodles, so I came here." Then she looked at her untouched noodles and awkwardly smiled. "Wow, they're already cold." Song Qinglan saw through her, but didn't say anything. She called over Huang Xiaodou, who was cleaning nearby. "Xiaodou, take Ms. Wu's bowl back and ask the kitchen to cook a new one." "Okay." Huang Xiaodou put down her cloth and quickly took the bowl to the kitchen. Taking advantage of this free time, she took out the sketches she had drawn at home and carefully studied them. Wu Qianqian was curious and leaned over to take a look, asking doubtfully, "Qinglan sister, isn't this a doll's outfit? Are you planning to make clothes for Chun Chun and Yaya?"
No.
Song Qinglan shook her head and said, "I'm planning to make parent-child series outfits next." Wu Qianqian blinked her big, confused eyes and asked, "Parent-child series?" Song Qinglan smiled and took out another drawing, pointing at it as she explained, "It's like this. Parents and children wear similar pattern clothes. When people see them, they will know they are a family, and it also adds a warm feeling to the family." Wu Qianqian was stunned and couldn't help but praise, "Qinglan sister, you're so amazing. I just heard that Xingyue Pavilion just released a new maternity outfit, and all the pregnant women in the city are going crazy for it. Now you're planning to make these parent-child outfits, and once the dolls are out, there will be another rush for clothes. You're really passionate about making money." "Of course." Song Qinglan didn't hide it and smiled. "Money is the most reliable. If I had to choose between men and money, I'd definitely choose money." Wu Qianqian pouted and shook her head seriously. "The man who falls in love with you is really pitiful." Song Qinglan smiled silently and continued to look at the sketches carefully. Cough, cough. Wu Qianqian suddenly coughed and casually asked, "By the way, Qingdong has been in Lizhou for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Song Qinglan paused her work and thought to herself, "This girl really can't sit still anymore." She smiled slightly, wiped her face, and leaned close to Wu Qianqian, teasing, "Are you asking if Qingdong will come back, or if Sima will come?" Wu Qianqian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a look of embarrassment flashed across her face as she guessed her thoughts. She instinctively leaned back, creating some distance from Song Qinglan, and explained as best as she could, "Haha. Qinglan sister, you're joking. Whether Churoro comes back or not has nothing to do with me. As she spoke, she pouted. He better never come back. Humph. Song Qinglan followed her words and said, yeah, that's true. Liz Ho is his hometown. Maybe he won't return to the imperial city.
Really?
Is that true?
Haha.
Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh. Just joking with you. Don't be so nervous. Rest assured, Qingdong wrote a letter a few days ago. He said that there had been heavy rain in Liz Ho for several days, so the ships couldn't sail. Once the rain stopped, he would take a boat back. At this moment, Huang Xiaodo brought over a bowl of hot noodle soup. He placed the bowl in front of Wu Qianqian and looked at Song Qinglan. Sister Qinglan, are you talking about the boat coming back from Liz Ho? I went to the dock this morning to pick up goods. I heard the boatman say that the boat from Liz Ho is returning today. It should arrive soon. Really? Really? Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian asked together. Huang Xiaodo nodded. Absolutely. I heard it with my own ears. Wu Qianqian was so excited, she quickly stood up, grabbed Song Qinglan's hand, and said, Qinglan, let's go quickly to the dock to meet them. I mean, to meet brother Qingdong. Song Qinglan smiled, clearly understanding Wu Qianqian's thoughts. But she didn't expose her and didn't want to disappoint her, so they left Yunlai Tower together. Huang Xiaodo looked at the untouched bowl of hot noodles in front of him and called out to their backs, what should I do with this? If I leave it, it'll get cold. Wu Qianqian was busy walking toward the door, waving her hand. I'm not eating anymore. You can have it. Soon after, the two arrived at the dock. Song Qinglan asked the boatman who had already docked, and from their words, it was confirmed that the boat from Liz Ho had indeed arrived today. Wu Qianqian stretched her neck and looked left and right, whispering, strange. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Song Qinglan smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. It will be here soon. Suddenly, a person sitting on the ground pointed at the distant river and loudly said, Hey, look. Two young ladies. That's the boat coming back from Liz Ho. Wu Qianqian followed his finger and saw a boat gradually approaching. She excitedly grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and said with a smile, Qinglan, look. Hurry and see. It's really coming back. They waited at the dock a little longer, and finally, the boat docked. Song Qinglan calmly watched the crowd coming ashore, secretly searching for Song Qingdong's figure. Wu Qianqian was much more nervous, scanning everyone who came off the boat. Finally, Song Qingdong appeared. He got off the boat and, seeing Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian in front of him, couldn't help but pause. Sister? Qianqian? What are you all doing here? Song Qinglan smiled softly, her eyes showing tenderness, and said quietly, We came to pick you up. Song Qingdong frowned in confusion. How did you know I was returning by boat today?
Oh, well.
Before Song Qinglan could finish speaking, Wu Qianqian interrupted her anxiously, turning to Song Qingdong and asking, Brother Qingdong, where's Chu Ruoruo? A hint of sadness flashed across Song Qingdong's face as he softly replied, He isn't coming back.
What?
Wu Qianqian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and she asked anxiously, Why? Why isn't he coming back? Could it be that because he felt neglected when I didn't come to see him before, he is upset and decided not to return? Wu Qianqian began to overthink. Seeing her hanging her head, Song Qingdong sighed gently and explained, Simo's grandmother passed away, and he needs to stay at home to mourn, so he isn't coming back. What? Wu Qianqian was shocked upon hearing this news. Her expression suddenly grew serious as she looked at Song Qingdong and asked, So, CMO, he must be very sad. Song Qingdong nodded. He was very close to his grandmother. In the first few days, he truly lost his appetite and couldn't eat, and eventually, he became so weak that he fell ill. Wu Qianqian quickly asked nervously, He's sick? How is he now? He's better now. He's been resting for over half a month, but he's become even thinner than before. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips and lowered her head, saying nothing more. Song Qinglan noticed her feelings and quickly changed the subject. Qingdong, you must be exhausted from traveling so much. You've been gone for a long time. Go home quickly. Grandma has missed you. After saying that, she turned to Wu Qianqian. Qianqian, you. Oh, I'll just go back to the martial arts school, Wu Qianqian said, waving to the two of them before quickly running away. Song Qinglan watched her figure walk away and fell into thought, secretly thinking that this girl probably hasn't truly understood her own feelings yet. Seeing Song Qingdong return, Grandma Song finally let out a sigh of relief. She suddenly grabbed Song Qingdong's hand and said, "A few days ago, I heard your sister say you couldn't come back because of the rain. My heart was so worried all day. Now you're back. That's great, just great." At this moment, the four of them, Song Qingxi and others, had also returned from school. As soon as they entered, they saw Song Qingdong. Song Qingbei rushed over like a gust of wind, grabbing Song Qingdong's arm happily and saying, "Big brother, you're finally back. You were gone for such a long time this time." Song Qingxi also came forward softly and said, "Maybe it's because of Brother Simo's family matters that caused the delay." Song Qingdong nodded and replied, "Yes, his grandmother passed away." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Song Qinglin asked, "Will Brother Cmo come to the Imperial City again? He also promised to teach me painting." Song Qingdong shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. At least, he needs to observe a mourning period of 3 months." Suddenly, Lu Guixia and Song Yunfeng returned together, carrying chicken, duck, fish, and other dishes. Seeing this, Song Qingyuan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Dad, Mom, why are you back so early today?" The guests at Yunlai Tower usually came late and left late. Brothers Song Qinglin and others were already used to their early mornings and late nights. Lu Guixia glanced at Song Qinglan and explained with a smile, "Your sister Qinglan said that Brother Qingdong is back, and tonight we will have a good meal at home. So, we brought the dishes back." Song Qingbei swallowed hard and asked, "So many dishes tonight. Sister, are you going to cook yourself?" After saying that, he looked at Song Qinglan with anticipation. Since opening Yunlai Tower, Song Qinglan had become busier and busier. They hadn't eaten her homemade dishes for a long time, and just thinking about it made them crave it. Song Qinglan immediately saw through his thoughts, nodded gently, and replied softly. Song Qingbei cheered happily and clapped his hands, saying, "Great. Tonight, we all get to enjoy good food. Hey, if you want to eat delicious food, come help quickly," Song Qinglan teased him with a raised eyebrow. "Okay, no problem. I'll start the fire," said Song Qingbei, taking the dishes from Lu Guixia and Song Yunfeng and rushing to the kitchen. Brothers Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin also said in unison, "We'll help too." This made Meng Diawu, who was waiting, a bit confused. She tugged at Song Qinglan's sleeve and asked, "There are cooks in the kitchen. Why do you need to call them?" Song Qinglan smiled and said, "We can't spoil them too much. Sister-in-law, wait here. Delicious food will be ready soon." After speaking, she headed towards the kitchen. When Song Qinglan entered the kitchen, she saw several cooks from the Qian family trembling and refusing to let Song Qingbei and the others work. After all, the shopkeeper Qian had said that the Song family members should be treated like masters. How could they let the masters do chores? Seeing their difficulty, Song Qinglan smiled and said kindly, "It's okay. You all rest tonight. Let's handle the work." The head cook looked hesitant and said, "But Miss Song, our master already said." "It's fine. I'll talk to him. You won't get in trouble." Hearing this, they finally dared to leave the kitchen. So, Song Qingbei was responsible for daily chores, while brothers Song Qinglin and Song Qingyuan prepared vegetables. Song Qinglan finished cutting all the vegetables. Everything was ready. She tied her apron, took a spatula and vegetables, and looked at Song Qingbei by the stove. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Make sure you watch the fire. It's been a few months since you last cooked. Don't forget how." Song Qingbei raised his chin and said, "Sister, don't worry. Cooking and watching the fire are already in my bones. I won't forget." Finally, Song Qinglan picked up the spatula, kept stirring, and quickly finished preparing a table of dishes. Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin carried the dishes to the front hall. They served ribs and Chinese yam soup, braised carp, chicken with mushrooms, 3-cup duck, stir-fried vegetables, hot and sour potato strips, boiled beef in water, garlic vermicelli with baby bok choy. Each dish was colorful, fragrant, and delicious, making everyone salivate. Meng Diao even ate 2 bowls of rice, which surprised shopkeeper Qian greatly. He looked at Song Qinglan and said, "Younger sister-in-law, your cooking skills are so good. You should teach some to our cooks. That way, I won't have to worry. Your sister-in-law might stop eating." Meng Diao felt a bit annoyed and gently touched her gradually rounder face. She whispered, "That won't do. If I keep eating like this, I might get fat." Shopkeeper Qian immediately smiled and said, "Madam, you're not fat. You're so plump and cute. I really like it."
Oh, what are you talking about? There are so many people here.
Meng Diao blushed and shyly glared at him. Shopkeeper Qian didn't mind at all and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? We're all family." Thus, in a happy and cheerful atmosphere, everyone finished their dinner. After they finished eating, they chatted for a while before each going back to their own rooms. Little Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue were already too tired and fell asleep. Song Qinglan carefully laid them on the bed. Just as she straightened up, she heard a knocking at the door. She already knew who was there, so she said to the door, "Come in. The door isn't locked." Song Qingdong pushed the door open with a creak and said softly, "Sister." He quietly stepped inside and glanced at the 2 little ones on the bed, then whispered, "Chun-chun and Ye are asleep?" "Yes," Song Qinglan nodded.
Let's go outside to talk.
They sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard outside the house. Song Qinglan directly asked, "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Do you need to talk to me about something?" "Yes," Song Qingdong nodded. "Sister, I want to discuss something with you." Although he is now independent and running his own business, he still prefers to ask Song Qinglan for advice on many things. Because, in his eyes, there doesn't seem to be anything that can challenge her. Song Qinglan also knew her younger brother well. If it wasn't for something important that he couldn't decide, he wouldn't bother her. She looked at him and asked, "What is it? Do you remember that Boss Jean?" "Boss Jean?" Song Qinglan frowned slightly and thought carefully. "Are you talking about Jean Yoguan, the one who delivered a letter to CMO?" Song Qingdong nodded. "Yes, that's him. Is this about him?" "I met him at CMO's grandmother's funeral. During a chat, I found out that he's not only a trader, but also a ship owner. Most of the ships he builds are used by trading caravans. So I was thinking..." Before he could finish, Song Qinglan interrupted, "So you want to buy a trading ship?" "Yes," Song Qingdong nodded again. He changed his sitting position and looked seriously at Song Qinglan. "Right now, I use ships from other trading groups to transport goods. I have to pay freight every time, and I also have to accommodate their schedules. Sometimes, the goods don't arrive quickly, and I feel quite passive." Song Qinglan nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. To grow big and strong in this industry, having your own fleet of trading ships is the best. How about the costs and profits? I have carefully calculated that if we buy the boat, we can recover the cost in about 6 months. At the same time, I can transport goods for other merchants and earn shipping fees. It's a win-win situation." "Okay." Song Qinglan immediately agreed. "I'll go to the bank tomorrow to get the money." Song Qinglan knows that merchants like Song Qingdong often buy and sell goods, earning mostly small profits, with limited working capital. As his older sister, she naturally wants to help him. "Big sister, no need." Song Qingdong quickly stopped her. "I have my own money, and Boss Jean told me that if I really buy the boat from him, I don't have to pay all at once. I can just pay some interest later." Song Qinglan squinted slightly and smiled. "Boss Jean is quite good at business. Next time I see him, I should have a good talk with him." Hearing this, Song Qingdong's eyes lit up. "Oh, interesting."
Boss Jean said the same thing.
"He's also eager to learn from you." That day, Song Qinglan brought some fine bolts of cloth to the governor's office. When she entered Ling Xian's room, she saw her sitting on the windowsill, busy with needlework. Seeing her gentle and kind appearance, she already looked quite maternal. Song Qinglan called out, "Xian's sister." Ling Xian immediately stopped what she was doing, looked up, and smiled softly. "Qinglan, you're here." Song Qinglan placed the cloth on a nearby table. You asked me to bring some good fabric earlier. Since I had time today, I came to see you. While speaking, Song Qinglong moved to her side, looked at her embroidery, and asked, "What are you working on?" Ling Xian's face immediately radiated maternal love as she happily said, "I'm making clothes for the baby who hasn't been born yet."
Look.
She quickly took out some tiny clothes, a little belly band, a bib, a small hat, and tiny shoes from a nearby box. Just looking at these small items, her whole heart felt warm and tender. Ling Xian smiled shyly. "My sewing isn't very good. I'm a bit embarrassed to show you." The shopkeeper of Xingyue Pavilion.
Please don't laugh at me. How could I?
Song Qinglong sat beside her, picked up a tiny piece of clothing, and looked at it. Clothes made by mother's own hands are full of love for the child. No master embroiderer could make better ones. Yes, just thinking about my child wearing the little clothes I made with my own hands makes me feel very happy, said Ling Xian, holding a small belly band and looking at it with love. At that moment, Qingzhu brought in some food. Song Qinglong glanced at it and saw bird's nest porridge, fish slice porridge, sesame paste, steamed buns with soy milk, plain noodles, and wontons. She looked at Qingzhu in surprise and asked, "Why did you make so much?" Sister Xian's appetite is so good. Will she be able to eat it all? Qingzhu shook her head and said, "It's because Madam doesn't have a good appetite. Sometimes she doesn't want to eat it all, so I made extra for her to choose from." Really? Sure enough, Ling Xian only took a few bites of the plain noodles and 2 wontons, then frowned and waved her hand.
Take it all away.
Qingzhu sighed softly and looked at Song Qinglong for help. Song Qinglong quickly said, "Xian, you're pregnant now. This is enough for 2 people. How can you eat so little? How will your body get enough nourishment?" Ling Xian also looked worried and replied, "I know, but lately I don't know why, just seeing these dishes makes me feel sick. I have no appetite and can't eat anything."
Yes.
Madam has been like this for several days. It's making me very worried, Qingzhu said anxiously to Song Qinglong. "Miss Song, please think of a way." So, Song Qinglong stood up and said to Qingzhu, "Go and prepare some ingredients. I will cook for Xian myself later." After that, she told Qingzhu what ingredients she needed. Qingzhu quickly noted everything down and then hurried out to prepare. Soon after, Song Qinglong went to the kitchen of the governor's mansion to show her cooking skills. With quick and precise movements, she prepared dish after dish. The cooks watching nearby couldn't help but praise Miss Song. "Your cooking skills are amazing." Song Qinglong smiled and said, Thank you. Then she gave Qingzhu a look and said, "Qingzhu, quickly take these dishes to Sister Xian to eat." In a short while, the table was set with carp tofu soup, steamed clams with eggs, shredded pork with green peppers, baby bok choy and broth, and braised beef with carrots. Qingzhu was nervous as she watched Ling Xian and asked, "Madam, are you not feeling hungry again?" After all, her ladyship has been very sensitive to fish lately. As soon as she smells the fish, she feels nauseous. So, Qingzhu was already prepared to remove the fish and tofu soup from the table. Unexpectedly, Ling Xian said, "Qingzhu, serve me a bowl of the fish and tofu soup to try."
Huh? What?
Qingzhu thought she had heard wrong. It was Song Qinglong who stood up, served the soup, and placed it in front of Ling Xian. Even more surprisingly, Ling Xian, for the first time, ate a big bowl of rice and finished most of the dishes. Qingzhu was very surprised and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Song Qinglong. "Miss Song, you're really impressive." Ling Xian also felt a little shy. "I don't know if it's because I used to eat at Yunlai Tower before I got pregnant, so my taste buds are spoiled." Qingzhu chuckled happily. "It seems that the little prince in the lady's belly also likes the food Miss Song cooks. Lady, why don't I accompany you to Yunlai Tower to eat every day?" "That might not be good," Ling Xian frowned. "Besides, my belly is getting bigger. Going to the restaurant every day isn't very convenient." Hearing this, Song Qinglong suddenly had a bright idea and saw a business opportunity. "This is easy," she said with a smile. "Qingzhu, starting tomorrow, tell me in advance what dishes Sister Xian wants to eat at Yunlai Tower. Then I will send someone to deliver the food at mealtime."
Wow.
That's a great idea. Qingzhu clapped happily. That way, the lady can enjoy Yunlai Tower's food at home. Lady, what do you think? Both Song Qinglan and Qingzhu looked at Ling Xian at the same time. Ling Xian smiled gently. That's perfect.
But
She looked at Song Qinglan. I'll need your help. Song Qinglan shook her head with a smile. No trouble at all. It's thanks to you that I thought of this money-making idea. Without hesitation, Song Qinglan quickly returned to Yunlai Tower. Lu Guixia saw her pause for a moment. Hey, Lanlan, were you going to the Taisho's mansion to deliver cloth today? Why are you back so soon? I have something important to do. Song Qinglan's eyes sparkled as she happily said, then headed upstairs. After a few steps, she suddenly remembered something, turned back and said to Lu Guixia, by the way, second aunt, put up a notice at the door looking for workers. We need about 10 men who are quick and willing to work hard.
Huh?
Isn't there already quite a few people here? Why are we hiring again? Just follow my instructions first, and I'll explain later. Seeing her anxious look, Lu Guixia didn't ask further. Song Yinfeng walked over out of curiosity and asked, Wife, what's wrong? Lanlan just told me to hire about 10 more people. I don't know what's going on. Lanlan asked you to do it, so just do as she says. She's quick-witted, and we can't keep up with her ideas. Shin Qinglan returned to the second-floor cubicle and immediately took out paper and pen, drafting a takeout plan for Yunlai Tower. At the same time, she also took out a map of the entire imperial city, setting delivery areas, routes, and pricing. It took her about an hour to finish this whole process. She looked at her plan, nodded with satisfaction, and muttered, Why didn't I think of expanding the takeout service earlier? Luckily, it's not too late now. That evening, Yunlai Tower closed early and a group of staff gathered for a late-night snack. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Qinglan shared her takeout plan. Everyone listened in surprise. Takeout? Lu Guixia blinked and asked, Lanlan, what does that mean? Song Yinfeng looked at her and said, Oh, I wonder how your mind works so slowly. Lanlan means we deliver our restaurant's dishes to others. Qinglan, this idea is really great, Huang Xiaodo suddenly said. A few days ago, I heard from an old customer that he hurt his leg and couldn't move easily, but he missed our Yunlai Tower's food. He's been craving it for days. Fang Zi also nodded. That's a good idea, but if we do this, we'll definitely need more staff. Lu Guixia suddenly pounded the table. No wonder Lanlan told me today she wanted to hire more people. It's for this. Yes, that's right, Shin Qinglan said, then looked at Fang Yuli. Master Fang, how do you think we should arrange the kitchen? Fang Yuli frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Now that Zi's cooking skills are quite good and his helpers are diligent, if we do takeout, we should add 3 or 4 more assistants. All right, let's do that. Then Shin Qinglan suddenly stood up, raised her glass happily, and said, Cheers. Let's all toast to Yunlai Tower's bright future. When evening came, Song Qinglan returned to Qian's residence. She didn't sleep but continued to work by lamplight, drawing designs. This time, she wasn't sketching clothing patterns, but designing a thermal cart. It was meant for delivery workers, with insulation to keep food warm and designed to be easy to use. She only drew a rough sketch because she wasn't a professional craftsman. She decided to find her older uncle early the next morning for help. At dawn, Song Qinglan happily took her drawings and left the house. When she arrived at the Li family, her uncle Li Wenkai was already busy working on woodworking in the yard. Uncle, she called out. Li Wenkai looked up and saw her outside.
Lanlan?
Are you here to see your aunt? They already left early this morning for the clothing shop. No, I came specifically to see you, she replied shyly.
Me?
He stood up, wiped his apron, and asked, What do you need? Song Qinglan smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I'm here to ask for your help again. She then took out her drawings and handed them to him. He examined them carefully. After a while, Song Qinglan noticed he was still frowning and asked, How is it? Uncle, is it difficult? Well, insulation isn't too hard. We just need to make a water barrier to keep the heat in. But since you want to deliver vegetables, we need to design the cart to carry more, be stable and easy to handle. I think we can modify it like this. And do it like that. He started drawing on her original sketch. Yes, this should be close to what we need. Uncle, you're really skilled. I knew I could count on you. Li Wenkai smiled affectionately. You're such a clever girl, always coming up with new ideas to keep me busy. By the way, how many carts do you want to make? Let's start with 10, Song Qinglan said. And when you finish one, just tell me. I'll take it back to use first. Haha, I said. Aren't you being a bit slow? Isn't it all written clearly above? What I mean is, in the future, we can eat meals from Yunlai Tower at home. Just have someone from your household order from Yunlai Tower, and their staff will deliver the food directly to your door.
Wow.
That's so convenient. My house is a bit far from Yunlai Tower, so I won't need to go out when I'm hungry anymore. But I still prefer eating at the restaurant with many people and lively atmosphere. Also, if you live far away, the food might get cold by the time it arrives.
How can you enjoy it then?
That's true. That's a problem too. Suddenly, a clear, cheerful voice came from Yunlai Tower. That's not a problem at all. Everyone don't worry. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Song Qinglan, dressed in green, walking slowly. She looked like a fairy from the forest, very beautiful and captivating. Just then, Huang Xiaodo hurried out from the side door of Yunlai Tower pulling a donkey cart. Excuse me, everyone. Please make way.
Sorry to bother you.
This donkey cart was different from usual. It carried a special insulated box for delivering food. Soon, the insulated delivery cart arrived in front of everyone. Song Qinglan stepped forward and explained, Now, everyone, this is our Yunlai Tower's special delivery cart. It has a built-in heat-preserving layer to keep the food hot until it reaches your home. After saying that, Song Qinglan gave Huang Xiaodo a signal and said, All right, you better go deliver the food now. Don't keep the lady prefect waiting. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and started talking again. Is this delivery really going to the lady prefect's house? Oh my, even the lady prefect eats Yunlai Tower's takeout? Then it seems the service is quite reliable.
Yes. Yes.
I want to try it too. And me. I want to order one too. Suddenly, everyone became very excited. Song Qinglan smiled happily and said, Everyone, don't worry. Those who want to order takeout can go inside to the counter and register with our second shopkeeper. Please leave your address and the menu, and tell us what time you'd like it delivered. We'll serve one by one. At this moment, Lu Guixia also came out holding a stack of menus she had previously written for Yunlai Tower. She handed each one to the people while saying, Dear guests, this is our latest menu at Yunlai Tower. Sister, take one. If you want to eat something at home, just order from this menu. We will also notify everyone when there are updates. All morning, Yunlai Tower was crowded with people. Some came to eat, while others heard about the takeout service and came to see what was happening. The staff at Yunlai Tower were very busy. The dozen or so delivery people, including Xiao Do Huang, kept working non-stop. After a whole day of work, everyone was exhausted and almost falling apart. Song Qinglan and Lu Guixia were counting money at the counter. Since starting the takeout service, their daily earnings were more than 3 times what they usually made. Lu Guixia's eyes sparkled with happiness as she looked at Song Qinglan and said, Lan, with this way of earning, we're going to get rich in the future. Song Qinglan looked at everyone who was tired and out of breath and said, That's true. But Aunt Air, you should still keep recruiting more people. We can't let our own people get too exhausted. Yes, I will do that tomorrow, Lu Guixia nodded. Having been working with Song Qinglan for a while, her outlook had changed. She no longer thought only about saving money. She now understood the importance of more help. From then on, even the nobles and officials in the imperial city became interested in Yunlai Tower's takeout service. Many delivery riders from Yunlai Tower appeared around the city, becoming a unique sight. Soon, Yunlai Tower became very famous. Even the emperor in the court heard about it and was amazed. He secretly ordered palace staff to order takeout a few times. The taste was different from the palace's royal dishes, with its own special flavor. Time passed unknowingly. Before long, The Song family's house was finished. It was time for Song Qinglan's family to move out of the Qian mansion. When Meng Diawu heard this news, she felt both happy and sad. After all, the Song family had been living in the Qian residence for nearly half a year. The lively atmosphere had become familiar to her. Now that everyone had left, the large house felt empty and quiet. She couldn't help feeling a bit lonely, a wave of sadness rising in her heart. On the day of the move, Meng Diawu's eyes were red. Qian Zhonggui saw this and felt worried. He kept comforting her, saying, "Madam, you don't need to be like this. Younger sister and the others haven't left the imperial city. Yonghe Lane isn't far away. If you want to see them, I will take you there." Meng Diawu sniffed and asked, "What if I want to see them every day?"
Well.
Qian Zhonggui hesitated, speechless. Song Qinglan watched her brothers load the belongings onto the carriage, then turned to Meng Diawu and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will come back often to visit and chat with you."
Humph. Don't try to fool me.
"You're so busy. When would you have time?" Meng Diawu replied, looking at Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue with a sad face. "I spend every day playing with Chen Chen and Yaya. Now that they're not here, I really—" Suddenly, Meng Diawu's vision blurred, and she fainted. "Madam." Qian Zhonggui was shocked and immediately caught her. Song Qinglan's expression tightened. "Brother-in-law, help sister-in-law back to her room. I'll check on her." Song Qinglan took her pulse, while Qian Zhonggui anxiously paced nearby. Old Madam Song said, "Oh, sit down. You're making my head spin." "Grandmother, I'm so worried," he said nervously, looking at Song Qinglan. "Qinglan, what's wrong with sister-in-law? Is she ill?" Song Qinglan withdrew her hand and smiled. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. Sister-in-law isn't sick. She's happy."
What?
Qian Zhonggui was surprised. "Are we going to have a baby?" At that moment, Meng Diawu opened her eyes. "Qinglan, is what you said true?" "Yes," Song Qinglan nodded. "You need to rest well and take care of the baby. Now that there's a little one in the family, you won't be lonely." This good news quickly eased Meng Diawu's sadness about the Song family's departure. Qian Zhonggui immediately called the butler, and preparations began to welcome the new life. The days of happiness and harmony passed quickly, and 4 years went by. 4 years later, after years of fighting in the northwest, we achieved a great victory. The emperor was very happy, and the whole country celebrated. The entire imperial city was filled with excitement, and even ordinary people knew that we had won. Recently, people at Yunlai Tower kept talking about a legendary figure in the Northwest War. Song Qinglan could even recite his story by heart. Our victory in the Northwest was all thanks to the brave and wise general. That's right. I heard that this young general is very brave and skilled in battle. He led the Northwest soldiers to repeatedly defeat enemy sneak attacks. Do you know how tense the situation was back then? I also heard that once, the general led 10,000 soldiers to fight against an enemy army of 100,000. He was very brave, stubbornly resisting, and managed to hold off the enemy for 3 days and nights. Finally, reinforcements arrived and wiped out the enemy army in one strike. Yes, I heard that the general fought fiercely on the battlefield. His face and body were covered in blood. The emperor even promoted him to the rank of first-class ever victorious general. To achieve so much at such a young age, truly impressive. On the second floor of Yunlai Tower, while everyone was excitedly discussing, suddenly, a slightly arrogant and discordant voice rang out. "Hee, what you're talking about are all battlefield stories, everyone knows those. But I know something you don't." Everyone looked toward the voice and saw a thin man with a mustache, wearing a blue-gray long robe, sitting at the railing of the balcony, drinking wine, and looking at everyone with a proud attitude. Someone asked, "Then tell us, what secret do you know? You sound so confident. The great general actually has a mysterious identity. Rumor has it that he is the long-lost prince of the palace, the son of Empress Chen. Recently, he has been recognized by the emperor and has been made the Prince of Han."
What?
Is that true? Is your information reliable? So, this great general is also a prince? Wow, I can't believe it. After hearing this, I really want to see this prince general's true appearance. That's easy. When the army returns to the court, we can go see him in person. At this moment, Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian were sitting at a table beside the man in the blue-gray robe. Their idle chatter was heard clearly by both of them. Wu Qianqian wrinkled her delicate nose, looked up at the sky with a helpless expression, then raised her eyebrows at Song Qinglan and whispered, "These people are really funny. They talk every day, saying the same things, brave in battle, courageous, and so on. Today, it's even more ridiculous. They've made up a prince as if it's real. Why don't they go tell stories instead? Maybe what they say is true." Song Qinglan replied with a faint smile, then took a sip of tea and asked, "What's wrong with you?
You seem so tense today."
"Nothing, just in a bad mood," Wu Qianqian said with a pout, continuing to eat sunflower seeds. Since Chu Simu left the imperial city 4 years ago, he never returned. During these 4 years, Wu Qianqian has grown more mature and improved her martial skills, but her temper has also become more fiery. Suddenly, the crowd on Yeoman Street below started to get restless, excited as if something big was happening. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "He's back. The general is back. He's about to enter the city." The guests inside Yunlai Tower also came out to see what was happening. The people discussing the prince and the general earlier were even more excited now.
Oh my.
It looks like the victorious General Chongqing is returning to court. Counting the days, he should still be a few days away from arriving after leaving the border town, but he's here so quickly. The general is the general. His marching speed really is different. Stop gossiping and go down to welcome him. Yes, yes. Let's go and see the excitement. Almost all the guests in Yunlai Tower rushed outside. Meanwhile, the man in a blue-gray robe sat calmly in his chair, not moving. He then stood up and walked to Song Qinglan's table, asking, "Hey, Miss Song, why aren't you going down to see the excitement? Aren't you curious what the prince looks like?" Song Qinglan lazily glanced at him and smiled. "What's there to be curious about? He's just a man. I see plenty of men every day here in Yunlai Tower. He's no different." "Exactly. I don't understand why everyone is so nervous," Wu Qianqian chimed in. "Even the most divine person is just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Can he really be that special?" The man awkwardly smiled. "You 2 ladies have sharp eyes.
I'll take my leave now."
At this moment, Song Qingbei, Song Qinglin, and Song Qingyuan were bringing the siblings Song Xingqian and Song Xingyue to Yunlai Tower. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, they encountered a group of people excitedly running downstairs. Curious, Song Qingbei quickly stopped one person and asked, "Hey, sir, why are you in such a rush? What's happening?" "Oh, you don't know? The Grand General has returned to the Imperial City. We're going to the street to see the excitement." "Uncle, what Grand General?" Little Song Xingqian, held in Song Qinglin's arms, asked in a soft, childish voice. Meanwhile, Song Xingyue, held by Song Qingbei, was also curious. She blinked her bright eyes, pouting her little cherry mouth, and asked little uncle, "Does the Grand General look very handsome? Why do so many people want to see him?" Song Qingbei looked at her with love and asked gently, "Little Yaya, do you want to go see him?"
She nodded and said yes. "All right.
Let's go take a look." Song Qingbei decided, then carried her and turned to walk outside Yunlai Tower. Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin immediately followed. At this time, the street of Yong'an was already crowded with people. No matter how they pushed, Song Qingbei and his group couldn't get in, so they could only stand behind the crowd and look up on tiptoe. Meanwhile, from the 2nd floor of Yunlai Tower, the person watching the excited crowd below frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Is it really necessary?" Suddenly, a neat and loud sound of horse hooves approached from far away, growing clearer as they neared. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a team of spirited soldiers slowly coming closer. In front, a few armored horsemen looked even more energetic, and at the very front was the legendary General Prince. He had a stern face and an aura of royalty, and from afar, he looked handsome and noble. This made the women waiting on both sides of the street feel their hearts flutter, and the street grew even more lively. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but be curious. She leaned on the railing and looked down. I want to see how handsome this general really is. Look at how excited those girls are. As she finished speaking, the horsemen arrived right in front of Yunlai Tower's diagonal front. Somehow, the person riding behind the general, who seemed to have a high status, suddenly rode up beside him and whispered a few words. The leading general suddenly looked up and gazed toward the second-floor terrace of Yunlai Tower. Song Qinglan also happened to lift her eyelids and looked down. The two made eye contact. He was dressed in military uniform, riding a horse, while she wore a green dress, holding a fragrant tea. Their gazes seemed to spark in the air, and the whole world appeared to be silent. Only each other existed in their eyes. Song Qinglan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. 3 words flashed through her mind. Bai Yihan. The person in front of her was Bai Yihan. It wasn't that she knew Bai Yihan personally, but her memory recognized him. Is it him? Song Qinglan whispered softly, her grip on the cup loosening suddenly. With a clatter, the cup fell to the ground and shattered. She immediately looked away, focusing on the broken pieces on the ground. Oh my, it really is him. At this moment, Wu Qianqian, standing nearby, also became excited. She grabbed Song Qinglan's arm and said happily, Qinglan,
Look.
that is my junior brother. He's back too. When Song Qinglan looked up again, Bai Yihan and the others had already passed by her. She watched his back, squinting her eyes slightly, feeling an indescribable emotion inside. At this moment, Wu Qianqian didn't notice Song Qinglan's unusual reaction. She shook Song Qinglan's arm and said, Did you see? It really is my junior brother. Qinglan, are you so happy you can't contain yourself? Song Qinglan forced a smile but said nothing. She wasn't exactly overjoyed. She was stunned. Meanwhile, among the crowd watching the scene, Song Qingbei and others also recognized Song Qingnan. Song Qingbei waved his hand towards Song Qingnan on horseback and shouted loudly, Second brother. Second brother. Look over here. Brothers Song Qinglin and Song Qingyuan also shouted loudly, Qingnan ge. Qingnan ge. But the scene was too noisy and chaotic. The person on horseback, Song Qingnan, didn't hear their voices at all. Soon, Song Qingnan also passed by Bai Yihan and the others. Then, the crowd gradually dispersed. The 3 brothers, Song Qingbei, Song Qinglin, and Song Qingyuan, were all a bit excited. Song Qinglin even grabbed Song Qingbei's arm and said, We really didn't see it wrong, right? That was truly Qingnan ge? He's my own second brother. Of course I wouldn't mistake him, Song Qingbei said proudly. Then, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Right, we need to tell my sister this good news quickly. Let's go. As he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was off. His hands were empty, and so were Song Qinglin's. Both of them suddenly realized the problem and shouted out in unison. Where is Yaya? Where is Chuncheng? Song Qingyuan's face turned pale with fear as he looked at them and said, No, what's going on? Weren't you just holding them? We were holding them. Song Qinglin looked nervous and explained hesitantly, I just saw Brother Qingnan get too excited, so I waved my hand, and then, I don't know how Chuncheng disappeared. Song Qingbei's situation was similar. The 3 looked around. Now that the crowd had dispersed, Yong'an Street was clear, but the 2 adorable little figures of Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue were nowhere to be seen. Song Qinglin and Song Qingyuan exchanged worried glances and asked, What should we do now? Song Qingbei frowned, clenched his teeth, and said, What can we do? Just tell my sister quickly. Then, the 3 quickly ran to the second floor of Yunlai building. Sister, something big has happened. Before Song Qingbei arrived, his voice was already heard. Before he could speak, Wu Qianqian excitedly interrupted, I know. We all know. We just saw it. Those horse riders. One of them was our little junior brother. Yes, that's right. Song Qingbei nodded, secretly glancing at Song Qinglan. But that's not what I want to say, it's... Song Qinglan slightly squinted her eyes and asked, Where are Chuncheng and Yaya? A shock hit Song Qingbei's heart, and he lowered his head quietly, saying, Chunsheng and Yaya. They got lost.
What?
Wu Qianqian was even more excited than Song Qinglan.
How did they get lost?
What are you three grown men doing? Can't even watch over two kids? You're so useless. Song Qinglan remained calm. She grabbed Wu Qianqian to stop her from scolding, then looked at Song Qingbei and asked, Tell me exactly what happened. Earlier, we were just watching the fun downstairs, and then we saw our second brother get too excited. He wasn't paying attention and they just disappeared. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes in frustration and added, You guys are really something. Song Qingbei frowned and said, Sister, I'll go get my friends to help find them. We'll definitely find Chunsheng and Yaya. No need. Song Qinglan stopped him. Wu Qianqian was surprised and stared wide-eyed. Qinglan, what do you mean? You're not going to find Chunsheng and Yaya? Song Qinglan smiled gently and showed a proud smile. They won't get lost. Since they learned to walk, they've explored every corner of the royal city. They must be playing now, and once they've had enough, they'll naturally come home. She knows her own children best. However, she was still a bit worried that they might become curious and go to that person's place. Wu Qianqian still felt uneasy. She held Song Qinglan's hand and said, Qinglan, it's one thing not to get lost, but what if they meet a bad person? Maybe I should go back to the martial arts school and ask my junior brothers to help find them. There's no need to worry about that, Song Qinglan smiled. They have my true teachings. They're clever and quick-witted, and you've trained them in martial arts since they were young. They are talented in both literature and martial arts, so they won't get into trouble. She looked at the others and said, Let's go home and check on Qingnan. Then she led the way and left first. The remaining 4 people looked at each other, feeling uncertain. Song Qinglin nervously swallowed and whispered, Are we really not going to look for them? Song Qingbei nodded thoughtfully. I think my sister is right. We should listen to her. Let's go home. Wu Qianqian shook her head and muttered to herself, As a mother, she really has a big heart. The Han King's residence is located on Huan Street. It is the largest official residence on the street and the closest to the palace. When Bai Yihan arrived on horseback, dressed in fine silk robes, was waiting at the gate. It was Zhao Ruhai, the chief of Empress Chen's palace. As soon as Zhao Ruhai saw Bai Yihan, he immediately bowed and approached respectfully. Welcome back to the residence, King Han. Bai Yihan dismounted, took off his helmet, and handed it to Deputy General Han Fei, who was also getting off his horse. Then he walked forward calmly and, without changing his expression. After years of military service and battles, Bai Yihan no longer looked as fair and handsome as before. His skin had turned a bronze color from the sun, and his sharp features included slanted eyebrows, piercing black eyes, and thin lips pressed tightly. Although dressed in military uniform, he carried an innate kingly aura, handsome enough to make people afraid to look directly at him. His eyes shifted slightly as he noticed servants carrying furniture and decorations in and out of the palace. He frowned and coldly asked, What is going on here? His voice was deep and magnetic, with a hint of authority. Even someone like Zhao Ruhai, an experienced old hand who had been in the palace for many years, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Zhao Ruhai lowered his head and smiled, quickly explaining, Your Highness, these are all prepared specially for you by the Empress. Knowing you would return to the Imperial City today, she asked me to handle everything. If there's anything you dislike, I will go and change it immediately. There's no need, Bai Yihan replied coldly. They were soldiers, not overly particular about such things. Most importantly, he found it troublesome. He glanced at Zhao Ruhai and softly said, Go back and tell Mother that once I settle everything, I will come to pay respects to Father and Mother in the palace. Yes, Zhao Ruhai responded quietly. When he looked up again, Bai Yihan's figure was gone. He let out a small breath of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and thought to himself, The cold king's presence is really strong, more intimidating than the emperor. At that moment, a young servant who was working nearby approached quietly and asked, Zhao, It seems the cold king has quite a temper. Is he hard to serve? Zhao Rahai shot him a sharp look and warned softly, "It's a big mistake to gossip about the master behind his back. If you keep acting so disrespectfully, you'll get into trouble. All right, go back to work. I need to report to Ingchun Palace as well." After giving him a warning look, Zhao Rahai turned and left. After entering the prince's residence, Bai Yi Han went straight to the study. Han Fei followed him inside. Bai Yi Han took off his armor, and Han Fei quickly caught it, carefully hanging it aside. He looked at the thoughtful Bai Yi Han and asked, "Your Highness, are you really going into the palace?" Since joining the army, Han Fei had always been by Bai Yi Han's side. Back then, he was just a new soldier who knew nothing, and Bai Yi Han was not yet the brave general he would become. Once on the battlefield, Han Fei was shot with a poison arrow and thought he was going to die. It was Bai Yi Han who saved him and carried him back to the camp. When they arrived, Han Fei learned that Bai Yi Han himself had been wounded by the same poison arrow. Since then, Han Fei regarded Bai Yi Han as his master and would stand by his side no matter what. He knew the palace was a complicated place, nothing like the military. They were loyal and righteous, helping each other, but the princes inside the palace only schemed and fought each other. White Knight Han naturally knew what he was worried about. He gave him a faint glance and said, "Let's take it one step at a time." He was not in the mood to care about palace struggles now. His mind was full of the image of Song Qinglan he had just seen. She wore a green dress, looked pretty, and her face seemed a bit rounder than before, making her look even more lively and beautiful. What he couldn't forget for a long time was her bright, water-like eyes. In those eyes, there was now a firmness she didn't have before. What bothered him more was that her expression when she saw him was full of shock, with no sign of happiness. In the past, her eyes were full of admiration for him, but today, it seemed she couldn't see that anymore. Could it really be true, as Song Qingnan said, that she had changed so much over the years? While White Knight Han was lost in his thoughts, suddenly there was a noise outside the door. "Ah!" It was a sweet, childish voice. Han Fei, who had been in the army for many years, had developed a high level of alertness. His face darkened, and he instinctively reached for his sword at his waist, shouting toward the door, "Who is it?" White Knight Han rolled his eyes at him and said, "It's a child." "A child?" Han Fei was surprised, his eyes wide, and muttered softly, "Where did this child come from?" White Knight Han opened the study door and went out. Sure enough, he saw two children under the window, a boy and a girl, twins. The girl had two small pigtails, wore a pink dress, and had a small, delicate face with big, blinking eyes. Very playful and cute. The boy wore a white outfit, already handsome at a young age, with a calmness in his eyes that didn't seem to belong to his age, clearly indicating he was not an ordinary child. These two beautiful children were Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue. At this moment, they were falling to the ground, looking a bit clumsy. Song Xingyue pouted her pink, cherry-like lips and pushed Song Xingchen, saying with a dissatisfied face, "I told you to hold me properly, but you dropped me. It hurts so much." Song Xingchen frowned and said seriously, "You can't blame me. You're too heavy." "Yeah, have you been eating too much lately?" "Not at all." "Don't talk nonsense." Song Xingyue immediately got upset. At this time, Han Fei also came out of the study. Seeing these two delicate children, he was surprised and said, "Where did these kids come from? They look so handsome." "Hey, how did you get in? Where are your parents?" Song Xingyue proudly lifted her head and glanced at Han Fei, saying, "We just walked in openly through the front door." "Wow, you two are really brave." Suddenly, Han Fei turned to Bai Yi Han and looked serious. He said, "Prince, I feel like these two kids look a bit like you." Bai Yi Han's narrow eyes flashed with a charming smile. He slightly curled his lips and suddenly leaned in close to Song Xingyue. Song Xingchen immediately stepped in front of Song Xingyue like a protector, with a cautious look, meeting Bai Yi Han's gaze. He asked, "What are you trying to do?" Next to them, Han Fei was so surprised he almost dropped his jaw. Because Bai Yi Han's presence was so strong, No one dared to look directly into his eyes before. Unexpectedly, this was actually done by a young child. Bai Yi Han slightly squinted his eyes, a hint of approval flashing in them. He chuckled softly and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Song Xingchen calmly explained, "My sister hasn't seen the prince before. She was on the street and didn't see what you looked like, so she came to take a look." Hearing this, Song Xingyue immediately became unhappy. She tugged at Song Xingchen's small hand and said angrily, "Who's your sister? Do you want to be my brother? Did I agree? Even our mother can't tell us apart who's older. Mother said before, outside I'm the brother, but at home, you're the sister."
Haha.
Han Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard the kids arguing. "Your mother is really funny. Does she really act like that? Don't you dare talk about my mother. Don't you dare talk about my mother." The two children said in unison. Han Fei immediately closed his mouth obediently. He was startled by his own instinctive reaction and didn't know why, but he was actually afraid of these two little kids. Bai Yi Han laughed again. In recent years, he hadn't smiled this much in one day. He looked at Song Qinglan with deep black eyes and asked, "Now that you see me, what do you think?" Song Xingyue seriously evaluated him. "You look really handsome. I like you."
Huh?
Han Fei was once again surprised and looked at Song Qinglan with an incredulous expression. He smiled and said, "You little girl, you're so shy at such a young age." Song Xingyue raised her delicate eyebrows and looked at Han Fei with a disdainful gaze. She said, "My mother said girls should be confident and brave to express their thoughts. There's nothing to be shy about." Upon hearing this, Han Fei swallowed hard and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He said, "Your mother is truly amazing." "That's right." Song Xingchen looked proud. "Everyone says my mother is a special woman in this royal city."
Han Fei blingser din konfession.
"So, there's such a person in the royal city? I must see her someday." "Shut up." Bai Yi Han finally couldn't help but give him a side glance. Then he looked at the two and asked, "What are your names?" "I'm Song Xingyue," said one. "I'm Song Xingchen," said the other. A flash of happiness appeared in Bai Yi Han's eyes. He thought to himself, "It's really them." When he was in the army, Song Qingnan had already told him everything about their family. At first sight, he felt a natural connection with these two children, a strange sense of familiarity. It turned out they were really his children. "Your mother is Song Qinglan." Song Xingchen immediately raised his face and asked, "How do you know that?" Song Xingyue giggled playfully and looked up at Bai Yi Han. "We've introduced ourselves. Now it's your turn. What's your name?" "I'm Bai Yi Han, your father." "Father?" Song Xingchen looked confused. "Father?" Song Xingyue looked excited. "Father?"
Han Fei looked chockad.
Suddenly, Han Fei hurriedly moved closer to Bai Yi Han, whispering, "Your Highness, you can't just claim these children as your own. They're adorable, but..." Song Xingchen frowned slightly and whispered, "That's impossible. My mother said my father died long ago." Bai Yi Han's face twitched. He knew this. Song Qingnan had told him too. Not only Song Qinglan, but everyone in Yonghe Lane thought he had died in battle. But he still felt upset inside. He was missing, presumed dead, yet this woman was so heartless to assume he was gone. Bai Yi Han tried to keep his calm and said quietly, "That's a misunderstanding." Suddenly, Song Xingyue threw her arms around Bai Yi Han's thigh, acting cute and happy. Song Xingchen grabbed her small arm, trying to pull her away from his thigh. But Song Xingyue hugged him tighter, like a koala. Finally, Song Xingchen sighed helplessly and said, "Yeah, what are you doing? Have you thought about your mother's feelings?" Hearing this, Bai Yi Han couldn't help but narrow his eyes and smile secretly. This kid is a good big brother protecting his mother. Song Xingyue pouted her little lips, her bright eyes blinking happily. She tightly hugged Bai Yi Han and said, "I like this daddy. At first, I wanted Uncle Wu to be my daddy, but now I've changed my mind. I want you." After saying this, she mischievously winked at Bai Yi Han. Bai Yi Han's expression changed slightly, and his voice became deep. "Uncle Wu?" Song Xingchen looked at Song Xingyue, shook his head, and then explained, Uncle Wu is the captain of the city gate patrol, Wu Deong. He likes my mother. Bai Yi Han's eyes narrowed dangerously, showing he was alert. It seemed someone was interested in his wife. He slightly smiled with a charming, mischievous look. Then, he bent down and picked up Song Xingyue, smiling as he said, "Let's go home." Song Xingyue naturally wrapped her small, chubby arms around Bai Yi Han's neck and blinked her big, curious eyes. "Daddy, do you know where our home is?" "Yonghe Lane." "Wow, you do know. You really are my daddy." Song Xingchen watched Bai Yi Han carry Song Xingyue away and also touched his forehead, following behind. He silently thought, if we bring a man home, will my mother get mad? At this moment, Han Fei was left alone in the wind, feeling confused. What's going on? Did we just succeed in the family introduction? Wait a minute. Han Fei's mind flashed with an idea. He whispered to himself, Song Qinglan? That name sounds so familiar. Isn't she the sister of General Song? It was then that Han Fei suddenly remembered hearing in the military tent that General Song called the prince's brother-in-law. He had thought he was hearing things at the time. Now he realized it was terrifying. Han Fei quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Oh my God! I've uncovered some secret. Bai Yi Han, holding Song Xingyue in his arms, followed by Song Xingchen, entered Yonghe Lane. Both the big and small were very handsome, attracting everyone's attention immediately. Hey, aren't these two children Song's children, Chunchen and Yeya? Yeah. These two are the most outstanding kids in Yonghe Lane. But who is that man? He's so handsome. Hey, I feel like I've seen this man before. Who does he look like? Song Xingyue happily snuggled in Bai Yi Han's arms, leaned close to his ear and grinned. Daddy, everyone says you're very good-looking. Bai Yi Han smiled and said, I know. After a short while, they arrived in front of the luxurious house of the Song family. He still remembered that when he married her, the place was a shabby little house, the poorest family in Yonghe Lane. Now it had been completely renovated and became the wealthiest family in Yonghe Lane. Bai Yi Han couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that his little wife was truly an extraordinary woman. He was already eager to see her again. Wu Deong and the couple, Manager Qian, received news that Song Qingnan had returned and hurried over to congratulate the Song family. They were now sitting together, chatting happily. Old Lady Song was both happy and excited, her old eyes filled with tears. She kept holding Song Qingnan's hand, reluctant to let go, and said, Qingnan, you've finally come back. Grandma has been waiting for you. That's so wonderful. Our family is finally together again. Meng Diawu gently placed Qian Qingyu into Manager Qian's arms, then sat beside Old Lady Song and said, Grandma, it's good that Qingnan is safe and back. Why are you crying? I'm so happy. I truly am. Manager Qian, with a loving expression, teased his daughter while asking, by the way, why hasn't Sister Qinglan come back yet? Just then, Song Qinglan and the others returned. Second brother.
King Nanyi.
Brothers Song Qingbei, Song Qingyuan, and Song Qinglin were extremely excited, rushing into the house like a gust of wind and hugging Song Qingnan tightly.
Oh.
Second brother, your armor is so tight it hurts me. Song Qingbei grimaced in pain from the tight hug. Song Qingnan looked at him and said, You, after so many years, are still the same, like a monkey jumping around. Next to him, Song Qingxi chuckled and teased, That's because his nature is hard to change. Song Qingtong stood up and also smiled, saying, Second brother, now that you're back, you can properly take care of this lively little monkey. We've said he's no good, but only your strength can handle him. Are you still not my real brothers? How can you say that to me? If you weren't my real brothers, we would have already beaten you up. Watching his brothers bicker, Song Qingnan felt a warm feeling inside. He had finally returned to the home he thought about day and night. Just as he was lost in thought, he looked up and saw Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian walking in together. Sister, senior sister. Song Qinglan frowned and walked straight to Song Qingnan. She raised her hand to tap his forehead but realized he had grown taller and she couldn't reach him anymore. So, she punched his chest and said, Song Ching-nan, do you have any conscience? Do you remember what you promised me before you joined the army? That you would write home to let us know you're safe. At first, you wrote 3 letters, but then we heard nothing. Do you know how worried we were? Her words made Song Ching-nan fall silent. He lowered his head slightly and frowned, saying, Sister, I'm sorry. The front lines are very dangerous every day and life is at risk, so Enough, old lady Song suddenly spoke. She stood up and looked at Song Qinglan. Lan, don't blame Qing-nan. It's good that he's back. That's what matters. At this moment, Wu Daong also came over to Song Qinglan and whispered, Qinglan, Qing-nan is right. They are marching and fighting every day, not knowing if they will come back. Many have already fallen on the battlefield. We're lucky he's safe now. Oh, you blockhead. Wu Qianqian suddenly interrupted, looking at Song Qing-nan. Qinglan is worried about you. Did you think she was angry? Little junior brother, you've grown taller over the years, but I didn't expect your brain to stay the same. When Song Qing-nan left, Wu Qianqian was half a head taller than him. Now, he was more than 2 heads taller than her. After years of fighting, he had become more mature. His handsome face lost its childishness and looked more heroic, which made Wu Qianqian look at him with new admiration. Song Qing-nan looked at Wu Qianqian, his expression softening. He asked, Senior sister, senior master, and junior brothers, are they all well? Don't worry, they're all fine. Wu Qianqian smiled and patted his strong arm. If my father knew how well you're doing, becoming a general genuine, he'd probably wake up laughing in his sleep. I'll visit the martial arts hall soon to see Master and the others. Thank you for raising me and teaching me. Suddenly, Song Qing-nan grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and looked at her nervously. By the way, sister, I have something important to tell you. Before he could finish, a clear, childish voice rang out, Mom. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw 3 people outside the house. Bai Yihan was holding Song Xingyue, and next to them stood Song Xingchen. Song Xingchen shouted mother while running into the house. Dad, put me down. Song Xingyue kicked her legs in Bai Yihan's arms, looking eager. Bai Yihan put her down and Song Xingyue, like a happy little bird, ran over and said, Mom. The 2 little ones hugged Song Qinglan's legs from each side. Song Qinglan patted their heads and smiled. Do you 2 know you are back? Song Xingyue happily pulled Song Qinglan's hand and said, Mom, we also brought Dad back. Dad? Everyone was shocked when they heard Song Xingyue, all looking at the handsome man outside the house. Old lady Song smiled. What are you 2 kids talking about? Just then, she saw Bai Yihan outside and was so frightened she turned pale.
Ghost.
Seeing a ghost.
You.
How are you still alive? Old lady Song couldn't bring herself to say it. Song Qing-nan, standing nearby, immediately supported old lady Song, who was weak. Song Qingdong also recognized the man and frowned slightly, whispering, How could this be?
Qing-nan.
Old lady Song's voice trembled as she tightly held his hand.
Could it be?
Could I be seeing things? How can I see a dead person? Qing-nan looked troubled, biting his lip, about to explain. Song Qinglan glanced at him and said, Qing-nan, help Grandma to the chair. Qingdong, Qingbei, take Chen-chen and Ye-ye. The 3 brothers followed Song Qinglan's instructions. She frowned slightly and then left the house. She and Bai Yihan stood face to face in the yard. Song Qinglan spoke first. I'm not dead, Bai Yihan said. Song Qinglan bit her lip. I thank you for your effort. She glared at Bai Yihan and said impatiently, Can you let me finish talking? Bai Yihan stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching her, and softly said, Okay. His sudden gentleness made Song Qinglan feel uncomfortable. She avoided his gaze and said, Thank you for bringing Chen-chen and Ye-ye back. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Bai Yihan's face turned cold. He narrowed his eyes with a fierce look, trying to control his emotions, and said in a deep voice, Is that all you want to tell me? Song Qinglan blinked her eyes in confusion and asked, What else could it be? Bai Yihan felt puzzled inside. Why was it different from what he thought? She shouldn't have smiled and called him husband, then both of them would go home together. Why is she so cold now and even trying to push him away? He thought it must be because she had suffered too many wrongs over the years. Thinking of this, Bai Yihan frowned slightly and said, Lan Lan, I know I have caused you to suffer these years. Now that I am back, I will make it up to you and the two children. Today, I came to take you and the kids back to the house. He took a step forward as he spoke. Song Qinglan instinctively took a step back. Wait, are you mistaken? Bai Yihan, we are no longer husband and wife. We have divorced. Bai Yihan was stunned for a moment. Yes, how could he forget that? Song Qingnan also told him that the Bai family forced Song Qinglan to divorce right after she gave birth. He had already remembered this secretly and planned to get revenge on the Bai family someday. Seeing that he didn't speak, Song Qinglan continued, Besides, we three are doing very well now. You don't need to make up for anything. Of course, don't worry. Since you are the children's biological father, if you want to visit them, I won't stop you. After saying this, Song Qinglan turned to leave. At that moment, a strong hand grabbed her. Bai Yihan gently exerted some force and pulled Song Qinglan back to him. He slightly bent down and brought his face close to hers. Song Qinglan could even see her reflection in his dark eyes. Bai Yihan's warm breath brushed her face. Somehow, she suddenly felt very hot. Uncomfortable, Song Qinglan turned her face away and softly said with some anger, Bai Yihan, what are you doing? Let me go. Lan Lan, you've changed. Bai Yihan's voice was hoarse and magnetic, carrying a strange sense of disappointment. This made Song Qinglan's heart ache suddenly, and she felt an inexplicable tenderness. While Song Qinglan was lost in thought, Bai Yihan suddenly released her hand and softly said, The divorce wasn't my intention, so it doesn't count. You are still my wife. But as you know, I don't like forcing others. So today, if you don't want to go back with me, I will wait until you agree. Song Qinglan looked at him in surprise, speechless for a moment.
You.
At this moment, Bai Yihan caught a glimpse of Wu Daong standing not far from the door, looking worriedly at Song Qinglan. His instinct told him that this person was Uncle Wu, the one Song Xingyue mentioned who was concerned about his wife. Bai Yihan calmly glanced at him, then turned his gaze to Song Qinglan. Don't forget, you're still a married woman. Don't do anything to betray me.
Leave now.
After saying that, he confidently turned to leave.
Dad.
Song Xingyue leaned at the door, looking at him sadly with big, teary eyes. Are you going to leave us and go away? Bai Yihan's heart softened, and he smiled. Don't worry, Dad will come to see you. Just don't make your mother angry, okay? Okay. I understand. Song Xingyue nodded obediently. After Bai Yihan left, Song Qinglan immediately went back inside. As she passed by Song Xingyue at the door, she said helplessly, All right, stop pretending. Put away your tears. Sometimes she couldn't understand how she ended up with such a dramatic daughter. When Song Qinglan returned, everyone gathered around curiously, especially Wu Qianqian, who excitedly grabbed Song Qinglan's hand and asked, Qinglan, is he really your late husband? I heard from the junior disciple that he's now a great general and even a prince. Oh my, does that mean you'll become a princess? Wu Daong silently watched Song Qinglan's reaction, feeling sad and lonely. After seeing Bai Yihan, he finally understood why Song Qinglan didn't like him. It turned out she liked someone so outstanding. Old Lady Song also asked, Lan Lan, what did he say to you? Why did he leave? Is it because he's now a prince and doesn't recognize you and the children anymore? She looked at Song Qinglan with worry. Song Qinglan frowned and said, That probably won't happen. If it did, he wouldn't have personally sent Chun Chun and Ye back. Suddenly, Song Qingxi's voice rang out calmly. Have you all forgotten something? He said quietly, Sister has already divorced him. Finally, Song Qinglan couldn't hold back and shouted, Enough. Stop talking. I want to be alone. After saying that, she turned and headed to her own room. Everyone looked at each other in silence, slowly accepting that Bai Yihan was still alive. At this moment, Song Qingnan ran out of the house. Bai Yihan was leaning against the door, seeming to have expected him to come out. Brother-in-law, my sister. Before he could finish, Bai Yihan interrupted him. I know. I suddenly came back to life, and she needs time to adjust. He frowned slightly and said, Qingnan, your sister. She seems a bit different. Of course, Song Qingnan smiled. She is a woman who has supported the whole family. Naturally, she is different.
I'm not talking about that.
Never mind. Bai Yihan felt that Song Qinglan's gaze at him was different from before, and her overall aura had changed. She used to be gentle and sensible, with only him in her eyes. But now, Song Qinglan was gentle, cute, playful, especially her lively and interesting eyes, like she was different from before. What could have caused such a huge change in a person? He was really curious about her. Then Bai Yihan looked at Song Qingnan and asked, What's the story with Wu Deong? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Song Qingnan replied. Brother Wu has been taking care of us all these years, and he. Bai Yihan gave a cold smile. He likes your sister. Song Qingnan awkwardly nodded. Yes, Grandma has always wanted Wu Dege to be with her, but she never agreed. I think she still has feelings for you. Let's not talk about this, Bai Yihan said. Qingnan, you need to help me with something. What is it? Brother-in-law, just tell me. Bai Yihan chuckled playfully. Find a way to get your sister to move to your general's mansion to live. Having worked together with Bai Yihan for many years, Song Qingnan immediately understood his plan. He nodded with a smile and said, All right, leave it to me. The Song family believed that Song Qinglan had suffered a big shock. Since she said she wanted to go back to her room to be quiet, no one dared to disturb her all afternoon. As evening approached and it was time to eat, Grandma Song was worried she might be hungry, so she finally asked Song Qingnan to go to her room and call her out. But they were all wrong. Song Qinglan went back to her room and soon lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In her dream, she saw Bai Yihan. The scenes were very familiar, as if she had experienced them before. Finally, when the scene in her dream froze on Bai Yihan's exaggerated angry face close to her, she seemed to feel that warm, deliberate sensation again. Song Qinglan suddenly woke up in shock. She sat up quickly from the bed, feeling her face burning hot, with Bai Yihan's eyes, nose, and mouth constantly flashing in her mind. No, she must stay calm. So she hurriedly got out of bed, went to a small table nearby, poured herself a glass of cold water, and gulped down 2 glasses quickly, which helped her calm down a bit. She touched her chest and frowned. Strange, why is my heart beating so fast? Suddenly, Song Qinglan realized a serious problem. It seemed her body had strong memories of Bai Yihan, and seeing him suddenly awakened her feelings for him. She simply couldn't control herself. Deeply taking a breath, she muttered to herself, I don't like him. I don't like him. It's this body acting up. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Startled, Song Qinglan opened her eyes wide and asked, Who is it? Big sister, it's me, Qingnan. Song Qinglan rubbed her uncomfortable chest and replied toward the door, Come in. Qingnan pushed the door open and entered. He immediately saw that Song Qinglan looked very pale, thinking she was still angry. Qingnan pursed his lips and whispered, Big sister, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't tell you earlier that brother-in-law is still alive. When I saw him in the army, I was stunned. Later, during daily marches and battles, life and death were so urgent that I had no time to think about it. Qingnan, Song Qinglan suddenly interrupted him. Yes, big sister, what is it? Is dinner ready? As she spoke, her stomach made a loud gurgling sound. She awkwardly smiled, I'm hungry. To celebrate Qingnan's return, the dinner tonight was especially rich, and even the Qian family's 3 members stayed to eat. Song Qinglan ate with great gusto, picking at pig's trotters, chicken legs, fish, and ribs. She didn't leave a single dish. The others at the table looked at her in surprise. Song's younger brothers exchanged nervous glances. Song Qinglan nudged his lips and asked, Qinglan, what's wrong with you tonight? Why are you eating so much? Song Qingbei blinked and said, Maybe she's so upset that she's turning her sadness into an appetite. Song Qingyuan nodded thoughtfully. I think it's probably true. Also, Brother-in-law left on his own and didn't take sister Qinglan, Chun-Chun, or Yaya. Did something happen to them? Song Qingshi rolled his eyes at them. Do I need to guess? They've all divorced, so sister naturally won't go back with him. Song Qingdong glared at them. Alright, stop guessing. Sister always has her reasons for what she does. Let's not worry about it. At this moment, Song Qingnan cleared his throat softly and used his eyes to remind them, don't be so obvious. Sister is so smart, she saw right through you. Just then, Song Qinglan suddenly lifted her head from her rice bowl and smiled at her brothers. She teased, so, when did you guys start eating with your eyes instead of your mouths? Next to Song Qinglan, Song Xingchen still tried to stir things up. He propped his chin with one hand and said to her, Mom, those uncles were just using their eyes to talk about you. Song Xingyue, the clever little girl, also chimed in. She blinked her big eyes and said, and Qingyuan uncle said that you were abandoned by Dad. Hearing this, Song Qingyuan couldn't sit still. He quickly explained, don't spread such rumors. I didn't say that. He couldn't finish his sentence and lowered his head to eat, feeling helpless. Why was Yaya so smart? Then, Song Xingchen tugged at Song Qinglan's sleeve and asked, Mom, is that really our dad? Seeing the innocent look in her eyes, Song Qinglan's heart softened silently. She finally nodded and said, Yes, he is indeed your biological father.
Wow.
That's great.
Yay.
I like this dad. Song Xingyue cheered happily, clapping her hands.
But
Song Qinglan suddenly spoke seriously, looking at Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue. Mom and your dad can't live together because of some reasons. Yaya pouted unhappily. Mom, why is that? Meng Daiwu felt the atmosphere suddenly turn awkward. She took a piece of Yaya's favorite braised pork and put it in her eye, smiling. Yaya, look, this is your favorite braised goose. Hurry up and try it. Kids are just kids. When there's something delicious, they forget everything. After dinner, the children played in the front yard. Song Qinglan, Meng Daiwu, and Old Lady Song sat in the hall talking quietly. Dream Butterfly Dance looked at Song Qinglan and asked, Qinglan, are you planning to be with him? I mean, what about the prince? What's there to plan?
Just like that. You.
Just break up like that? Song Qinglan smiled and said, Haven't I already broken up with him? Besides, I think it's fine the way it is now. Old Madam Song suddenly sighed. You know, back then our marriage to the Song family was quite a climb. If your parents hadn't arranged a marriage for you and Bai Yihan early on, Madam, Bai wouldn't have looked at us. Who would have thought? Bai Yihan is actually the prince. We don't need to chase after royal connections anymore. Blue, whatever decision you make, your grandmother supports you. Old Madam Song understood clearly. Though she came from a humble background, she knew that the royal family was not like ordinary officials and nobles. There was a lot of complexity. One wrong move, and they might even risk their lives. It would be a big loss. She didn't want her precious granddaughter to get involved in such dangerous affairs. Besides, Song Qinglan was so talented that she wouldn't have trouble finding a good husband. The next day, everyone woke up very early. Song Qingnan, who had developed the habit of military training, was already practicing before dawn. Song Xingchen also got up quietly early and watched Song Qingnan practice. He couldn't help but marvel, Second Uncle, your martial skills are amazing. Even better than Aunt Qianqian. Song Qingnan stopped, wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, and walked over to Song Xingchen, smiling. Your father is even better than me. Really? Song Xingchen looked doubtful. Of course, it's true. Song Qingnan had an idea. He squinted slightly and looked at Song Xingchen, asking, Xingchen, do you want to see how powerful your father's martial skills really are? Song Xingchen saw through him immediately and crossed his arms in front of his chest, acting mature. Tell me, Second Uncle, what do you want me to do? Song Qingnan smiled gently, just as expected of a clever child. Then he leaned close to Song Xingchen's ear and whispered a few words. Afterward, the family gathered again to have breakfast together. Today's breakfast was especially rich, with soy milk and fried dough sticks, buns, steamed dumplings, lamb noodles, large wontons, chive pockets, and pan-fried dumplings. Song Qingnan took a few big meat buns, looked at everyone, and suddenly said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you something. The court arranged a general's residence for me, right on Huan Street. I heard it's quite spacious. How about our family moving there for a few days?"
Great.
"That's wonderful." Song Xingqian was the first to clap and agree. He nudged Song Xingyue and encouraged her, "Yeah, you love new things. We haven't seen the general's house yet. Don't you want to go see it?" Song Xingyue pouted. "Is the general's house better than the prince's mansion? We've already been inside the prince's house. There's nothing special about the general's house." Seeing everyone's lack of enthusiasm, Song Qingnan thought to himself that he must complete the task given by Bai Yihan. He then turned to old Madame Song and asked, "Grandmother, don't you want to go see it?" "Of course I do." Old Madame Song smiled happily. "Our Song family finally has a general. Of course, we should go see. But as for staying..." She frowned in difficulty. The older people get, the more they want to stay in their hometown. Lu Guixiao immediately advised, "Oh, mother, we're not moving in permanently.
Just a few days is fine.
I've never seen the general's house before.
Thanks to Qingnan, we get to visit this time.
We must go and have a look." Old Madame Song looked at Song Qinglan and asked, "Lan Lan, what do you think?"
Well,
"Let's go. Qingxi will take the imperial exam in a few days, and it's close to the palace from there." Hearing this, Song Qingnan finally relaxed. He smiled and said, "It's better to do it today than delay. Let's pack up and go to the general's house today." Seeing his eager attitude, Song Qinglan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why did her brother seem so strange today? After a while, everyone packed their simple luggage. Then, the two carriages from the Song family headed toward Huan Street. The carriages stopped, and everyone got off. In front of the general's residence, two tall soldiers stood. As soon as they saw Song Qingnan, they shouted, "General." Their loud and strong voices startled everyone. Song Qingyuan and Song Qinglin stared at the grand exterior of the general's house and couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, this general's house is so impressive. Brother Qingnan, you have truly become an important person now." Suddenly, Song Qingxi's voice came softly with a hint of teasing. "There are even more impressive ones." Everyone looked at him in confusion, then turned to see he was standing in front of the neighboring mansion. Song Qingxi smiled slightly and gestured with his eyes for them to look at the signboard of the mansion from before the new year. Song Qinglan looked up and saw the large characters Hanwang Mansion, and her face darkened. This was Bai Yihan's residence. Song Xingyue immediately ran over happily and said, "Mom, this is where Dad lives." Song Qinglan's lips twitched, but she kept her calm and replied, "I know." Hee hee. Song Xingyue giggled happily. "Then I want to go inside and find Dad." After saying that, she lifted her short legs and headed for the steps in front of the Hanwang mansion. Song Qinglan quickly reached out and grabbed her by the back of her collar, lifting her like a chick, and said, "This side is our territory." Then she led Song Xingyue inside the general's residence. As they passed by Song Qingnan before entering, she shot him a warning look. Smart as she was, she immediately realized that this was all arranged deliberately by him and someone else. Song Qingnan had been in the army for many years and had developed the skill of hiding his emotions well. He looked directly into Song Qinglan's eyes without changing his expression, as if nothing was wrong. Only after they entered the mansion did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief and said to the Song family members at the door, "Everyone, stop dawdling. Let's go inside." Song Qingdong and Song Qingxi exchanged glances, sensing something unusual but choosing not to say anything, and then they entered the mansion. Lu Guixia and her two sons still looked at the general's residence with admiration, constantly praising, "Wow, this steward's mansion is really different. It's so grand. I never thought that in our lifetime we'd get to live in a general's mansion. In Yonghe Lane, besides our family, no one else has that ability." Yes. Brother Qingnan is really amazing." Song Qingyuan nodded. Lu Guixiao looked at her two sons and said, "You two should also work hard. Relying on becoming a general is unlikely now, but becoming a small steward is fine."
Oh, dear.
Suddenly, she sighed and said, "Our family is really lucky to have Qinglan and the others taking care of us. Without them, we wouldn't be living such good days." Song Yinfeng looked at the three of them and couldn't help but comment, "All right, stop talking so much. Qingnan is now a great general. We can't afford to embarrass him. Yes, let's go inside quickly." Lu Guixiao immediately stopped talking, and the family of four hurriedly went inside. When Song Qingnan saw everyone enter, he secretly looked toward a hidden corner of the Han Wang mansion. He knew he had to go in. Bai Yi Han was standing quietly in that hidden corner, watching everything. Behind him, Han Fei looked confused and asked, "Prince, if you want to bring the princess and them back to the mansion, why are you doing this?" Bai Yi Han glanced at him and said, "You've been with me for so long and still don't understand tactics? You should keep learning. The general's mansion isn't as big as the prince's mansion, but compared to the Song family courtyard, it's much larger." As soon as they entered, Steward Wang and a few maids and servants came to greet them. "General, we've prepared all the rooms according to your instructions." Song Qingnan nodded and said to everyone, "Let's go see the rooms first. If anything isn't right, just tell Steward Wang." As he finished speaking, the maids and servants stepped forward to help carry the luggage to the rooms. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, the two little kids, were so happy they ran around the house chasing each other, playing all day without stopping, wanting to explore every corner of the general's mansion. Perhaps they were exhausted. After dinner, the two little ones fell into a deep sleep. Song Qinglan lay on the large bed and soon fell asleep. But as soon as she did, she dreamed of Bai Yi Han. His handsome face kept appearing in her dreams, as if enchanted. Song Qinglan woke up again, realizing it was the hour of Yin. Thinking she might keep dreaming if she tried to sleep more, she got up, lit a candle, and started drawing her plans. Before dawn, Bai Yi Han got up. He flew onto the roof, watching Song Qinglan's room with the candlelight, and frowned slightly. He sat there quietly, watching her sitting at the table drawing, until dawn when the sky turned pale. Song Qingnan got up and went to the yard, alert as always. Suddenly, he sensed someone on the roof nearby. He turned his head and, upon seeing the familiar figure, he gently pressed his lips and smiled softly before quickly jumping onto the roof. "Brother-in-law, you got up early and didn't practice martial arts. What are you sitting here for?" Song Qingnan said as he sat beside him. Following Bai Yihan's gaze, he saw Song Qinglan's house and finally understood why Bai Yihan was sitting here. Song Qingnan lowered his head and secretly chuckled. He never expected that the usually decisive and formidable General Chongqing, who strikes fear into enemies on the battlefield, would also have such a gentle side. It was truly interesting. This scene was quite rare. Bai Yihan slightly turned his face and looked at his sneaky smile, narrowing his eyes with a cold look. He said sharply, "Song Qingnan." That single call made Song Qingnan jump in surprise. In the army, whenever Bai Yihan called someone by their name like that, it usually meant trouble. Song Qingnan immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "My lord, I was wrong." Bai Yihan shifted his gaze back to Song Qinglan's house, vaguely seeing her stand up and stretch lazily. He frowned slightly and whispered, "Is she not used to living here?" Song Qingnan smiled and explained, "My sister has trouble sleeping in new places. Maybe at first she couldn't get used to it. Also, she used to wake up in the middle of the night at home to draw. She said she had inspiration and couldn't let it slip away." Hearing Song Qingnan talk about her, Bai Yihan's lips curved up slightly. What he said seemed different from the Song Qinglan he knew. Or maybe he just didn't understand her well enough back then? After all, they had only recently married, and he had gone to the battlefield shortly after. She had told him she would wait for him to come back. But when he returned, she wasn't there to wait for him. Suddenly, a silence fell, making Song Qingnan feel a bit nervous. He turned to look at Bai Yihan's stern face and asked cautiously, "Brother-in-law, what are your plans now?" He had said everything he needed to, and Song Qinglong knew the truth. But she didn't seem to want to reconcile with Bai Yihan. In the past, Song Qingnan would have sided with his sister. But after meeting Bai Yihan in the army and experiencing years of marching and fighting together, he knew he was a responsible and caring man. His sister would be happy with him. This question from Song Qingnan also put Bai Yihan in a difficult spot. In the past, he didn't need to do anything. He just had to stand in front of her. But now, she seemed to have lost the love she once had for him. Song Qingnan saw that he was silent and asked again, "Does the person in the palace know about my sister's situation?" Bai Yihan suddenly looked sharp and stood up quickly. "I need to go to the palace." Then he looked at Song Qingnan and said, "You should leave quickly. Don't let your sister find out." After saying this, he flashed and flew down, disappearing in an instant. All that was left was Song Qingnan alone on the roof in the wind, feeling confused. He twitched his mouth and muttered to himself, "Brother-in-law, my sister is so smart. She probably already knows we're working together." He shook his head and quickly returned to his own house. As soon as he landed, Song Qinglong opened the door. She had been awake all night and was already a little dazed. The sudden scare made her heart race. She glared at Song Qingnan. "Why are you flying around the house like a swallow?"
You scared me to death.
Song Qingnan also looked at her and saw her dark circles and tired look, which made him panic. "Sister, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" Song Qinglong frowned irritably and replied, "No sleep, just had a bad dream." "Bad dream? What did you see?" Thinking of Bai Yihan in her dream, she didn't want to talk about it and waved her hand. "It's nothing, just some unlucky thing." After saying this, she turned and headed to the front hall. Song Qingnan stood there, thinking quietly. Could that unlucky thing she mentioned be what he was thinking? He looked at the neighboring King Han's mansion and thought, things really do get complicated. At the breakfast table, everyone was busy eating. The cook at the general's house was good, and the two little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, ate happily. Only Song Qinglong seemed uninterested. She even asked her maid to prepare a strong cup of tea. Old Lady Song looked at her worriedly. "Lan, why are you drinking such strong tea so early?" Lu Guixia also said, "Lan, your face doesn't look good. Did you not sleep well last night?" "Yes," Song Qinglong nodded, took a sip of tea, and said, "Tea helps me stay alert." Song Qingdong frowned and said, "Sister, maybe you should rest at home today and take a nap. Don't go to the shop." When she heard about sleeping, she immediately refused, thinking of the face in her dreams. She quickly waved her hand. "No, I can't. I drew a lot of pictures last night, and I need to go to Xingyue Pavilion today." "All right, I'll go first." As she spoke, Song Qinglong stood up. Before leaving, she specifically reminded the two little ones, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, "You two, stay at home and behave. Don't cause trouble, understand?" "Yes, we understand, Mother." "Yes, we understand, Mother." The two replied in unison, looking obedient and sensible. No matter how you looked at them, their cute and thoughtful appearance made Song Qinglong worry even more. As soon as Song Qinglong left the general's residence, she saw Bai Yihan coming out from the King of Han's residence at the same time. Their eyes met, and Song Qinglong's heart suddenly jumped. Bai Yihan was dressed in a dark-colored robe with a purple-gold crown on his head, looking confident and handsome. In all these years, she had never seen such a handsome man. She was instantly captivated. Bai Yihan was very pleased with her reaction when she looked at him. It reminded him of the old days with the former Song Qinglong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slightly curl his lips into a charming smile and said, "Madam, you." Song Qinglong quickly regained her composure. Realizing she had been a bit out of line, she felt a little annoyed. She slightly frowned her delicate brows, didn't look at Bai Yihan again, and directly boarded her carriage, riding away confidently. Han Fei stood behind Bai Yihan, watching Song Qinglong's carriage go farther and farther away. Without fear, he said, "Prince, the princess doesn't want to talk to you at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a strong, cold aura envelop him. He turned his head and saw Bai Yihan looking at him with a cold face, a sinister smile on his lips. Han Fei, don't you want any mouth anymore?
Ah,
Why is the carriage taking so long? Prince, I'll go check. After speaking, Han Fei ran off hurriedly. He was really worried that if he was a moment late, his mouth might be cut off. As Bai Yi Han stepped into the palace, news of his arrival spread quickly inside. This was Bai Yi Han's first time entering the palace, and it was also the first time the palace people saw the legendary Cold Prince. The older palace women knew a little about his background, but the young maids and eunuchs were very curious and kept pestering the older palace women to tell stories. Granny Rong, please tell us about this Cold Prince. Yes, I'm so curious. When I first entered the palace, I heard that Empress Chen's son was born and died right after birth. Yes, I also heard that. Now they say he was lost among the common people and has suddenly been found again. Is this Cold Prince really a prince? This concerns the royal bloodline. It can't be false. The Cold Prince's identity is definitely true. I heard he has a birthmark, and the emperor recognized him because of it. If he really is a prince, what exactly happened back then? Yes, Mammy Rong, please tell us quickly. I'm so anxious. Mammy Rong's hair is already gray. She is an elder in the palace. She has served since the emperor was a child. She has seen and experienced many things in the palace. Seeing how curious the young maids and eunuchs are, she smiled and said, "All right, I'll tell you a little, but just one thing. After you hear it, that's all. Don't spread it around, or your lives might be in danger." The young maids and eunuchs nodded quickly. We understand. We'll be careful. Back then, Empress Chun was very favored in the palace, of course. She still enjoys the emperor's favor now. At that time, the current empress wasn't the empress yet. Both Empress Chun and the then foster mother of the emperor were pregnant with royal heirs. The emperor said that whoever bore a son first would be made empress. One young maid couldn't wait and asked, "So, who had the son first?" Another maid tapped her on the head and laughed. "Are you silly? Since the empress is already the empress, it's obvious she's the one who bore the son first." Not quite. Mammy Rong smiled meaningfully. Actually, it was Empress Chun who bore the prince. But when she was giving birth, she was too exhausted and fainted after the delivery. When she woke up, she heard that the prince had died. Really? The young maids and eunuchs were all confused. So, was the prince born by Empress Chun dead, or did he disappear? Mammy Rong smiled mysteriously. The prince born to Empress Chun had a red birthmark on his arm, but the dead prince did not. So, both the empress and the emperor knew that the dead prince was a fake. So, someone had tampered with it, swapped the prince. Who would dare do such a bold thing? This is a prince.
could it be
The Empress Dowager? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became nervous and looked toward the young palace maid who had spoken. Nanny Rong gave her a warning look and said in a serious tone, "Be careful what you say." The young maid immediately covered her mouth and nervously said, I didn't say anything. Sighing again, Nanny Rong continued, "The next day, the Empress Dowager also gave birth to a son. At that time, concubine Chun was ill from losing her child. The Empress Dowager's family was very powerful, and the emperor was worried she might harm concubine Chen. So, as previously discussed, she was made empress. So, it seems the emperor really favors concubine Chen. Yes, since then, concubine Chen has been unwell and has not had any more children. Actually, over the years, the emperor has secretly been searching for the whereabouts of Lord Han. Then, it seems Lord Han is the firstborn prince. Could it be that he's returning to become the heir?" "Shut up." Nanny Rong scolded the little. "You can't say things like that, or you'll risk your life. Let's stop here. Everyone disperse and get back to work." Bai Yi Han went straight to concubine Chen's spring welcome palace. On the way, all the maids and eunuchs were intimidated by his strong presence. Especially the young maids, seeing how handsome he was, they all blushed. Zhao Rahai stood at the palace gate and saw Bai Yi Han's figure, immediately smiling and rushing forward. Prince, you're finally here. When the Empress heard you were coming, she was so happy. Bai Yihan nodded lightly and walked inside. Zhao Rahai quickly followed, while Han Fei stayed outside the gate. Zhao Rahai led the way and called into the palace. Madam, the prince is here. The prince is here. In the main hall of Spring Welcome Palace, a graceful and noble woman sat on a soft couch. It was Concubine Chen, the lady of the palace. She was dressed in luxurious clothes made from the finest fabrics, brought as tribute to the palace. Although she was nearly 40, she was well-maintained, with no visible signs of aging. Her beauty was still striking, charming like a flower, full of grace and charm. When Concubine Chen heard Zhao Rahai say Bai Yihan had arrived, she eagerly stood up. An attendant, Guizhi, helped her as she stepped down from the couch.
Royal sang.
As soon as Bai Yihan entered, he quickly bowed and said, "Your son greets Mother Empress." Princess Chen immediately held his hand and looked very happy, saying, "We are all family here, no need for formalities. Let Mother Empress have a good look at you." Bai Yihan raised his head and looked at the magnificent palace, which was beautifully decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, shining with gold and jade. Every piece of furniture and decoration was priceless, showing how much the mistress of the palace was favored. Bai Yihan had a natural aura of royalty. Even in such a luxurious palace, he did not seem out of place. He even had a natural, captivating glow. The young maids in the Chunying Palace couldn't help but look at him a few more times, blushing and feeling excited. Guizhi Gugu, an older lady in the palace, saw the maids losing their composure and felt a little annoyed. She gave Zhao Rahai a look. He was very perceptive and understood immediately, so he called the young maid serving in the main hall outside. Only Guizhi Gugu stayed inside to serve. Then Princess Chen immediately pulled Bai Yihan to sit beside her. Bai Yihan quietly withdrew his hand and sat in the lower seat according to the rules. Guizhi Gugu quickly offered hot tea. "Prince, please have some tea."
Bai Yihan nodded.
Princess Chen watched him quietly, increasingly pleased and satisfied with her son. Bai Yihan took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and looked at Princess Chen, saying, "Your son returned to the imperial city and handled some trivial matters at home. I only just came to visit Mother Empress today. I hope you can forgive me." Princess Chen was overjoyed to see her biological son again and wouldn't blame him. She smiled and said, "Since we parted at the border town, Mother Empress has been hoping you would return soon. A few days ago, I heard your father say that the border town was under heavy attack, which frightened Mother Empress. Luckily, with the Buddha's protection, you returned safely." At this point, Guizhi Gugu couldn't help but speak up, saying, "Your Highness, you don't know. During that time, the Empress ate vegetarian and recited Buddhist scriptures every day just to ensure your safe return." Seeing her master looking thinner because of this, Guizhi Gugu felt a pang of sympathy. Bai Yihan slightly frowned and looked at Princess Chen, saying, "Mother Empress, you worried me." "Oh, enough of that. By the way, royal son, when you came to the palace, did you visit your father and return safely?" Bai Yihan remained calm and replied peacefully, "No." Princess Chen and Aunt Guizhi exchanged a glance, nervously saying, "Child, why didn't you go to your father first?"
This.
At that moment, a calm and commanding voice sounded outside the hall. "In the eyes of our son, your mother is more important than I am." Then, a tall man dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe entered, the current Emperor Jing Guangyi. Everyone immediately bowed in respect. Jing Guangyi helped Princess Chen to stand and said, "My love, no need for formalities." He then looked at Bai Yihan with a serious, yet gentle expression. Worried that Jing Guangyi might be upset, Princess Chen said, "Your Majesty, the prince didn't come to pay his respects first when he entered the palace. He clearly doesn't know proper manners. I will teach him well in the future." "There's no need," Jing Guangyi said, pulling Princess Chen's hand and sitting on a soft couch. "I allowed him to do that. I know you've been worried about him, so before returning to the palace, I told the prince to come see you first. When I found out he had entered the palace, I came straight to Chun Palace. Jing Guangye's words were partly sincere and partly false. In this vast palace, from the moment Bai Yi Han stepped through the gates, countless eyes were watching him. Where he went first was very important to some people. If he had gone to see the emperor first, it would suggest he had some thoughts about the throne. Jing Guangyi already understood Bai Yi Han's intentions. He was not interested in the throne. He saw that Bai Yi Han was a rare talent, and he trusted him with the kingdom. Since Bai Yi Han had no such ambitions, Jing Guangyi saw no need to force him. After all, their family was rare and precious, and they should enjoy this hard-won reunion. However, Princess Chen did not think the same way. When she heard that the emperor had asked Bai Yi Han to come to Chun Palace first, her face changed slightly, and she secretly planned something. Aunt Guizhi, who understood her master's mind well, guessed Princess Chen's thoughts. But now that the emperor was nearby, it was better to hold back some thoughts. So, Aunt Guizhi stepped closer and reminded her, "Madam, the prince has come to the palace after a long time. Why not have lunch together here today?" Princess Chen immediately regained her composure and said, "You're right. Quickly, tell the servants to prepare some food." "There's no need." Jing Guangye suddenly stopped Guizhi Auntie, who was about to turn away. He looked at Consort Chen and said, "When I came earlier, I already ordered the kitchen to prepare lunch. It will be delivered here soon, and we can eat together." Consort Chen immediately smiled happily. The emperor is so thoughtful. Soon after, the kitchen sent a table full of dishes. Consort Chen quickly started serving food for them both. "Your Majesty, this is your favorite 8 treasures duck." She looked at Bai Yi Han and said, "Son Yu." After many years apart, she, as his mother, didn't even know what her son liked to eat. Bai Yi Han quickly responded to ease the awkwardness, "Mother, I can serve myself." "All right." Consort Chen smiled awkwardly and put down her chopsticks. Then Bai Yi Han took a piece of fish from the pickled vegetable fish dish and tasted it carefully. Jing Guangye's eyes brightened and asked, "Son, how is it? Is it delicious?" Bai Yi Han, who had fought in many battles, was used to simple food and didn't care much about the taste. But this pickled vegetable fish was truly impressive to him. He nodded and said, "Yes, the palace chef's skills are truly remarkable. This pickled vegetable fish tastes excellent." Jing Guangye smiled mysteriously and said, "Actually, this pickled vegetable fish isn't made by the palace chef." Consort Chen immediately understood. She looked at Jing Guangye with concern and asked, "Your Majesty, you're not ordering takeout again, are you?" "Takeout?"
Bai Yi Han forvnet in konfusjon.
Jing Guangye held Consort Chen's hand and gave her a reassuring look before explaining to Bai Yi Han, "Son, you've been away from the palace for many years. During these years, a remarkable woman appeared in the palace city, known as Miss Song. She runs a restaurant on Huan Street called Yunlai Tower, and the food there is very delicious. The most important thing is she started a delivery service. People can order food from home, and someone will deliver it to them. When the palace gets tired of eating the usual dishes, I also order a few to try." Hearing Yunlai Tower and Miss Song, Bai Yi Han immediately thought of Song Qinglan. Hearing how impressive and praised his wife was made him feel happy inside. Looking at the pickled vegetable fish again, he found it even more delicious. So Bai Yi Han took another piece of fish and ate it happily. The Princess Chen was still worried and held Jing Guangye's hand, saying, "Your Majesty, the food outside is from unknown sources. If you keep eating it and someone has tampered with it, what will happen? Beloved, don't worry. I don't eat outside every day. It's just an occasional treat to change the taste," Jing Guangye explained with a smile. "Besides, today our son entered the palace, which makes me happy. Look, this is just right for his appetite." Jing Guangye successfully diverted Princess Chen's attention. She looked at Bai Yi Han almost finishing the entire plate of pickled fish and immediately said, "Son, don't eat so much. Try some other dishes too." Frowning slightly, she whispered, "That girl's Song doesn't seem to have a good background. A woman showing her face in business. She probably isn't a well-behaved person." Hearing this, Bai Yi Han was unhappy. He was very protective of his wife and immediately put down his chopsticks, saying, "Mother, you." Before he finished, Jingguangyi spoke first. "Beloved, you're mistaken about Miss Song. She is an innocent girl. She has a close relationship with Wei Zilong, the governor of the city. I heard that she cured his wife's infertility. She often cooks at the governor's mansion, and her cooking skills are said to be excellent. She can also practice medicine?" Bai Yihan asked in shock. He had known Song Qinglan for a long time, but never knew she was skilled in medicine. Jingguangyi nodded with a smile. "Yes, so Miss Song is truly a remarkable woman." A gentle warmth flickered in Bai Yihan's eyes. "Exactly. Oh, by the way, son, if you like these dishes, you can also go to Yunlai Tower to try them when you live outside the palace. I heard their food is plentiful and delicious." Bai Yihan slightly curled his lips into a teasing smile and said, "I will definitely go try it." At this moment, Princess Chen's face suddenly changed, and she interrupted their conversation immediately. "Your Majesty, I do not agree with that. The palace's chefs are carefully selected. Their cooking skills cannot be worse than those at Yunlai Tower. If our son wants good food, he should come to the palace more often." Jingguangyi gently pinched her chin and said with a smile, "You just want our son to come to the palace often to be with you, right?" Princess Chen smiled charmingly and said, "Your Majesty, we finally recognized our son. Don't you want to see him more?"
Yes.
Jingguangyi nodded and said, "The future is long. Let's eat well first." During this lunch, the three of them ate and talked until the afternoon before it finally ended. If it weren't for an urgent matter that the previous emperor needed Jingguangyi to handle, this gathering might have lasted longer. Bai Yihan saw Jingguangyi leave and also stood up. "Mother Empress, it's getting late. I should go back now." Empress Chen looked at him with a sad face. She held Bai Yihan's hand and said, "Time flies so fast. I haven't had a good chance to talk to you." Guizhi Aunt immediately smiled and said, "Your Majesty, it's not that hard. Now that the war has ended, the prince will settle in the imperial city. If you want to see him later, you can call him into the palace or visit the Hanwang residence." Yes, Guizhi is right. How could I forget that?" Then Empress Chen smiled at Bai Yihan. "Be careful on your way back." "I understand, Mother Empress."
Take care.
Bai Yihan bowed again and then turned to leave the Yingchun palace. After seeing Bai Yihan off, Empress Chen's face turned very grim. Guizhi Aunt saw this and said, "Your Majesty, you haven't rested in the afternoon. You must be tired. Let me help you inside to rest." She helped Empress Chen into the inner room. Empress Chen lay on the noble consort's chair, massaging her swollen forehead. "Guizhi, what do you think the emperor meant by what he said today?" Guizhi immediately reached out her hands to massage her temples to relieve her. "Are you talking about the Hanwang?" "Yes, the emperor said he asked the prince to come to Yingchun Palace first and mentioned he would live outside the palace in the future." "Does that mean the emperor really has no intention of making the prince the crown prince? But back then, it was clearly my son who was the eldest son, so he should be the current crown prince." Guizhi frowned slightly and said, "Your Majesty has loved you for many years and naturally, he would treat the Hanwang differently. Maybe the emperor has other plans. No matter what the emperor's plans are, I must think of my son." Then Empress Chen slightly squinted her eyes and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips. "The emperor's favor? What does that matter? Now, the empress and Prince Li's power are growing stronger. The officials in the court support Prince Li as the heir. The empress has always seen me as a thorn in her side. If they really get what they want one day, will my son and I still have a place in this palace? She has survived in the palace for so long and has seen through many things. Now, her life depends only on the emperor's favor. The emperor's harem has 3,000 beauties, but she is aging and may lose his favor at any time. When that happens, she won't have much time left to live. Therefore, she can only rely on her own son." Guizhi also understands this truth. She softly said, "Madam, since the empress is now very powerful, we should help the prince build his own influence." Consort Chen suddenly opened her eyes and came up with a plan. She smiled and said, "The Empress has always relied on her family's power to suppress me. Since that's the case, let's find a strong and influential wife for the prince to help him gain more support. Guizhi, I leave this to you. Start looking for a suitable daughter of a high-ranking official." Bai Yi Han stepped out of the Ying Chun Palace gates and took a deep breath. He is not good at socializing, and now that Consort Chun is so friendly to him, he feels a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, Han Fei immediately came over. "Prince, you finally came out." Han Fei had been waiting outside for several hours. Luckily, Xiao Ruahai was still capable and brought him some snacks to fill his stomach. Bai Yi Han gave him a faint look and said, "Let's go back to the mansion." Then he walked quickly ahead.
Han Fei lukket curious.
"Prince, wait for me." Usually, his prince is very calm, so why is he in such a hurry today? Bai Yi Han slightly frowned, ignoring Han Fei behind him, and kept walking fast. They had just talked about Song Qinglan, but now his mind was entirely on his wife. He just wanted to go back quickly to see her. Xingyu Pavilion. Near evening, Song Qingdong arrived at Xingyu Pavilion. There were still a few noble ladies inside, and Li Xiuxiu was busy arranging new clothes at the front. When she turned around and saw Song Qingdong looking at her with a gentle face, she smiled shyly and happily said, "Qingdong ji." Wei Minji and He Hai Ling then noticed his arrival. They looked at each other and teased, "Oh, Qingdong is here. Are you here to see Lan Lan or Xiuxiu?" Li Xiuxiu's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She looked nervously at Wei Minji and He Hai Ling and hurriedly said, "Annie, what are you talking about?" Over the years, Song Qingdong has become more handsome and looks more mature and steady. Regarding teasing the two aunts-in-law, he was now able to handle it calmly and chuckled softly, saying, "Big aunt and second aunt, Xiuxiu has a shy face, so please don't tease her. By the way, we plan to have hot pot at the general's residence tonight. I'm here to pick up my sister and you all." He intentionally glanced at Li Xiuxiu. Wei Minji and He Hailing, both perceptive, naturally saw Song Qingdong's intentions and the reference to you all, which almost explicitly pointed to Li Xiuxiu. They looked at each other and smiled, choosing not to expose him, instead politely refusing, "No, our uncles have already prepared dinner at home. Next time, you all can come back to our grandfather's house, and your uncles will make delicious food for you siblings." Afterward, He Hailing looked at Li Xiuxiu and said, "Xiuxiu, Qingdong is here, so why not join the fun?" Li Xiuxiu blushed slightly while dressing a mannequin doll, whispering, "I haven't finished my work here yet." Their shy behavior made these elders anxious. Wei Minji stepped forward, took Li Xiuxiu's hand, and pulled her along, saying, "Don't worry, we are watching here." Song Qingdong smiled slightly, holding Li Xiuxiu's hand, and said, "Let's go. Let's call sister together." Then he led Li Xiuxiu towards Song Qinglan's inner room. Wei Minji and He Hailing watched from behind, both with amused smiles. He Hailing nudged Wei Minji's arm and said happily, "Sister-in-law, it looks like we'll be attending a wedding soon." "Who says not? Xiuxiu is clever and gentle, and Qingdong is a perfect match for her." Li Xiuxiu, feeling shy, looked at Song Qingdong and said, "Qingdong, my palms are sweating." Song Qingdong smiled and released her hand, saying, "Big aunt and second aunt just like joking. Don't take it to heart." Li Xiuxiu blushed and nodded shyly. "By the way, Xiuxiu, did my sister seem different today?" Song Qingdong was still a bit worried about Song Qinglan. During breakfast this morning, he noticed she looked tired and worried she might have encountered something upsetting.
"Qinglan."
Li Xiuxiu frowned slightly but suddenly brightened and said, "Actually, she was a bit different today."
"How so?"
She drew many sketches and kept drinking tea, one cup after another, saying it was to stay alert because she was afraid of falling asleep. Drinking tea? To stay alert? Song Qingdong furrowed his brows deeply, unable to understand why he felt this way. Suddenly, the door opened and Song Qinglan came out from inside. Seeing the two people at the door, she asked with confusion, "What are you two whispering about here?" Li Xiuxiu immediately replied, Oh, we were talking about you. We were talking about having hot pot tonight. Song Qingdong interrupted her before she finished speaking. Li Xiuxiu looked at him with a puzzled expression, unsure why he was lying. Song Qingdong secretly shook his head at her, and she stopped questioning. Then he looked at Song Qinglan and said, "Sister, can you leave now? Everyone is waiting at home." "All right, let's go." Song Qinglan and Li Xiuxiu sat in the carriage. As soon as they got on, Song Qinglan started to feel sleepy. Li Xiuxiu looked worried and whispered, "Qinglan, are you too tired today? Maybe you should rest for a while." "Sleep?" Hearing the word sleep, Song Qinglan immediately became more alert. She shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake, and said, "I'm not sleepy, I'm not tired." Her reaction made Li Xiuxiu even more curious, and she suddenly understood why Song Qingdong was worried. The carriage quickly returned to the general's residence. Song Qingdong helped both of them down from the carriage one by one. The three of them entered the residence together. Just as they reached the door, Song Qinglan suddenly sensed two more figures nearby. She turned her head and saw Bai Yihan and Han Fei. Bai Yihan was looking at her with a teasing expression. Song Qinglan was shocked and opened her mouth. "You." Han Fei immediately greeted politely, "Princess, Mr. Song." Not knowing how to address Li Xiuxiu, he nodded toward her. Song Qinglan's face darkened, and she glared at Han Fei, saying, "Who are you calling princess? Don't bark like a dog."
Ah, Han Fei looked awkwardly at Bai Yihan.
Seeing that Bai Yihan didn't respond, he nodded towards Song Qinglan and said, "Yes, I was wrong. Don't call me subordinate. I'm not your master." Song Qinglan frowned and asked Bai Yihan, "What are you doing here?" She was really starting to get a headache. Dreaming about him was one thing, but seeing him in real life was another kind of torment. Bai Yihan's deep, dark eyes looked at her with a gentle smile. Qingnan said, "He's inviting me for hot pot tonight." This brat. Song Qinglan muttered softly to herself, and then walked inside on her own. As a member of the Song family, Song Qingdong knew he shouldn't neglect proper hospitality. He smiled at Bai Yihan and extended his hand. "Prince, please." Bai Yihan nodded, and also entered the general's residence. Li Xiuxiu watched in surprise and grabbed Song Qingdong's hand. "Brother Qingdong, what's going on? I don't understand." Song Qingdong gently tapped her forehead and looked at her affectionately. "You're always so slow to understand." Song Qinglan stormed into the room, looking angry. In the main hall, the smell of hot pot filled the air. Song Qingbei and his brothers happily arranged side dishes on the table. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, the little kids, were helping too. They were the first to notice Song Qinglan.
"Ha, Mom.
You're back." Seeing Bai Yihan walking in behind her, Song Xingyue smiled brightly, like a happy bird, and ran to his feet. "Daddy, you came with Mom too?"
No.
Song Qinglan quickly replied, as if explaining to everyone in the room. "We met at the door." Then she looked at Song Qingnan. "I heard you invited him?" "Well, brother-in-law." Before Song Qingnan could finish, Song Qinglan shot him a cold look and stopped him. She quickly changed her words. "The prince is not used to eating alone at the palace. When we fought together, we always ate from the big pot. So I invited him to join us." Bai Yihan looked at Grandma Song sitting at the main seat. "Grandmother, am I disturbing you?" At this point, no one would dare to send Bai Yihan away. Grandma Song stood up and smiled. "No, it's lively with more people. Prince, please take a seat here." "No need. I'll sit here," he said naturally, sitting next to Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan immediately straightened up and subtly shifted her position away. Seeing this, Song Xingyue happily moved the small stool next to her to Bai Yihan's side and said with a smile, "I want to sit next to Daddy." It's true, daughters are their father's little comfort. Song Qinglan secretly shook her head in helplessness. It seemed this girl preferred her real father over her mother. The Song family was initially a bit tense because of Bai Yihan's arrival. After everyone started eating hot pot, they all relaxed and focused only on eating, ignoring the presence of the prince. Suddenly, Song Qingbei stood up, picked up a plate of lamb from afar, and was about to add it to the hot pot. "Don't add the lamb," Song Qinglan quickly stopped him. Don't add the lamb. Song Qingnan also stood up and reached out to stop him. They said the same thing at the same time. As soon as they spoke, Song Qinglan froze, not knowing why she instinctively blurted it out. Song Qingnan took the lamb plate from Song Qingbei and explained, "The prince can't eat lamb." "Fourth brother, I told you not to buy lamb."
"Ah,
"I forgot," he replied. "So that's the reason." Only then did Song Qinglan realize that Bai Yihan couldn't eat lamb. But how did she know that herself? Could it be that her body's instinctive reaction was so strong that it could control her thoughts? Seeing Song Qinglan still so concerned about him, Bai Yihan felt happy. He suddenly moved closer to her, looked into her eyes, and softly said in a voice only they could hear, "Qinglan, you still have my place in your heart." That one sentence instantly made Song Qinglan's mind explode. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said, "I'm full." After saying that, she turned and left, returning to her room. Song Qinglan closed the door tightly, sat in front of her dressing table, and saw her cheeks slightly reddened. She grabbed the mirror tightly and said to her reflection, "Song Qinglan, it's you who likes him, not me. Don't influence me anymore." After saying that, she placed the mirror on the table, climbed onto her bed, and covered her head to sleep. Unavoidably, she dreamed of Bai Yihan again. He had a teasing smile on his face, handsome, a little devilish, a little gentle, that made her heart race. His gentle voice whispered, "Qinglan, you still have my place in your heart."
"No."
Song Qinglan shouted and woke up from her dream. She touched her cheek, which was burning hot. She got out of bed alone, took a few sips of cold water, but it didn't help. She then opened the door and went to the front yard. The cool night breeze gently blew, and the heat on her face finally began to fade. Song Qinglan sighed softly. "It seems I can't sleep tonight either." Suddenly, the door of the next room opened. Song Qingdong came out and saw Song Qinglan in the yard and asked sister, "What's wrong?" Song Qinglan turned around and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I was just dreaming and came out to get some fresh air." Her tone sounded casual, but Song Qingdong still sensed she was hiding something heavy in her heart. The two sat on stone benches in the yard. Song Qingdong asked, "Sister, you can't sleep so late. Is it because of Prince Han?" He had already noticed her unusual mood during dinner. Song Qinglan frowned and looked seriously at Song Qingdong. She asked Qingdong, "Did I really like Bai Yihan a lot before?" Song Qingdong was caught off guard. After he recovered, he said, "Sister, I only know that on your wedding day, you were very happy. You even said it was the happiest day of your life." Song Qinglan nodded thoughtfully and mumbled, "It seems she really liked him." "Sister? What are you talking about?" "Nothing, nothing. It's late now. You should go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow to go to the shop." Song Qingdong stood up and said, "All right, sister. It's late, you should sleep now." "Yes, okay." For several days, Song Qinglan was haunted by bad dreams. She couldn't take it anymore, so she took out paper and pen and made a remedy for herself. One morning, Song Qinglan left early, carrying the remedy to Yanlu Alley to find Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang looked at the remedy with a troubled expression, but still took her pulse. He frowned and said, "Miss Song, you're skilled in medicine, but if you drink this remedy, you'll definitely have trouble sleeping. Your body probably can't handle it." Song Qinglan's eyes were dark, but she persisted. She said, "It's fine. Just prepare the medicine for me according to the recipe." After taking the medicine package, she quickly left Yanlu Alley. When she returned to the general's residence, she saw two familiar figures at the gate of Prince Han's house. A man and a woman were arguing with Han Fei at the entrance. Song Qinglan squinted her eyes to look closer. It was Jiang Chuilian from the Bai family and Bai Yang, the mother and son. She smiled faintly and sneered inwardly. Looks like the Bai family has finally come knocking. Bai Yang, the adopted son of the Bai family, was a lost prince. This news had long spread through Yonghe Lane. Knowing the Bai family's greed and love of small gains, Song Qinglan had long expected that Jiang Chuilian would miss this chance to seek profit and would come to flatter them. Han Fei has fought in wars for many years and has killed many enemies. When facing opponents, he always uses his weapons directly and never wastes words. Now, dealing with this pair of stubborn mother and son is even more uncomfortable than fighting. Jiang Xuelian ignores Han Fei's dark expression and keeps pestering him, saying, "Young man, I really am your lord's foster mother. I raised him with my own hands, from diapers to now. Please let me see the lord." Bai Yehe also becomes more brazen and says, "I advise you to let us in quickly. Otherwise, if I see my big brother the lord, I will tell him everything right in front of you, and you'll be in trouble." Humph. As he speaks, Bai Yehe loses patience and plans to bypass Han Fei and walk directly into the mansion. However, just as he moves, 2 guards at the gate of the Cold King's residence step forward with swords drawn, blocking his way. Seeing the shining swords and the cold, murderous looks in the guards' eyes, Bai Yehe immediately becomes timid. He quickly hides behind Jiang Xuelian and asks Han Fei Yu,
What do you mean by this?
Han Fei sighs impatiently, gives a signal to the 2 guards, who then step back to the gate. He looks coldly at the persistent mother and son and says, "I've already told you, the Lord is busy with official duties and cannot see anyone at will. You should go back now." In the past, he would have simply driven them away without wasting time. But now, the imperial city and the military camp are different. His lord has just returned, and who knows how many eyes are watching him make mistakes. He doesn't want to cause trouble for his master. Jiang Xuelian is very thick-skinned. She also has a clear mind and knows that if they give up now, they will have even less chance to see Bai Yi Han in the future. So, she plans to be shameless and stubborn. As the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling face. Jiang Xuelian smiles warmly, steps close to Han Fei, and says, "Young man, I really am the Cold King's foster mother. Please be kind and help us pass a message inside. If I really don't want to see him, I'll leave immediately. What do you think?" Han Fei remains cold and says, "It's not that I don't want you to see the Lord. The Lord is really not in the residence right now."
Hey.
"No, Jiang Chui," Lian still refused to give up. Suddenly, she saw Song Qinglan passing by the gate on her way back to the general's residence. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly came up with an idea. She called out to Song Qinglan, "Hey."
Qinglan. Song Qinglan.
Then she turned to Han Fei and smiled, "Little brother, wait for me. I'll find a witness for you." After saying that, Jiang Chui Lian ran up to Song Qinglan. "Why are you calling more and more loudly?" Song Qinglan rolled her eyes at her and thought to herself, "Of course, for someone like you, the farther away the better." Before Song Qinglan could react, Jiang Chui Lian pulled her to the front of the Cold King's residence.
Zeluten. Song Qinglan Frauen.
"What are you doing? Let go of me." Jiang Chui Lian smiled again and looked at Han Fei, saying, "This is the wife I married for the prince earlier. She can prove that I am truly the prince's adoptive mother." Then she winked at Song Qinglan, "Right? Say something quickly." Since Song Qinglan appeared in front of her, Han Fei instinctively straightened his back, feeling like he was facing a great threat.
"Princess."
Han Fei started to speak, but was glared at by Song Qinglan. He quickly changed his words, "Miss Song, you see." Seeing Jiang Chui Lian's expectant little eyes, Song Qinglan coldly turned her face away and replied, "I don't know them." Jiang Chui Lian's smile froze on her face. She was furious and shouted loudly, "No. Song Qinglan, how can you tell lies with your eyes open? You wicked woman. I think you're doing this on purpose." Bai Yihe, who was nearby, was so anxious he jumped and reached out to hit Song Qinglan. At this moment, a cold, magnetic voice came from the prince's residence. "What's all the noise?" Then a handsome and elegant figure in black appeared before everyone. Bai Yihan was dressed in a casual black outfit, with his black hair tied with a ribbon. Despite his relaxed appearance, the powerful aura he exuded stunned everyone present. Bai Yihe was so frightened that he immediately withdrew his hand, which was about to hit Song Qinglan, and instead smiled politely. He also glared at Han Fei and muttered softly, Didn't you say the prince isn't in the residence? Why are you on duty? Han Fei was too lazy to bother with him. He nodded respectfully to Bai Yi Han and said, Your Highness. Bai Yi Han's sharp eyes flickered slightly. His gaze fell on Song Qinglan. Seeing her tired face and the medicine bag at her hand, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, Are you sick? Song Qinglan quickly hid the medicine bag behind her and looked at him. It's none of your business. After saying that, she turned and left. At this moment, Jiang Xuelian's eyes filled with tears, and she began to act out a sad scene. She lightly wiped her tears and choked out, Dahan, I can't believe you're really alive. Over the years, I have thought of you day and night, praying to the gods to keep you safe and bring you back home so our family can be together. While crying, she glared at Bai Yehe and softly said, Xiaohe, hurry and call your elder brother. Bai Yehe chuckled and immediately called out, Elder brother, Bai Yihan didn't bother to give them a single glance and directly turned to walk into the mansion. Han Fei understood the situation immediately and looked at the tense Jiang Xuelian and Bai Yehe with a displeased expression. Please go ahead. Xiaohe, let's go. Jiang Xuelian immediately smiled happily and pulled Bai Yehe along inside. Bai Yehe felt proud instantly. He raised his head, glanced at Han Fei, and confidently said, Just wait and see. Soon, my brother will make you regret it.
Meanwhile, elsewhere,
Song Qinglan did not go home. She was hiding at the gate of the general's mansion, listening to the noises nearby. She thought Bai Yihan would simply drive Jiang Xuelian and her son away. But unexpectedly, they were invited into King Han's residence. What is he planning to do? Song Qinglan muttered softly before returning to her own house. The general's mansion and King Han's residence were just separated by a high wall. Song Qinglan looked at the tall wall, feeling curious. So she went inside, brought out a ladder, placed it against the wall, and climbed up. She reached the top, slightly poked her head over, and looked into King Han's residence. She saw Bai Yihan sitting on a stone bench in the yard, with Jiang Xuelian and her son standing in front of him. Jiang Xuelian thought Bai Yihan would kindly invite them into the main hall for a proper welcome. But instead, he brought them into this courtyard, and didn't even intend to let them sit down. Most importantly, after Bai Yihan sat down, he kept wiping his sharp sword with a silk handkerchief, ignoring the mother and son as if they weren't there. Jiang Xuelian finally couldn't hold back and spoke, smiling in a pleading way.
Dahan, how dare you?
Before she finished, Han Fei coldly interrupted her. Do you have the right to call the prince by his name? Jiang Xuelian's face turned deathly pale from fear. She secretly glanced at Bai Yihan, seeing that he showed no reaction, so she bit her lip and changed her words, saying, Your Highness, we came today to… How much? Bai Yihan raised his head and interrupted her coldly.
Ah?
Jiang Xuelian was frightened by his icy stare. Her small heart started to tremble. She knew that this adopted son had a cold personality since he was young and rarely spoke with them. But even so, he had never looked at her with such a frightening gaze before. This look made her feel helpless and very scared. Bai Yihan frowned impatiently and said coldly, How much silver do you want? Bai's family was well known for being wealthy and proud. Bai Yihan knew this very well. They had come so deliberately just for money. Suddenly, Bai Yehe chuckled foolishly. Mother, look, my brother is straightforward. I told you, we should have come to see him earlier. Shut up. Jiang Xuelian scolded softly, annoyed at her foolish child. Then she smiled kindly at Bai Yihan and said, Your Highness, don't listen to his nonsense. We came today just to see you, nothing else. Bai Yihan smirked playfully. If you don't plan to ask for silver, then leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuelian's face changed. She thought to herself, why isn't he playing by the rules? She had only been polite, so shouldn't he also politely give some silver? No, if she didn't get the silver today, she wouldn't leave. So, Jiang Xuelian's eyes flickered as she pretended to be sad and pitiful, choking on her words. Your Highness, I won't hide it from you. These past few years, life at home has gotten worse every day. The pork stall business has failed, and our family of many people doesn't know what to do. 1,000 taels. Bai Yihan's thin lips parted slightly, and he calmly said 3 words. Then he turned to Han Fei behind him and said, "Go get the silver note." Jiang Zuilian and Bai Yihe were both stunned. They didn't expect Bai Yihan to be so generous. It seemed they still had room to ask for more. Soon, Han Fei brought over a silver note worth 1,000 taels. Jiang Zuilian's eyes lit up as she happily took the silver note. At this moment, Bai Yihan's cold voice sounded again, "Take this 1,000 taels. From now on, our relationship with your Bai family is over." Suddenly, Jiang Zuilian felt as if she was holding not a silver note, but a hot potato. She had originally planned to live as the adoptive mother of King Han in the future, spending her days with Bai Yihan. Now that they wanted to cut ties, it felt like she was losing a long-term source of support. She felt very unwilling inside. However, Bai Yihe, that foolish person, couldn't help but voice Jiang Zuilian's true feelings. "No, Your Highness, this is too heartless. My parents worked hard to raise you. We may not have contributed much, but we certainly suffered. Are you just going to pay us off with 1,000 taels of silver? Do you think we are beggars?" Han Fei, standing nearby, was so angry he clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, "How dare you speak to the prince like that?" He had never seen such shamelessness before. He was about to draw his sword to teach Bai Yihe a lesson when Bai Yihan's sharp gaze stopped him. Suddenly, Bai Yihan stood up. His cold, sinister eyes fixed on Bai Yihe, and a charming, evil smile appeared on his lips. He softly said, "Since you've taken the silver, it's time to settle the account properly." Bai Yihe, frightened, stepped back, feeling as if Bai Yihan was a demon ready to destroy him completely. He tried to run, but Bai Yihan slightly narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and a powerful energy blade shot out from his palm, hitting Bai Yihe's leg. He immediately fell flat on his face.
"Don't. Please.
Don't come closer.
Don't hit me."
Bai Yihe, full of fear, begged for mercy while crawling forward. Bai Yihan had no intention of letting him go easily. He raised his hand again, and several strikes of palm force hit Bai Yihe, causing him to scream in pain. Jiang Zuilian was stunned by this sudden event. When she finally reacted, Bai Yihe was crying tears of pain. She hurried forward and stood in front of Bai Yihe, shouting, "Your Highness, please have mercy. What did our little He do to offend you?" Bai Yihan withdrew his hand and sneered. "It's not him, it's your Bai family. You know very well how you treated my wife and children that day. Fortunately, Qinglan and the children are safe. Since you are my adoptive mother, I won't hit you. So, all the debts of your Bai family will be settled on him alone." After speaking, he delivered a heavy slap on Bai Yihe's body. Bai Yihe couldn't bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood.
"Ah!"
Jiang Zuilian screamed in fear, her heart breaking. "We were wrong. Please, Your Highness, spare us. Spare us, please. This White Knight Black is the only family legacy of the Bai family. If he is killed, the Bai family will be finished." Finally, Bai Yihan stopped and coldly said, "Get out of here." Hearing this, Jiang Zuilian immediately stood up, pulled Bai Yihe away, and hurriedly dragged him off. After everything was settled, Bai Yihan turned to look at the wall, a gentle smile on his face, and said to the person on the other side, "Have you seen enough?" Song Qinglan immediately bent down, whispered, "How did he find out I was spying?" Then she quietly descended the ladder. As soon as she landed, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Princess, if you want to watch, you can do so openly." Song Qinglan was startled. When she turned around, she saw Bai Yihan's handsome face enlarged, which scared her even more. She awkwardly asked, How did you come over?" Bai Yihan calmly pointed at the wall and said, "I flew over." Hearing this, Song Qinglan looked at the tall wall, twice her height, and forced a smile. "Prince, your skills are impressive." Then she turned to leave. Suddenly, Bai Yihan grabbed her arm and softly said with seriousness, "The Bai family's actions are terrible, but they once helped me. I can't completely wipe them out." Song Qinglan was slightly stunned, blinked, and a warm feeling suddenly welled up inside her. He was explaining his attitude toward the Bai family just now. Actually, after so many years, Song Qinglan had long lost any feelings for Jiang Chui Lian and the other Bai family members. As long as they didn't bother her, everything was fine. She withdrew her gaze and smiled faintly. "That's the prince's matter. No need to explain to me." Bai Yihan slightly frowned and said, "Qinglan."
Father.
Before Bai Yihan finished speaking, Song Xingyu happily ran over, followed closely by Song Xingchen, who approached with a calm and mature demeanor. Song Xingyu hugged Bai Yihan's leg, her big, bright eyes blinking, and said in a childish voice, "Father, you can fly too. You're so amazing. I want to fly too." Song Xingchen's eyes also showed admiration and said, "Father, your lightness skill is even better than Uncle Air." Watching the shining eyes of the two children, Bai Yihan for the first time felt that having strong martial arts skills was actually a pretty good thing. He bent down and picked up Song Xingyue, slightly curling his lips into a gentle smile. "All right, Daddy will take you flying." Song Qinglan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she secretly glanced at Bai Yihan in disbelief. "Flying? Is this really the cold-faced Prince Bai Yihan saying such words?" Bai Yihan had already noticed the subtle change in Song Qinglan's expression and smiled slightly. Then, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Xingchen at his feet. "And you?" Song Xingchen frowned slightly and thought for a moment. "I want to." Bai Yihan smiled, with his lips pressed together. His son's personality is just like his. So, he carried one child in each arm and jumped onto the eaves, then down, then up again and down. Song Xingyue and Song Xingchen cheered happily.
"Wow.
So high.
Wow.
I can fly too.
Daddy.
I want to keep flying. Faster." Soon, the guards in the Cold King Palace saw such an unprecedented scene. Their prince was jumping around inside the palace, holding two children. Guard A, is this really our prince? Guard B, probably, right?
But
Has the prince been stimulated somehow? Han Fei arrived just in time, looking coldly at the guards still watching Bai Yihan fly back and forth, gossiping. He sneered, "Are you bored and want to be punished?"
no. Deputy Generalan.
"Please forgive us." Han Fei scolded, "Then hurry up and do what you're supposed to." "Yes." After the guards hurriedly returned to their posts, Han Fei turned his head to look at the roof of the palace, a cold sweat breaking out. He never expected that one day, their prince's incredible martial skills would be used just to entertain children. It seems even a tough man can have tender feelings. Han Fei withdrew his gaze and decided to go to the backyard training ground to practice a few sets of boxing to relax. Meanwhile, in the general's residence, Song Qinglan looked up at Bai Yihan, who was playing wildly with the two children. She couldn't help but smile and then turned back inside to prepare medicine. Seeing her leave, Bai Yihan held the two children and stopped on the roof. Song Xingyue and Song Xingchen sat on either side of him. In April, the gentle breeze softly blew on their equally handsome faces. Song Xingyue happily swung her short legs and said, "Daddy, sitting here and watching the scenery is really nice. We can see most of the imperial city." Song Xingchen also looked very happy. "Thea, once I learn light skills, I will take you to the rooftops every day to enjoy the view." Bai Yihan felt very pleased and asked Song Xingchen, "Do you want to learn martial arts?" "Yes," Song Xingchen nodded. "Learning martial arts can make me stronger and healthier and also help protect the people I love." Bai Yihan showed admiration and reached out his big hand to pat his little head. "Good, then I will teach you in the future." "Really?" Song Xingchen was very happy. He knew Bai Yihan was very skilled in martial arts. He admired him and hoped that one day he could be like his father. But then, after a moment of joy, Song Xingchen lowered his head and secretly looked towards Song Qinglan's house. He whispered, "I'm afraid Mother might be unhappy." Song Xingchen was very thoughtful. Although Song Qinglan hadn't told them directly, he could feel that she didn't want to have too much contact with Bai Yihan. At this moment, Song Xingyue poked her head out and smiled at Song Xingchen. Don't worry, mother has been sick these days, so she hasn't had time to pay attention to you. Bai Yihan frowned and looked at Song Xingyue nervously. What happened to your mother? Song Xingyue's eyes spun around mischievously. Then she leaned close to Bai Yihan's ear and whispered, Daddy, I'll tell you secretly. Mother hasn't been sleeping well lately and keeps having bad dreams. Bai Yihan's face darkened. When did this start? Song Xingyue seriously counted on her fingers. It seems to have started after Daddy came back. Bai Yihan's face darkened further, wondering if her nightmares were caused by him. Suddenly, the voice of Song Qinglan came from the general's residence. Chen, yeah, dinner is ready, come home. Oh, okay, mother, Song Xingyue replied sweetly, then turned to Bai Yihan and said, Daddy, you're taking us back now. Song Qingnan had to go to the military camp every day for training and work. Song Qingdong's business was now spread across many industries, and he was busy every day. The other brothers also had their own busy lives. Only Song Qingxi stayed at home preparing for the upcoming imperial exam. So, only the old lady Song Qinglan, Song Qingxi, and the two little kids, Song Xingyue and Song Xingchen, were at the dinner table. Recently, however, Bai Yihan had appeared out of nowhere. Song Qinglan pouted and teased, My brother is busy every day at the military camp. The prince really is quite free. White Knight Han slightly curled the corner of his mouth and softly said, Although Qingnan is now a general, there are still things to learn. As for me, I naturally focus on family matters. After speaking, he gave Song Qinglan a meaningful look. Old Lady Song watched the two flirt and tease each other, and she couldn't help but laugh. Song Qinglan's face turned a little red. She quickly turned away and put a piece of braised pork into Song Xingyue's bowl, changing the subject. Yeah, eat your food quickly. Don't just watch Dad. Song Xingyue looked away, pouting, and said, Dad finally eats with us once in a while. Of course I want to look at him more. She then linked her arm with Bai Yihan's. Dad, you should come here to eat with us every day. Bai Yihan smiled affectionately without hesitation and agreed, Sure. No way. Song Qinglan and Bai Yihan said at the same time.
Why not?
Song Xingyue looked confused, blinking her big eyes. Suddenly, the whole dining table fell into an awkward silence. At this moment, Song Qingxi suddenly spoke, If we don't eat now, the food will get cold. Old Lady Song quickly added, Yes, eat quickly, eat quickly. This meal was the happiest for Song Xingyue. After eating, Song Xingchen helped clean up the dishes. Song Qingxi was about to take the dishes to the kitchen to wash, but Song Qinglan hurriedly stopped her. You have the imperial exam soon. Go read your books. The maidservant nearby saw Song Qinglan going to wash dishes and was frightened. She quickly stepped forward and said, Miss, let us do this rough work. Song Qinglan smiled and said, It's okay. I used to do this kind of work too. Actually, she mainly wanted to secretly drink her medicine in the kitchen. After arriving in the kitchen, she put down the dishes and poured out the herbal soup from a clay pot, drinking it all at once. As soon as she set down the bowl, a tall figure appeared before her. She was startled, patted her chest, and glared at the person in front of her. Bai Yihan, are you a cat? You walk so quietly. What are you doing here? Washing dishes? After saying that, she quietly put away the medicine bowl and went to wash it aside. Bai Yihan followed and stood behind Song Qinglan, softly saying, Qinglan, I remember you couldn't cook before. Song Qinglan's hand, washing the dishes, suddenly paused, and she whispered, People can change. She turned her head and looked deeply at Bai Yihan. Bai Yihan, I am no longer the person I used to be, do you understand? Bai Yihan slightly narrowed his eyes, feeling that her words had a hidden meaning. Song Qinglan withdrew her gaze and said while washing dishes, Also, can you stop wandering around in front of me? Bai Yihan held out his handsome face in front of Song Qinglan. You are my wife. If I don't wander around in front of you, then where? And you said you wouldn't stop me from seeing you and Chen. I didn't say I wouldn't let you see the kids. I just. As she spoke, Song Qinglun suddenly sensed something was wrong. She turned around and stared at Bai Yihan. Who said you're my wife? Bai Yihan, I told you, we are already divorced. I didn't agree. Bai Yihan sighed softly, his eyes gentle as he looked at Song Qinglun. Qinglun, when will your anger go away? The implication was, when will you come back home with me? Song Qinglun rolled her eyes, silently. Why can't I make myself clear to you? Anyway, if you're looking for a wife, find someone else.
Don't come to me.
After saying that, Song Qinglun wiped her hands and left the kitchen. Leaving Bai Yihan alone in the kitchen, he suddenly saw some medicinal dregs in the corner. His eyes darkened and he walked over. The next day, at the King Han's residence, Bai Yihan looked at the elderly man with a white beard and asked anxiously, How is it? Did you find out anything? Dr. Li held the medicinal dregs, smelling and examining them. Finally, he stroked his beard and said meaningfully, Strange, very strange indeed. What's wrong? Could it be that this medicine is for some mysterious illness? Bai Yihan immediately became tense. Dr. Li smiled and said, No need to worry, Your Highness. What I find strange is this prescription. Standing nearby, Han Fei looked confused and asked, Prescription? What's wrong with this prescription? Then, Dr. Li calmly sorted the herbs from the dregs, picked up a brush, and wrote the ingredients on paper. He held up the completed prescription and explained to Bai Yihan, actually, this medicine is just a tonic to boost alertness. But the strange thing is, the person who prescribed it is very skilled at understanding the properties of each herb, making the entire formula gentle and balanced. Even if you drink a lot, it won't harm your health and can even protect your body. It's really amazing. That day, Song Qinglun left the house a bit late. Not long after she stepped out of the general's residence, she ran into Dr. Li coming out of the King Han's residence. Dr. Li? Miss Song, hello. Song Qinglun looked at him and then at the Han Wang residence behind him. Knowing what he was about to ask, she asked, Dr. Li, why are you here? Is someone sick? She silently recalled that Bai Yihan seemed fine yesterday. Could he have fallen ill overnight? Dr. Li chuckled and waved his hand. No one is sick. His Highness Han Wang asked me to check the leftover medicine. Leftover medicine? Song Qinglun suddenly understood and remembered the medicine residue she saw yesterday in the kitchen corner.
Could it be that?
I don't know where His Highness got the medicine residue, but I can tell he was very worried about the person taking the medicine. At first, he thought it was for treating some serious illness. But it turned out to be a simple stimulant. As he spoke, Dr. Li pulled out a prescription from his pocket and excitedly handed it to Song Qinglun. Miss Song, I saw you today and thought this prescription was excellent. Would you like to take a look and study it? Hee. Song Qinglun awkwardly smiled and waved her hand. No need. This prescription was something she had written herself. Dr. Li looked at Song Qinglun's face and suddenly frowned. Hey, Miss Song, your complexion doesn't look very good.
Oh.
I haven't been sleeping well lately. Dr. Li murmured doubtfully. Why are so many people having trouble sleeping lately? Just now, His Highness asked me what medicine to use for bad dreams. Song Qinglun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She looked slightly stunned at Han Wang residence. At that moment, a voice called from afar, Qinglun sister. Song Qinglun looked up and saw a pink figure waving at her from a distance. Dr. Li nodded at Song Qinglun. Miss Song, you're busy. I'll take my leave now. All right, Dr. Li, take care. Song Qinglun approached Wu Qianqian and asked, Did you come to find me? Yes. Wu Qianqian said happily, then affectionately took Song Qinglun's hand. What's the matter? Are you here to talk about going to Yunlai Tower to eat again? Forget about eating, Wu Qianqian pouted, looking annoyed. Maybe I've been eating at Yunlai Tower too often lately. I've gained weight, and I can barely fit into last year's clothes. So today, I came to ask you to go with me to Xingyue Pavilion to get new clothes. Song Qinglun smiled. All right, let's go. There have been some new styles recently. You can see if you like them. Qinglun sister, aren't you taking a carriage? I can't sit anymore. Riding in the carriage makes me sleepy. After seeing Dr. Li off, Bai Yihan looked at the leftover medicine residues on the table, feeling a bit restless. Han Fei had been with Bai Yihan for many years, but this was the first time he saw him like this. Prince. Han Fei, why do you think Qing Lan needs to drink energizing medicine? Before Han Fei could finish speaking, Bai Yihan interrupted him. Maybe. The princess is too tired managing her business? Seeing Bai Yihan's anxious expression, Han Fei couldn't help but think to himself, worrying too much can cause confusion. That's not right. Bai Yihan squinted slightly and whispered, you said she has nightmares and can't sleep well every night. She should be taking calming medicine, so why is she drinking energizing medicine instead? Suddenly, a guard entered and whispered a few words into Han Fei's ear before leaving again. Bai Yihan's eyes darkened, and he asked, what happened? Prince, you previously said to keep an eye on the princess. The guard at the gate just reported that the princess has gone out today. I'll go out for a bit, Bai Yihan said quickly after hearing this, and he left the prince's residence swiftly. He must find out what is going on with Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan and Wu Qianqian were walking slowly along the road. During the walk, Song Qinglan had yawned countless times. When she yawned again, Wu Qianqian couldn't hold back and asked, Qinglan, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? I'm not the one who didn't sleep well. I didn't sleep at all.
Ashu.
As she spoke, Song Qinglan yawned again. It seemed she had become immune to energizing medicine. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian was surprised. You stay up all night? What are you doing? Song Qinglan couldn't tell Wu Qianqian that she dreams every time she sleeps, and in her dreams, she keeps seeing Bai Yihan. Not only that, even just hearing this makes her feel like she's being overly infatuated. So, Song Qinglan casually made up a reason to cover herself. I'm just working on some designs overnight. I tell you, wanting to earn silver is good, but you shouldn't risk your life either. In our martial world, we say, as long as the green mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. You must remember. At this point, Wu Qianqian suddenly stopped. Confused, Song Qinglan turned her head and saw Wu Qianqian's tense expression and furrowed brows. She hurriedly asked, Qianqian? What's wrong? Wu Qianqian made a gesture with her eyes and mouthed silently, someone's following us. Song Qinglan was surprised and widened her eyes. Wu Qianqian nodded gently, then quickly pulled her into a small alley beside the Star and Moon Pavilion. She pushed Song Qinglan aside and whispered, Qinglan, stay here and wait. After saying that, she turned quickly, drew a thin willow sword from her waist, and stabbed rapidly at the suddenly appearing figure in front of her. The person was very skilled in martial arts. In just a few moves, he easily dodged Wu Qianqian's attack. He didn't even carry a weapon and skillfully avoided her strikes. Finally, the man only pinched Wu Qianqian's sword making her unable to move. At this moment, they finally saw clearly who was following them. Song Qinglan looked surprised and asked, Bai Yihan? Bai Yihan calmly released his hold. Wu Qianqian retracted her sword, looking confused, and asked, Prince, why are you following me and Sister Qinglan? I thought you were a bad guy. Cough, cough. Bai Yihan felt a bit embarrassed about being mistaken for a villain. He quickly looked at Song Qinglan with his eyes and said calmly, I wasn't following you. I just came here by chance. By chance? Song Qinglan smiled and teased. Prince, are you also here at the Star and Moon Pavilion to buy clothes? Bai Yihan's shock flashed across his face. Then he nodded in agreement and said, Yes, that's right. Hee hee. Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? After saying that, she even gave Wu Qianqian a thumbs up. Your lying skills are really good. Then, Song Qinglan walked out of the alley. Wu Qianqian looked puzzled and asked Bai Yihan, Prince, what does Sister Qinglan mean? Bai Yihan didn't reply and followed after Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan was secretly muttering in her mind about Bai Yihan. When she didn't notice, she had already walked out of the alley entrance, and someone passed by. Be careful. Bai Yihan quickly stepped forward, pulling Song Qinglan back and shielding her in his arms. Song Qinglan only felt her head wobble, and she was tightly held in a warm embrace. She slightly raised her head and saw Bai Yihan's well-defined chin and his deep, caring black eyes full of worry. Song Qinglan was momentarily stunned, and her heart suddenly started pounding wildly. All this happened in just a split second. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded, "Miss." Song Qinglan quickly regained her composure, avoiding Bai Yihan's intense gaze and pushing him away. She then realized that, due to her recent actions, they had unintentionally bumped into a young woman. The young woman had a fresh, simple beauty, and perhaps she had hurt her hand, as she was frowning in pain. Song Qinglan hurried forward to help her up. "Miss, are you all right?" "Sorry, I accidentally bumped into you." The young woman smiled gently and shook her head. "It's nothing."
Don't worry about it.
Suddenly, Song Qinglan asked, "Are you here to buy clothes at Xingyue Pavilion?" The maid beside the young woman looked at Song Qinglan and complained, "Yes. We were just about to come in when you suddenly bumped into us. Luckily, my lady is fine. If not." "Qingtao, stop talking," the young woman said. Then she looked at Song Qinglan and said, "My maid is not very careful. Please don't take her words to heart." Song Qinglan smiled. "Actually, I am the manager of Xingyue Pavilion. Since we've met today, it's fate. If you're buying clothes today, I'll give you a discount." "Oh, so you're Miss Song?" "Yes, that's me. Come, I'll go in with you." Song Qinglan took her hand, and they entered Xingyue Pavilion together. Bai Yihan, who was left behind, looked pale and angry. Wu Qianqian walked past him and turned her head in confusion. "Prince, weren't you going to buy clothes? Let's go." Wei Mingji and He Hailing were busy greeting customers. When they saw Song Qinglan walking in with a woman, they were about to smile and welcome her. Suddenly, they saw Bai Yihan following right behind, and both were startled. You. Wei Mingji and He Hailing had heard that the victorious King Bai Yihan, who had returned from the battlefield, was the same as the one who died in battle. But they still hadn't fully accepted it. When they saw this familiar person appear, they felt like they had run into a ghost. Wu Qianqian also followed in and saw their pale faces, then couldn't help but laugh. "I told you, ladies, even though King Bai Yihan is here, you don't need to be so nervous. Xingyue Pavilion is a big shop after all." Only then did they come back to their senses and regain their usual composure. However, because King Bai Yihan's identity was special, he was Blue's ex-husband, they still paid attention to her attitude. So, Wei Mingji and He Hailing looked at Song Qinglan with questioning eyes. Song Qinglan remained calm and simply said, "The prince is here to buy clothes from us. Auntie and second auntie, you should take good care of him. Also, this young lady is a distinguished guest, so please treat her well." She then glanced at the young lady she had just bumped into. After explaining everything, Song Qinglan turned to go inside. Wu Qianqian chuckled softly, "I'm one of us, so I take care of myself." She looked meaningfully at Bai Yihan and followed Song Qinglan inside. Bai Yihan, left waiting, looked angry. He already had a strong presence, and now he seemed even more unapproachable. He Hailing tried to stay calm, smiled politely, and approached Bai Yihan, saying, "Prince Han, please come this way." Song Qinglan entered the room and was about to sit down when Wu Qianqian pushed the door open and came in. She slightly frowned and said, "Why did you come in? The new clothes are outside. Just pick what you like and tell second Annie." Her meaning was clear. She wanted to be left alone and not disturbed. Unfortunately, Wu Qianqian was a clumsy girl who didn't notice her surroundings. She pulled out a chair and sat beside Song Qinglan. With curiosity, she leaned in and blinked her big, round eyes, asking, "Qinglan sister, I think Prince Han is really sincere about you. Are you sure you don't want to give your relationship another try?" Song Qinglan glared at her and said, "You said it's broken already, so how can it be fixed? Besides, Suddenly, someone opened the door, interrupting her. Li Xiuxiu appeared at the door, looking worried, and said to Song Qinglan, "Qinglan sister, something's wrong." Wu Qianqian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I guess it's because of Prince Han?" "Exactly," Li Xiuxiu nodded. Song Qinglan turned slightly and looked at Wu Qianqian. Now you're suddenly smart? Then she looked at Li Xiuxiu, sighed softly, and asked, what happened? She knew that when Bai Yihan came here, trouble was bound to happen. Li Xiuxiu clenched her teeth and hesitated for a moment before slowly explaining, Prince Han wanted to buy clothes, but he wouldn't let us come close to measure him.
He said, he only wants.
She glanced secretly at Song Qinglan. Trying to hold back her anger, Song Qinglan forced a bitter smile and said, he only named me, right? Li Xiuxiu nodded with some worry and said, Qinglan's sister. That. I'll go. Song Qinglan suddenly stood up with a smile on her face and said, it's a business opportunity. Why not take it? So, in the eyes of Xiuxiu, who was shocked, and Wu Qianqian, who admired her, Song Qinglan walked out. Xiuxiu blinked, still not fully recovered. Qinglan's sister, this is. Is she being pushed into a corner? Super impressive. Wu Qianqian added, unable to help but give a thumbs up. That's my Qinglan sister. I'm going to go see what's happening. Song Qinglan entered the tailor room, where they measured guest sizes. She took the measuring tape from the clerk nearby and went straight to Bai Yihan. Before he could speak, she started measuring him, saying as she worked, height, shoulder width, chest circumference, sleeve length, waist, hip, leg length. Her movements were smooth and quick. At the end, she playfully smiled at Bai Yihan and said, Your Highness, you have a great figure. At first, Bai Yihan was surprised by her actions. When he realized he was being teased, he felt unexpectedly happy. He looked at Song Qinglan with deep eyes and smiled mischievously, saying, as long as the princess is satisfied. Somehow, when he said this, the atmosphere became a little flirtatious. Even the clerk standing nearby couldn't help but chuckle softly. Song Qinglan's face turned slightly red as she looked at the clerk and asked, Did you remember all the measurements? The clerk quickly put away his smile and replied seriously, got it. Then go ahead and bring in the catalog so the prince can choose.
Yes.
As soon as the clerk left, he saw Wu Qianqian and Xiuxiu waiting at the door. Xiuxiu looked at him with a strange smile on her face, which made her even more curious. She quickly grabbed the clerk and asked, What did Qinglan's sister and the prince do inside? Why are you smiling so strangely? The clerk couldn't help but chuckle again and said, The shopkeeper and the prince were flirting. So sweet.
Heh.
After saying that, he walked away happily. Once the clerk left, Song Qinglan casually put away the measuring tape. Bai Yihan suddenly asked, Do you usually measure others like that? Thinking about her being so close to someone else, specifically another man, made him feel angry. Song Qinglan sneered. What a joke. I am the shopkeeper, and usually the assistants take measurements. Thanks to Prince Wang, I've had a chance to act as an assistant myself. As she spoke, Song Qinglan put the rolled-up measuring tape into the compartment of the cabinet. Turning around, she saw Bai Yihan's handsome face enlarged before her. He wrapped her in his arms and slowly moved closer, pushing Song Qinglan against the wall with no way to retreat. Bai Yihan slightly curled his lips into a mischievous smile, revealing a charming yet slightly sinister grin. His voice was tempting and deep as he said, Your Highness, your treatment of me makes me feel truly honored. At that moment, the assistant who had gone to fetch the catalog returned. Li Xiuxiu immediately snatched it and said with a smile, Let me help you deliver this.
But
isn't that a bit inappropriate? No worries. Qinglan and I are very close, so it's fine. Trust me. Then Wu Qianqian opened the door to the clothing measurement room. She wanted to see what they were up to. As soon as she opened the door, Wu Qianqian was shocked by what she saw. In the corner, Song Qinglan and Bai Yihan stood very close, in a very intimate pose. Their eyes met, and Song Qinglan's face was slightly red. Anyone who saw this scene would immediately think of something else. Oh my goodness! Wu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim, her face showing a happy smile. Hearing the noise, Song Qinglan suddenly found the strength to push Bai Yihan away. When she saw it was Wu Qianqian, she felt extremely embarrassed and quickly explained, Qianqian, it's not what you think. But Bai Yihan wasn't going to let it go easily. He simply said, "That's exactly what you saw." Song Qinglan shot him a glare and whispered through clenched teeth, "Bai Yihan, are you looking for trouble?" If she had martial arts skills or could fight him, she would have slapped him against the wall right now. Wu Qianqian giggled, I understand. No need to explain." After saying that, she deliberately gave Song Qinglan a meaningful look. Song Qinglan was speechless and could only guess that the girl was thinking something inappropriate. Unfortunately, explanations only made things worse. She gave up struggling and extended her hand to Wu Qianqian, saying, "Give me the catalog." Song Qinglan took the catalog and handed it to Bai Yihan, saying, "Prince Wang, take a look and see which style you like." White Knight Han truly started flipping through the album. He looked at Song Qinglan and smiled, saying, "Won't you introduce yourself to me?" She had been in business for a long time, but now she felt that greeting customers was such a painful task. Song Qinglan clenched her teeth and blurted out, "All the clothes in this catalog are our latest new styles. If you make your first purchase here and buy 10 pieces at once, you can become a member of Xingyue Pavilion. As a member, you'll enjoy discounts on future purchases and access to more member services." "Which dress in this catalog do you think looks the best?" he asked. Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow. "All these dresses are carefully designed by me, so naturally. Each one is beautiful." White Knight Han smiled affectionately.
Good.
"Since these are the princess's creations, I will take them all." "All of them?" Wu Qianqian, who was listening nearby, gasped and swallowed nervously. "Prince, there are at least 50 sets in this catalog. You're taking them all? That's so generous." Song Qinglan quickly closed the album and smiled at White Knight Han. "This is my business. Since money is coming to me, there's no reason to refuse. Prince, please remember to settle the bill at the front desk." After saying that, she turned and left. Li Xiuxiu was already waiting outside. Song Qinglan handed her the album. "You heard everything, right? Go and arrange for the clothes." Li Xiuxiu awkwardly smiled. "Qinglan, I didn't mean to overhear." It's okay. Just get someone to make these clothes and deliver them to the Prince of Han's residence." Wu Qianqian was still in the room, stunned. She chuckled and gave White Knight Han a thumbs up, teasing, "Prince, your pursuit of your wife is quite costly." White Knight Han calmly nodded. "I have money." That day finally arrived. The day Song Qingxi was to take the Imperial Palace exam. The entire Song family woke up early and saw him off at the palace gate. Song Qingxi was dressed appropriately, wearing a white jade crown with a gray-black sash hanging down. He looked spirited and handsome, standing tall and confident. He was truly a jade-like young man, unmatched among his peers. Turning to look at Song Qinglan, who looked unwell, he asked with concern, "Sister, your complexion doesn't look good. You probably couldn't sleep again last night. You don't need to see me off. Stay at home and rest." Song Qinglan smiled.
I'm fine.
"I just thought you'd be too excited about the Imperial exam today, so I couldn't sleep." At this moment, Song Qidong hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly, or we'll be late." So, the family hurried with 2 carriages toward the palace. The carriages stopped at the palace gate, and everyone got out. Servants and common people were not allowed inside the palace. Song Qingxi waved goodbye to her family and entered through the palace gate. Suddenly, Song Qingbei tugged at Song Qinglan's arm and said, "Hey, sister, look. Isn't that Prince Han?" Everyone looked in the direction of Song Qingbei's gaze and saw Bai Yihan entering the palace through a different gate. That gate was specifically for the royal family. Song Qingyuan looked confused and said, "The clothes Prince Han is wearing look very familiar." Song Qingdong added, "That's the attire from Xingyue Pavilion." Hearing this, the family members all looked at Song Qinglan. She remained calm and replied, "Yes, he has been to Xingyue Pavilion." Lu Guixia smiled and secretly asked Song Qinglan, "Did you give him those clothes?"
Impossible.
"I run a business, not charity." From a distance, Bai Yihan seemed to sense their gaze. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Song Qinglan from afar. Although he was far away, Song Qinglan could still see the smile on his face. She quickly turned her head to avoid eye contact. Han Fei saw the family and suddenly smiled, saying, "Prince, no wonder you suddenly wanted to come to the palace today. It turns out you just wanted to see the princess." Bai Yi Han turned and shot him a sharp look. "Are you trying to offend me?" This guy kept revealing his thoughts. Han Fei quickly covered his mouth instinctively and said, "My apologies, Your Highness." Then, the two of them entered the palace together. The imperial examination was scheduled to be held in the Taiha Hall. Bai Yi Han arrived at Taiha Hall, where the chief Zhang Ning greeted him. He smiled broadly and bowed to Bai Yi Han. "Prince Han is also here to observe. I'll go in and inform the emperor. If he knows His Highness is here, he will be very pleased." "No need, Minister Zhang." Bai Yi Han quickly stopped him. "By the way, are all the candidates here?" "There's one more." Zhang Ning frowned and whispered, "A candidate named Song Qingxi hasn't arrived yet." Bai Yi Han was shocked. "Not here yet? Isn't it about to start?" "Yes. If he doesn't arrive before the time is up, he will be disqualified."
Bai Yi Han frowned slightly.
He and Song Qingxi entered the palace at the same time, so it was unlikely he hadn't arrived yet. There is definitely something suspicious about this matter. He looked cold and said to Han Fei beside him, "Let's split up and look for him. Don't make any noise."
Han Fei nodded, yes.
Then, the two of them split up and left the Taiha Hall. After Song Qingxi entered the palace, led the way ahead. He followed them for a long time. Although it was his first time in the palace, he felt from the surroundings that it was getting further from the road to Taiha Hall. As the time for the palace exam was approaching, Song Qingxi finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Excuse me, sir, how much longer until we reach Taiha Hall?" The young kept his head down and hurried forward, whispering, "Just follow me, young Master Song. We'll be there soon." Song Qingxi narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something was wrong. He stopped and turned around to go back. The young, sensing the change, turned around and saw Song Qingxi trying to run away. His expression tightened immediately, and he quickly chased after him. This young was quite skilled. He quickly grabbed Song Qingxi by the back of his neck and sneered, "Young Master Song, where are you trying to go? The palace is so big. How can you wander around alone? You need to stay close to me." Song Qingxi's expression grew cold. He whispered, "You're not really taking me to Taiha Hall."
Haha.
"Young Master Song, you are indeed clever. Unfortunately, you're too clever. Who ordered you to do this?" The young smiled cunningly. "I can't tell you that. Sorry, young Master Song." After saying that, he raised his hand, planning to hit Song Qingxi with a palm strike to knock him out.
"Stop."
Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The young looked up and saw that the speaker was the powerful King Han. His heart sank. He gritted his teeth and decided escape was the best option. He used all his strength to push Song Qingxi toward Bai Yi Han, then turned around and ran away, climbing walls and fleeing quickly.
"Ah!"
Song Qingxi instinctively shouted. Fortunately, Bai Yi Han caught him steadily, preventing him from hitting the ground. Bai Yi Han helped him upright and asked, "Are you okay?" Song Qingxi shook his head, "I'm fine." Both of them looked in the direction the young fled. Song Qingxi frowned slightly. It's a pity he got away.
"Now's not the time to talk about that.
The palace exam is about to start.
Come with me."
As he spoke, Bai Yi Han pulled Song Qingxi along, using light skills to fly toward Taiha Palace. The guards patrolling the palace saw someone flying overhead and immediately became alert, thinking there was an intruder. They all chased after the flying shadow, running all the way to the front of Taiha Palace. Only then did they realize it was actually Bai Yi Han. The palace guards secretly breathed a sigh of relief and also admired that the Cold King's martial skills were truly impressive. Their well-trained guards couldn't even keep up with the shadow. It seemed they needed more practice. Once Song Qingxi landed, he patted his chest and caught his breath. He had never flown in the sky before. Bai Yi Han looked at him and asked, "Are you okay?" Song Qingxi finally regained his composure, tidied his clothes slightly, and replied, "I'm fine." Zhang Ning, watching the two, smiled and stepped forward, asking Bai Yi Han, "Prince Han, what is this?" "This is the candidate Song Qingxi. Please, Zhang Gonggong, take him inside.
Ah, this.
Zhang Ying's face showed hesitation. Seeing the disdainful look from Bai Yi Han, he grew more nervous. Prince Han, the palace exam has already started. In other words, he couldn't bring this person in. Bai Yi Han's expression darkened, and he said coldly, Song Qingxi was framed by someone with ill intentions. He was led around the palace by a guide, which caused the delay. Can't you be flexible? I believe father isn't the kind of person who's unkind. He deliberately said this so that everyone inside Taihe Palace could hear. There was no response from inside the palace. Zhang Ying's palms were sweating. Just when Song Qingxi was about to give up, a steady and powerful voice came from inside the hall, saying, Zhang Ying, bring him in. Yes, your servant obeys. Zhang Ying saluted the people inside the hall, then smiled at Song Qingxi and said, Young Master Song, please. Song Qingxi glanced at Bai Yi Han. Bai Yi Han nodded slightly at him, and he followed Zhang Ying into Taihe Palace. The palace exam was over. Song Qingxi felt relieved as he walked out of the palace gates of Taihe Palace, unexpectedly seeing Bai Yi Han. It seemed he was waiting for him on purpose. Song Qingxi was a little surprised and asked, Prince? Bai Yi Han stepped forward and asked, How is it? Song Qingxi smiled and said it was okay. Thank you, Prince, for helping me today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it to the palace exam. At this moment, the other participants also came out. After Lu Haoming left the palace gates, he secretly glared at Song Qingxi with a hint of resentment. Bai Yihan sensed something was wrong and gave Song Qingxi a look, saying, Let's go. The two walked along the deserted palace path. Suddenly, Bai Yihan spoke, I already sent Han Fei to secretly investigate. The who led you into the palace is not from the palace staff. Song Qingxi nodded thoughtfully and replied, Actually, I already have an idea. I know who caused me trouble today. Oh. Bai Yihan raised an eyebrow, eager to hear his opinion. Song Qingxi pressed his lips and said, Among those taking the imperial exam, only Lu Haoming, the son of Minister Lu, can compete with me. He stopped there, and his meaning was clear without further explanation. Bai Yihan nodded, recalling Lu Haoming's fierce gaze just now. It seemed likely that he was behind this. He slightly frowned and said, Minister Lu has strong influence in the court. Today at the exam, they acted like this. In the future, your career will become more difficult. You must be careful and cautious. If you need help, you can come to me. A strong feeling of gratitude rose in Song Qingxi's heart. Prince, thank you. Before, he thought Bai Yihan was a cold, difficult person to approach. But now he saw him differently. Bai Yihan slightly curled his lips into a mischievous smile and said, If you want to thank me, just call me brother-in-law.
Huh?
Song Qingxi was caught off guard. Bai Yihan had already walked ahead. As they spoke, they exited the palace gates together. Waiting outside, the Song family members hurried over. Old Madame Song nervously held Song Qingxi's hand and asked, Qingxi, how did it go? Song Qinglan gently held her and smiled. Grandmother, Qingxi must be exhausted. Let's go home first. At that moment, Song Qingbei jumped over and asked with a puzzled look, Hey, third brother, why are you out with the prince? As soon as he spoke, everyone's curious eyes turned to Bai Yihan. Song Qinglan also looked at him suspiciously, recalling how he had flirted with her at Xingyue Pavilion. She always felt he had bad intentions for appearing beside her. She frowned slightly and said, Let's go. We can talk when we get back. Then she turned and headed toward the carriage. Bai Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Song Qinglan's carriage gradually disappear into the distance. At this moment, Han Fei came over carefully and asked, Prince Wang, should we head back to the residence now? Bai Yi Han slowly turned his face and coldly said, Where's the carriage? It's right over there, Han Fei replied, pointing to a luxurious carriage not far away. Bai Yi Han's eyes darkened, and a charming yet sinister smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Han Fei and said, What? Do you want me to go there myself? No, I will go immediately to bring the carriage over. Han Fei quickly ran off. After returning to the general's residence, Song Qinglan personally cooked and prepared meals for the family. When Song Qingbei heard that Song Qinglan was going to cook, he was very happy and quickly listed the menu. While Song Qinglan was stir-frying, Song Qingshi suddenly entered. She looked up and asked, "Are you hungry? There's one more dish almost ready." Song Qingshi came to her side, helped pass the seasonings, and asked, "Sister, don't you want to know why I came out of the palace with the prince today?" Hearing Song Qingshi's tone, Song Qinglan sensed something was wrong. She slightly frowned and asked, "Did something happen during the imperial exam today?" "Yes, someone didn't want me to appear at Taiha Hall," Song Qingshi said with a serious expression, nodding. "It was the prince who helped me." Then, Song Qingshi explained the whole story to Song Qinglan. After listening, Song Qinglan was also quite frightened and said, "That's good, that's good. You've studied poetry and books for many years just for today's exam. If it weren't for that, all your hard work might have been wasted." She lowered her head softly and muttered, "It turns out he's actually a pretty good person." Song Qingshi smiled and said, "I also think the prince is a good person. But after thinking carefully, I believe he helped me mainly because I am my sister's younger brother." Song Qinglan was slightly stunned. "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry, take the dishes out, mealtime is here." "Okay." Song Qingshi carried the dishes and left the kitchen. The next day, at dawn, a palace official came to deliver good news. Song Qingshi, who scored the top scholar, was expected, but the whole family was overjoyed. Especially old lady Song, who couldn't stop smiling, said, "Our old Song family has truly risen. We have talented, martial, and business people, thanks to our ancestors' blessings. Tomorrow I will go to the gratitude temple to give thanks." Song Qingnan patted Song Qingshi's shoulder happily, saying, "Qingshi, from now on, we will work together, both in literature and martial arts, to serve the court." "Yes. Second brother, I finally haven't let down my vow to you." Song Qingbei was also very happy and suggested, "Since we're so joyful today, should we celebrate properly?" "Definitely. We must celebrate." Lu Guixia was also very excited, looking happier than her own son. "Tonight, let's invite all our friends and family, set up over 10 tables at Yunlai Tower, and enjoy the feast." "Hey, second aunt, there's no need for that." Song Qingshi quickly stopped her. "We shouldn't make such a big fuss. It's better to keep things low-key." Song Qingdong agreed and nodded. "Yes, before third brother officially takes his position, we shouldn't be so extravagant. It might hurt his reputation. Instead, let's invite some close friends over for a simple meal at home."
All right.
"I will cook tonight," Song Qinglan also said. "Qingdong, go bring Xiaoxiu here. Qingbei, go call brother Yixiong and his family. Qingnand, go call Qianqian." "Okay." The three of them immediately followed Song Qinglan's instructions and went to do as told. Song Qinglan was about to go to the kitchen to check what dishes were left when Song Qingshi suddenly stopped her. "Sister, tonight I want to invite the prince over. What do you think?" After all, Bai Yihan had really helped Song Qingshi a lot. Without him, Song Qingshi wouldn't have become the top scholar today. In matters of great importance, Song Qinglan still knew how to keep her composure. She smiled and nodded. "All right, then go next door and tell him. Also, ask him what dishes he wants to eat tonight." After saying that, she headed toward the kitchen. Song Qingshi watched her back and secretly smiled. His sister actually cared about what the prince wanted to eat. That was truly rare. When Song Qingshi arrived at the Hanwang mansion, Bai Yihan was practicing martial arts in the backyard training ground. What surprised him was that the small figure beside Bai Yihan, also practicing, was Song Xingchen. Meanwhile, Song Xingyue was sitting comfortably in a pavilion nearby, eating fruit. Earlier, the family had been very happy about the good news and celebration, but they didn't notice that these two little ones had disappeared. Song Xingyue waved at Song Qingshi and smiled. "Third uncle, do you want some fruit?" She looked like the little lady of the Hanwang mansion. Bai Yihan continued to teach Song Xingchen while he approached Song Qingshi and said, "Congratulations." Song Qingshi smiled and replied, Today, I came especially to thank the prince. Without your help, I wouldn't be anything today. By the way, we're holding a small dinner at my house tonight. I came to invite the prince to join us. I hope you will accept. I would be happy to come, but... As he spoke, Bai Yihan slightly frowned, recalling the last time he ate at the general's house and saw Song Qinglan looking unhappy. He hesitated, wanting to take things slowly, and win her heart back step by step, not wanting to annoy her. Song Qingshi smiled knowingly and said, "No need to worry. My sister already knows about this. She also asked me to find out what dishes the prince wants to eat tonight. She will cook herself." Really? Bai Yihan's eyes lit up quickly. He felt secretly pleased. He didn't expect Song Qinglan to care about what he wanted to eat. Could this mean their relationship was getting closer? Suddenly, Bai Yihan had a bright idea. He looked at Song Qingshi and said 3 words, "Sour fish." Since tasting the sour fish at Yunlai Tower in the palace that time, he couldn't forget it. Most importantly, he wanted to eat her homemade sour fish. Sour fish? When Song Qingshi said Bai Yihan specifically wanted to eat sour fish, Song Qinglan's mouth twitched, and she muttered quietly, "He really knows how to pick. Are they trying to tease her?" Then, Song Qinglan stood up and made a move as if to leave the room. Song Qingshi quickly called her back and asked, "Sister, where are you going?" Song Qinglan angrily replied, "To buy fish. The market doesn't have good black fish, so I'll get some for the prince. I'll make sour fish for him." Although sour fish looks simple, the whole process takes a lot of effort. First, choosing the right fish is not easy. It's best to use black fish with few bones, and cutting the fish tests one's knife skills. Slices can't be too thin or too thick. Second, the pickled vegetables are also very particular. Good fermentation is half the success. But they're not worried about the pickled vegetables. They always keep top-quality pickled vegetables prepared by Master Fong at Yunlai Tower. When Manager Qian and Meng Diawu heard the news, they immediately rushed over from the neighboring Xianghe Street. They lived nearby, just a few steps away. In the kitchen, Song Qinglan was already busy working with the cooks from the general's house. With their help, she felt much more relaxed. When the shopkeeper entered the kitchen and saw the lively scene, he couldn't help but smile and tease, "Younger sister-in-law, you're starting to prepare dinner so early." "Hey, older brother-in-law, you're here." Song Qinglan looked up, glanced at him, and said, "It's not easy to prepare a big family meal. I've been getting ingredients ready since noon." "Where are sister-in-law and Qingyu?" "They're in the front hall. Grandma is talking to your sister-in-law, and Qingyu and Chenchenia are probably off playing somewhere," said the shopkeeper, winking at Song Qinglan and smiling. "I heard Qingbei say you invited the prince tonight?" Song Qinglan's face darkened, and she awkwardly replied, "You misheard. It was Qingshi who invited him. Today, he's the main guest. He can invite whoever he wants. I'm just cooking. If you hadn't approved, would Qingshi dare to invite people?" The shopkeeper, being very clever, immediately saw the underlying issue. He looked at Song Qinglan and whispered, "Qinglan, your older brother-in-law, and I have seen many people. From my point of view, this Prince Han is a loyal and kind person. And it's clear he cares for you sincerely. Most importantly, he's the father of Chun Chun and Yaya. Families should be together, right? You get what I mean?" This was as obvious as could be. Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She playfully teased, "When did you become so sentimental? Talking about big principles with such flair. This isn't like your usual style. Older brother-in-law. After having children, everything changes. The more kids I have, the more I need to focus on the family."
Huh?
Song Qinglan felt something was off about his words. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and asked with a smile, "Older brother-in-law, are you implying that my sister-in-law is pregnant?" "Oh my big mouth." The shopkeeper, realizing late, covered his mouth and whispered, "It's not even 3 months yet. The elders say if you say it too early, the baby might be too sensitive." Indeed, men who value family are different. They even believe in such superstitions. Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Then you'd better go back to the front hall quickly. Those mischievous kids will definitely bother sister-in-law if they start making trouble." Yes, I'll go check right away." Saying that, the shopkeeper immediately turned and left the kitchen. As he stepped out, he saw a tall, slender figure standing nearby. He paused and asked, "Prince Han? When did you arrive?" Bai Yihan slightly smiled. "A while ago." From his expression, it seemed he had overheard most of what he and Song Qinglan said. Manager Qian chuckled and gave him an encouraging look, saying, "Qinglan is inside. I'll go to the front hall to take care of the children first." When Bai Yihan entered the kitchen, everyone except Song Qinglan immediately bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Prince Han." Song Qinglan shot him a glance and said, "The kitchen is greasy and smoky. It might dirty your noble body. You should stay outside." Bai Yihan didn't mind and replied, "Where the princess is, I naturally want to be there." His words stunned the other cooks. Are the prince and the young lady being flirtatious? Oh my, can they hear this? Should they avoid the scene? But neither the prince nor the young lady spoke, and they didn't dare to leave. This feeling was uncomfortable, like sitting on pins and needles. Song Qinglan didn't expect Bai Yihan's thick skin to get thicker, actually saying such things in front of so many people. Her face turned slightly red, and she shyly said, "If you're here, how can they focus on their work? Are you trying to tire me out on purpose?" Bai Yihan frowned and immediately said coldly, "Do what you need to do.
Don't worry about me."
Remember, don't overwork the princess." Song Qinglan rolled her eyes, silently. How can I not understand this person? So, she decided to ignore Bai Yihan as if he were air and focused on cooking. Bai Yihan watched quietly from the side. He saw her hands flying over the wok, creating dishes full of color, aroma, and flavor. For the first time, he thought women could cook so beautifully. Even the sweat on her forehead looked perfect. Before he knew it, the sky darkened, and all the dishes were ready. Song Qinglan untied her apron and turned around to see Bai Yihan gazing at her with deep affection. Her heart fluttered slightly, and she awkwardly avoided his gaze, saying, "The food is ready. Let's go eat." Finally, the moment arrived. The cooks hurriedly carried their dishes out of the kitchen, hoping to escape the prince's intimidation. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Song Qinglan and Bai Yihan. He looked at her, suddenly reached out his hand, and touched Song Qinglan's face. Song Qinglan's heart jumped suddenly, and she instinctively took a step back, suspiciously asking, "Bai Yihan, what are you trying to do to me again?" Bai Yihan smiled innocently. "I just want to help you wipe your sweat." "There's no need." Song Qinglan lowered her head and hurriedly left the kitchen. Bai Yihan watched her hurried escape, feeling a bit adorable. At the dining table, everyone was drinking and having fun. Bai Yihan was focused on eating a big plate of pickled fish, taking bites one after another. Seeing how much he liked it, everyone else avoided taking any. In the end, he finished the entire plate of pickled fish. It was clear that his wife's cooking was special, so delicious. Tonight, Song Qinglan kept drinking, pouring glass after glass, and soon she was drinking 2 jugs. Everyone knew she was good at drinking, so no one stopped her. But Bai Yihan couldn't sit still anymore. He reached out quickly and took her wine jug softly, saying, "Stop drinking." Song Qinglan's face turned red, her eyes sparkling, and she pouted at Bai Yihan. Her expression was lazy, charming, captivating, and adorable all at once. Bai Yihan was mesmerized, worried that others might see her enchanting look. When her hand touched Bai Yihan's wine jug, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Bai Yihan reacted quickly, opening his arms to catch her as she fell into his embrace. Everyone noticed their movement and looked at them curiously. Qian Zhonggui looked confused and asked, "What's going on?" "My sister-in-law usually has a strong tolerance. How did she get drunk after just 2 jugs? That shouldn't happen." Meng Diawu, sitting on Song Qinglan's other side, leaned over to look and saw Song Qinglan with her eyes closed, smiling contentedly. She said, "I think she's not drunk, but asleep." Song Qingdong quickly said, "It should be. My sister hasn't slept well for a long time. Now is a good time for her to rest properly. Qian, please help me take my sister back to her room." "Okay." Wu Qian stood up and went to Bai Yihan's side. She gently tugged on Song Qinglan's arm and softly said, "Qinglan sister, let's go. I'll take you back to your room to sleep."
Don't.
"Don't touch me." Song Qinglan closed her eyes, frowned, and resisted. She hugged Bai Yihan tighter and snuggled into his embrace, softly muttering, "I want to stay here. It's comfortable here." Everyone's faces stiffened. Bai Yihan, however, felt very happy. He smiled slightly and said, "I'll take her back myself." After saying that, he stood up and gently carried Song Qinglan away. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, the two little ones, saw their father carrying their mother away. They quickly jumped down from the stool and wanted to follow. Lu Guixia and Wu Qianqian hurriedly held each of them and whispered, "Don't disturb your dad and mom when they're doing something important." When they reached Song Qinglan's room, Bai Yihan gently placed her on the bed. But Song Qinglan wrapped her arms around his neck and refused to let go. Her small, pink lips were puffed and exhaling a faint scent of alcohol onto his face. Bai Yihan didn't find it disgusting at all. Instead, he thought she looked adorable. He softly patted her bottom and said gently, "Let go now. Go to sleep on the bed." Surprisingly, Song Qinglan obediently loosened her grip. After lying on the bed, she started talking nonsense. "Bai Yihan.
Big.
Bai Yihan. You're a big." Bai Yihan was both amused and helpless. He thought to himself, "She's even scolding me in her sleep. How much does she hate me?" Suddenly, Song Qinglan grabbed his shirt front, opened her eyes, looked at Bai Yihan seriously, and said, "I'm telling you, Bai Yihan is a big. Just because he's handsome, huh? I don't care.
Sleep now."
After saying that, somehow she gathered enough strength to pull Bai Yihan onto the bed. Then, Song Qinglan used her hands and feet like an octopus, hugging him tightly. She even rubbed her head against his neck, finding a comfortable position, and fell asleep. Poor Bai Yihan, his body was tense. Her warm breath brushed against his neck, making him feel warm inside. He clenched his teeth, glanced at Song Qinglan sleeping peacefully beside him, and whispered, Are you testing my endurance with your breathing? Tonight I'll let you go. But I will definitely get double revenge in the future." The next day, Song Qinglan opened her eyes and saw Bai Yihan's handsome face close up, staring at her intensely. He slightly curled his lips into a mischievous smile and softly said, "Princess, good morning."
"Ah."
Song Qinglan shouted and instinctively kicked her legs, kicking Bai Yihan off the bed. He fell straight to the ground, caught off guard. Looking innocent, he pouted and said, "Princess, you're so cruel. How could you use me and then kick me away?" "Shut up!" Song Qinglan yelled angrily, trembling as she pointed at Bai Yihan on the floor. "What exactly did you do to me last night?" Bai Yihan raised an eyebrow and smirked mischievously. "Princess, do you really remember nothing? You were quite enthusiastic last night." After saying this, he gave Song Qinglan a meaningful look. Her heart was trembling with nervousness. She quickly pulled back the blanket to check her body. Her clothes were intact, proving nothing inappropriate had happened last night. She secretly let out a breath of relief. But then, the memories flooded back, making her feel extremely embarrassed. She remembered holding Bai Yihan in front of everyone last night, and also the scene where she had pulled Bai Yihan to sleep together. How could this be? Song Qinglan buried her face in the blanket, wrapping herself tightly. Seeing her reaction, Bai Yihan couldn't help but laugh. He spoke to the person hiding under the blanket like a turtle retreating into its shell. "Princess, there's no need to be shy. We are husband and wife. After last night, everyone will know we are back to being close.
Go.
Get out of here right now." Song Qinglan muffled her voice from inside the blanket. Bai Yihan understood when to stop. He smiled and said, "Then I'll leave first." He happily pushed open Song Qinglan's door. As he stepped out, he saw two adorable children blocking his way. They spoke in unison, "Dad, why did you wake up so late?" Bai Yihan glanced at the room behind him and said to the people inside, "No choice. Your mother wouldn't let me get up." At that moment, Song Qinglan's voice came from inside the room. "Bai Yihan, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart?" Bai Ihan calmly looked at the two children in front of him and softly said, "Your mother is in a bad mood when she wakes up." So, Song Xingyue also lowered her voice and tugged at Bai Yihan's sleeve. She whispered, "Daddy, when will my little brother and sister come out?"
What?
Bai Yihan was surprised. He thought to himself, where did these little brother and sister come from? Song Xingyue puffed out her cheeks and explained, "Annie Qianqian said we shouldn't bother you and Mom last night. You and Mom are making the little brother and sister." Bai Yihan's mouth twitched, and his face darkened. Wu Qianqian, this girl, is still a young lady who hasn't married yet. Why would she say such things? And she was talking to the children. It seems he should keep the children away from her in the future, or she might influence them badly. Bai Yihan smiled slightly, gently ruffling Song Xingyue's hair, and softly said, "Yaya is worried. The little brother and sister will be here very soon." At this moment, Song Xingchen, nearby, couldn't sit still anymore. He pouted and asked Bai Yihan, "Dad, when are we going to practice martial arts?" "All right, let's go. We'll go back to the prince's residence together." After saying that, Bai Yihan took one child by each hand and left the general's residence. At the dining table in the general's residence, Wu Qianqian had also drunk wine last night and stayed overnight at the residence. Now, she sat at the table with the Song family, just like everyone else, staring curiously at Song Qinglan, who was eating breakfast calmly. What should she do? She was very curious and wanted to ask Qinglan about what happened with the prince last night. Not only her, but everyone at the table had the same thought. Song Qinglan glanced lightly at them and asked knowingly, "Why aren't you eating? Why are you just looking at me?" Cough, cough. Song Qingdong cleared his throat softly, ready to ask, then looked at Song Qinglan and asked quietly, "I think I saw the prince leave from here this morning." "Did he?" "Last night." Song Qinglan replied calmly, "Yes, he was sleeping in my room last night." Wu Qianqian's big eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. She quickly moved closer to Song Qinglan and asked, "So, did you and him?" "We didn't do anything," Song Qinglan interrupted before she could say anything inappropriate. Then she raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips, and looked at Wu Qianqian. "What? You look disappointed?" Qianqian quickly waved her hands and cheerfully said, "No, no, I dare not. Sister Qinglan, you must have mistaken something." Song Qinglan pursed her lips and smiled, glancing at everyone present who looked curious. She said kindly, "If you have questions, just ask them all at once." Everyone fell silent, completely quiet. "All right, since no one has questions, let's eat now." As soon as Song Qinglan finished speaking, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks, starting to eat eagerly. At this moment, Grandma Song suddenly spoke, "Qinglan, come with me later to Manhwa Temple. Since you scored first in the high school exam, we should go to thank the gods." Qinglan nodded and agreed, "Okay. I want to go too. I want to go as well." Qianqian suddenly became interested. Qinglan looked at her and asked, "You didn't go back to the martial arts school last night, and today you're not going back either. Isn't your father worried?" Qianqian pouted and said, "My father knows I'm staying at the general's residence. He's happy I haven't caused trouble outside." Everyone looked at each other and smiled, nodding in agreement. After breakfast, Qinglan, Grandma Song, and Qianqian took a carriage toward Manhwa Temple. The temple was crowded with worshippers, and the incense was still burning strongly. Qianqian looked around and sighed. "The last time I came here was before my little brother joined the army to pray for safety. I didn't expect 4 years to pass. Nothing has changed, and it's still so lively." Grandma Song chuckled and said, "They say Manhwa Temple's gods are very responsive. What you ask for, you get. That's why it's always so busy here." While talking, they saw a family coming down the steps. As they passed by, Qinglan faintly overheard that they had prayed for a child, and their wish had come true. They were here to give thanks. Qinglan couldn't help but smile softly and said, "People have so many wishes. The gods must be very busy." As a modern person, she didn't believe in such superstitions. As for the idea that prayers are always answered, she thought it was just comfort for people's hearts. Her brother's success in the exam was because he studied tirelessly day and night. Grandma Song, hearing this, immediately grabbed Qinglan's hand nervously and whispered, "Qinglan, you must not say such things in front of the gods." They arrived at the temple. After lighting incense, Grandma Song said, "I'm going to join the nuns in reciting prayers and giving thanks. You two go for a walk first and find me later." After speaking, she followed the nuns into the inner hall. Song Qinglan felt bored and was about to go out for a walk when Wu Qianqian suddenly grabbed her, smiled, and winked. She said, "Qinglan, why don't we go get a fortune stick? I heard the blessings at the Gratitude Temple are very accurate." Song Qinglan smiled softly and replied, "You said 4 years ago that the wishing tree here was very lucky. But what happened? The wish you made back then didn't come true either." Her words immediately hit Wu Qianqian's sore spot. Back then, she had written on the red string of the wishing tree that she wanted to grow old with Wu Daong. Wu Qianqian smiled calmly and said, "Qinglan, I can see that Brother Daong has always had you in his heart. So I've already let go. Now we're just siblings, or rather, uncle and niece." Then Wu Qianqian asked again, "Qinglan, are you really not going to get a fortune stick?" Song Qinglan remembered the fortune she drew 4 years ago, the one about a destined person. After she left, old Madame Song kept bothering her, insisting she get married. That left her with a psychological shadow. So she shook her head and said, "No, you go ahead. I'll wait here." Soon after, Wu Qianqian happily took out a bamboo stick. It was obvious what kind of fortune she had received. Wu Qianqian happily waved the bamboo stick in front of Song Qinglan and said with a smile, "Qinglan, look, it's the best fortune. Come on, let's go interpret it." They went to the place where fortunes were interpreted, under the 100-year-old banyan tree. The interpreter was the old man with white hair and a long beard. He looked up, stroked his long beard, and said to Song Qinglan, "Miss, you're back again." "Again?" Wu Qianqian looked at Song Qinglan in surprise, then turned to the old man and asked, "Sir, do you know my sister Qinglan?" The old man smiled mysteriously, nodded, and said, "It's like an old friend returning." This was the same fortune that Song Qinglan drew 4 years ago. She smiled gently and said, "Old sir, you really remember well. Seeing you now, glowing with happiness, it seems you've already met your destined person." Song Qinglan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sir, I think you've mistaken. I've been having insomnia for several months. I look tired, not glowing with happiness." Wu Qianqian nodded in agreement and said, Yes, Qinglan hasn't been sleeping well lately." But the old man kept smiling with bright eyes, looking at Song Qinglan with a meaningful gaze, and said, "But you must have slept very peacefully last night, right?" Song Qinglan's heart suddenly gave a jolt. After he said that, she remembered that last night she had slept peacefully without dreaming of Bai Yihan, the troublemaker. The old man watched the change in her expression and knew she had remembered. He smiled gently, stroked his beard, and said, "Miss, your insomnia is just caused by worries. Once you understand, it will be fine." Song Qinglan nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your advice, sir." Wu Qianqian listened to their conversation like a riddle, not caring much anymore. She took out her best fortune stick, handed it to the old man, and eagerly said, "Sir, please help me interpret this." "All right, don't worry, young lady." The old man took her bamboo stick, then took out a note with a message on it from behind him, and handed it to Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian opened it and immediately frowned, asking, "Why does mine say, like an old friend returning? What does that mean?" Hearing this, Song Qinglan leaned over to look and saw it was true. The old man smiled mysteriously and said, "Young lady, you will meet the person you want to see very soon." Song Qinglan was curious and turned to Wu Qianqian, asking, "Qianqian, who do you want to see?" I don't know." Wu Qianqian blinked, but a part of her heart suddenly softened. When Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue returned to the Hanwang Palace, it was already noon. They found out only after returning that Song Qinglan and her friends had already left for the Gratitude Temple. Song Xingyue pouted unhappily, saying, Chen, are we too close to Dad lately? Maybe Mother is angry, so she went out without taking us. Mother wasn't like this before. Song Xingchen sweated and said, they went to make a wish, not to play, and… Suddenly, he blinked excitedly and whispered, while Mother is not here, we can continue that big plan. Song Xingyue's eyes lit up with excitement, clapped her hands, and said, yes.
Great.
Let's go. The big plan they talked about was actually digging a hole under the corner of the wall between the Hanwang Palace and the general's residence. That way, it would be easier for them to visit the Hanwang Palace secretly. While they were busy digging and working hard, a cold, deep voice suddenly came from behind. What are you two doing? Without thinking, Song Xingyue immediately replied, digging a hole, of course. Can't you tell? As soon as she finished speaking, she sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the twins, being very in sync, looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. They both turned their heads at the same time, looking at the tall, handsome figure in front of them, and smiled innocently. They said together, second uncle, what are you doing here? Song Qingnan's mouth twitched. This is the general's residence. Why do you think I would be here? He was really about to be driven crazy by these two clever and mischievous children. Song Xingyue stood up from the ground. Oh no, my clothes are dirty. I need to go back and change. After saying that, she tried to sneak away. Song Qingnan saw through her plan instantly. He reached out and grabbed her collar, lifting her up like a chick and holding her in front of him. Looking at these adorable, innocent kids, Song Qingnan couldn't stay angry. He just asked curiously, Chen, yeah, tell uncle, why are you tearing up the house here? Song Xingchen frowned and replied, Uncle, we're not tearing up the house. We're doing something important. We want to see Dad, but we're worried Mom might get upset. So, we thought about digging a hole here into the Cold King's residence, so we can sneak into the palace later. Song Qingnan smiled and pinched his little nose. You two are quite clever, but there's no need to go to such trouble. Uncle has a way. What way? What way? Both children asked at once, blinking their big eyes with curiosity and anticipation, looking at Song Qingnan eagerly. Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow at them, a confident smile on his face. Move aside, you two. Be careful not to hurt yourselves. Oh, okay. The children nodded and obediently stepped back. Then, Song Qingnan's expression darkened. He used his energy and with both hands he struck the wall. With a loud boom, a big hole was broken in the wall in front of them. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue both opened their mouths in shock, stunned. Song Xingyue even said directly, second uncle, now that's tearing up the house. Almost immediately, the guards from the Cold King's residence rushed over nervously. Han Fei was at the front, and upon seeing the broken wall and the hole, he looked through it and saw Song Qingnan on the other side. He was suddenly confused and quickly asked, General Song, what is going on here? Song Qingnan calmly brushed off the dust from his hands and said, it's nothing. I was just practicing martial arts and accidentally hit the wall. Han Fei's mouth twitched as he muttered to himself, you being careless is really quite careless. But since the general had already said so, he didn't want to say more. He then told the guards behind him, everyone, disperse and return to your posts. At this moment, Bai Yihan also came out of the house. He didn't believe that this hole was just caused by Song Qingnan's accidental practice. He looked up and glared at Song Qingnan. Song Qingnan immediately smiled and said, brother-in-law, what do you think about turning this hole into a door? Song Xingyue clapped happily, great. That's a wonderful idea. Song Xingchen gave a thumbs up to Song Qingnan and said, second uncle, you're really something. Just then, a clear and cheerful voice came from behind them. What are you doing? Are you demolishing the house? Everyone turned around and saw Song Qinglan walking over angrily. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue quickly lined up obediently and called out, Mother. Seeing the two dirty little children covered in mud, Song Qinglan's temples throbbed. Song Xingchen, Song Xingyue, what's going on? Why are your clothes so dirty? Never mind that. What's with this wall? She pointed to the big hole suddenly appearing in the wall and the scattered pieces of green bricks on the ground. The two little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, pointed at Song Qingnan in unison and said, "It's second uncle." Song Qingnan was surprised and looked at the two children, thinking, "You two are really good at shifting blame." Song Qinglan slightly frowned and turned to look at Song Qingnan. He quickly explained, "Sister, this was an accident. I was practicing here and wasn't paying attention, so." "Practicing?" Song Qinglan smiled. "You practice martial arts not in the backyard training ground or the military camp, but in the front yard? Are you trying to absorb the energy from the flowers and trees to increase your strength?" The implication was, "Do you think I'm stupid?"
Ah, this.
Song Qingnan was at a loss. He looked over at Bai Yihan on the other side of the wall and asked, "Your Highness, what do you think?" White Knight Han frowned and thought to himself, "Wow, they actually blamed me for this." Now, he could only go along and try to climb higher. His eyes shifted slightly, and he calmly said, "Since things have come to this, we should find a way to solve it. I think Qingnan's idea is good. Let's build a door at this entrance. Princess, what do you think?" After speaking, White Knight Han looked at Song Qinglan for her opinion. Song Qinglan gave a cold smile, realizing these two men were working together just for this. Song Qingnan nervously swallowed and whispered, "Sister, what do you think? This is your general's house. How you want to handle it is your business, and I don't care," she replied, then turned to leave. As she walked away, she added, "Song Xingchen, Song Xingyu, go back to your rooms and change your clothes." "Yes, mother," they answered in unison. Then, the two children stuck out their tongues at Song Qingnan and whispered, "Second uncle, mother seems angry. Now you two are afraid?" Song Qingnan patted their small heads and said, "Your mother is so smart. She must have seen through your little plans, just not saying anything." Song Xingyu pouted and said softly, "What should we do? I don't want mother to be angry." Frowning, Song Qingnan thought for a moment and told them, "Go back and change your clothes first. Uncle is here." Then she called out to the butler behind her, Wang Bo. Meanwhile, White Knight Han, seeing the two children go back to their room, also turned to leave. "Brother-in-law." Song Qingnan quickly stopped him. "Are you really leaving just like that?" White Knight Han lifted his eyelids, looked at him calmly, and softly said, "What else should I do?" "That's not."
You.
Song Qingnan was speechless. So, only he was the big troublemaker. That night, Song Qinglan drew a few sketches and looked out the window, only to realize it was already late at night. She didn't light a lamp and went straight to bed, tossing and turning. Suddenly, she remembered what the old man at the Gratitude Temple had said, "Once you understand, it's fine." Is it really that simple? She pulled the quilt over herself and thought about last night lying in bed with White Knight Han. Her face suddenly turned red. Huff, huff. She took deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, she turned around and saw a ghostly image of Bai Yi Han. He was wearing the dark-colored brocade robe from last night, propping his head with one hand, lying beside her. Song Qinglan was startled and quickly kicked her leg, but she only kicked air. The figure of Bai Yi Han immediately disappeared. She let out a breath of relief, thinking it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, the figure reappeared, even smiling mischievously at her. That smile was exactly the same as this morning. Her temple throbbed painfully, and she frowned softly, whispering, "Now you're brave enough to come out of my dreams."
Fine.
"If you can stay here then." After saying that, she closed her eyes, pulled the blanket over her head, and went to sleep. She slept peacefully until she woke up naturally, with no dreams during the night. In her heart, she thought it's actually pretty good to have Bai Yi Han around. Looking at him like this, she found herself starting to like him. She lifted the curtain and got out of bed when she heard a soft, childish voice. "Mother, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Turning her head, she saw Song Xingyu's adorable little face, as cute as a carved jade. "Yu, why are you here?" "Mother, here's a warm towel." Wipe your face, said Song Xingyu sweetly, handing her the warm towel with both hands. Feeling so loved by her adorable daughter, Song Qinglan's heart melted completely. She took the towel and wiped her face, then smiled at Song Xingyu and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Song Xingyu bit her pink lips and stood obediently in front of Song Qinglan, looking serious. "Mother, we know we were wrong." "Oh? Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Song Xingyu lowered her head and said softly, "Actually, the wall yesterday wasn't accidentally broken by second uncle practicing his skills. He was trying to help me and Chun. We wanted to see Daddy, but we were afraid you'd be upset if you saw. So, we dug a tunnel to sneak into the Cold King's residence. So, you two turned yourselves into little cats." Hearing this, Song Qinglan's heart ached a little. She reached out and hugged Song Xingyu into her arms, softly saying, "You, it's natural for you and Chin to want to see Daddy. Mother won't be angry. Then why do I always want to run away whenever I see Daddy?"
Well.
This question even stumped Song Qinglan. She couldn't clearly explain why she instinctively wanted to hide from Bai Yihan. Perhaps she is afraid of losing control of her own heart and might accidentally fall for him. Seeing Song Xingyu still blinking her big eyes, waiting for her answer, Song Qinglan quickly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, where did Chun go?" "Chun went to practice with Dad." "Practice?" Song Qinglan frowned, looking confused. Only then did Song Xingyu realize she had spoken too quickly and made a mistake. She hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, "Oops. I let it slip." Then she smiled innocently at Song Qinglan and said, "Mom, shall we go see?" Song Xingyu led Song Qinglan to the yard. Yesterday, the yard and the surrounding wall were a mess, but now everything was tidied up neatly. The big hole had been repaired and turned into a round archway, looking quite harmonious. Song Qinglan couldn't help but smile and quietly muttered, "Wow, they work fast. Mom, let's go quickly."
Yeah, don't.
Initially, Song Qinglan didn't plan to go, but Song Xingyu pulled her directly through the archway into the Cold King's residence. The Cold King's residence was heavily guarded. When the patrol guards saw Song Xingyu, they even paused and nodded at her. Song Xingyu skillfully waved to them, and the guards continued their patrol. Seeing this, Song Qinglan was surprised and asked, "Yeah, you seem to know them well?" "Of course. I come here every day," replied Song Xingyu confidently. She then led Song Qinglan to the backyard training ground of the Cold King's residence. This training ground was much larger than the one in General Song's estate, with more complete equipment. At this moment, Song Xingchen was practicing swordsmanship with Bai Yihan on the training field. The young boy and the tall man, both handsome and elegant, moved their swords in sync, looking very pleasing to the eye. Song Qinglan watched as young Song Xingchen practiced with determination in his eyes and saw the admiration and happiness in Bai Yihan's gaze. Her heart was suddenly deeply touched. Over the years, Song Xingchen's uncles also taught him reading, calligraphy, martial arts, and swordsmanship. But at this moment, Song Qinglan suddenly understood that no matter how well a child is taught, a father's position in a child's heart can never be replaced. While Song Qinglan was lost in her thoughts, Song Xingyu suddenly shouted loudly towards two people practicing in the distance, waving her hand and calling out, "Father, Chun." Song Qinglan immediately snapped out of her trance. Her instinct was to cover Song Xingyu's mouth, but it was too late. She twitched her mouth and forced an awkward smile, looking at Song Xingyu softly and saying, "You really are my adorable little girl. Are you trying to trick me on purpose?" Song Xingyu blinked her bright eyes and pulled down Song Qinglan's hand that was covering her mouth, asking with a confused look, "What's wrong?" "Mom, can I call out?" At this moment, Song Xingchen and Bai Yihan had already come over. Song Xingchen looked excited and asked, "Mom, are you here to see me and Dad?" Song Qinglan quickly denied, "No." Song Xingyu nodded and admitted, "Yes, that's right."
Yeah.
Song Xingyu turned her head and looked at Song Qinglan innocently, asking Mom, "Did I say something wrong again?" Song Qinglan couldn't help but rub her forehead, thinking to herself that her daughter was so clever and lively. She must be doing it on purpose. Bai Yihan looked at her frustrated expression and felt very happy, secretly raising an eyebrow at Song Xingyue. Song Xingyue also secretly winked at him. Seeing Bai Yihan smirking, Song Qinglan quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I was just bored and came for a walk. Actually, your Bai Wangfu isn't anything special, just average." Bai Yihan smiled charmingly, his deep black eyes fixed on her, and said, "If the princess is unhappy with anything, I will have someone improve it immediately." He then added meaningfully, "And the gates of the Bai Wangfu are always open for the princess. Come whenever you like." Song Qinglan frowned and softly said, "I'm not interested in your Bai Wangfu. You better keep the gates closed. Chun, let's go home and have breakfast." Song Xingchen instinctively looked at Bai Yihan. Bai Yihan nodded, then walked over to Song Qinglan and took her hand. At this moment, Han Fei hurried over, whispering into Bai Yihan's ear, "Prince, there's news from the palace." Song Qinglan glanced at him and then pulled a child along as they headed back. Just past the round arch gate of the two estates, they saw a palace official leaving the general's residence. Song Qinglan frowned and thought to herself, "What's going on?" She instinctively quickened her steps. When she reached the main hall, she saw a large family gathered around Song Qingnan and Song Qingxi, all excitedly discussing something. Everyone's face showed happiness and excitement. It was Song Qingbei who first noticed the three women. He happily ran over and said, "Sister, where have you been? I was looking for you just now. Something big has happened in our family." Song Qinglan blinked and asked, "What big thing?" "It's good news." Song Qingdong came forward and explained with a smile, "The officials from the palace just came to announce that tonight the emperor will hold a banquet in the palace to entertain officials. Second and third brothers are specially invited by the emperor to attend. It looks like there will be rewards tonight." "I actually heard about this a while ago." Song Qingnan stood up and explained to everyone, the Northwest victory was so great that the emperor planned a celebration. But since the imperial exam is coming soon, he decided to celebrate after choosing the top scholar. And the top scholar from Qingxi is the youngest in history in our imperial city. The emperor is very happy, so naturally, there will be a big celebration. Lu Guixia's eyes lit up immediately and said, "So, Qingxi, in the future, you will definitely be given important roles." Song Qingxi smiled and said, "Aunt, you shouldn't say that. Official positions are different from studying. I still have much to learn." Hearing this, Song Qinglan couldn't help but add, "Qingxi, you are talented. Don't underestimate yourself. I believe you can become a good official." Song Qingxi nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I will not let my family down." At this moment, Song Qingnan suddenly looked at Song Qinglan and said, "By the way, sister, the official Zhang who delivered the decree just now said that this time, officials and their families can go to the palace together for the feast. Do you want to come with me and third brother?" Song Qinglan remembered what Han Fei said to Bai Yihan earlier at the Han Wang residence, probably about this matter. Thinking that Bai Yihan might also appear, Song Qinglan smiled and refused, "I won't go. Tonight is your night. I won't join the fun. You two should prepare well." Seated on the throne, Jing Guangye was the first to raise his wine cup, smiling as he said, "Now, the royal city is peaceful and the people are safe. This is thanks to all of you, my loyal ministers, especially the brave warriors who have returned from the Northwest battlefield." He deliberately glanced at Bai Yihan and Song Qingnan, then continued, "Let's toast to the soldiers who protect our homeland." The ministers all stood up and drank their cups in one go. "Today, there is another great joy," he said, looking at Song Qingnan below. "Our royal city has produced its first young top scholar. I admire Qingxi's talent. Everyone studies the sages, but only you understand them best." He finished with a meaningful smile and drank all the wine from his golden cup. Song Qingxi nodded with a smile, and everyone else followed suit, drinking. The empress beside Jing Guangye maintained a proper smile, secretly signaling to Prince Li. Prince Li immediately understood. He stood up and raised his cup to the brothers Song Qingnan and Song Qingshi sitting opposite, smiling as he said, "Brother Song, one talented in literature, the other in martial arts, both promising young men. They are truly the pillars of our country. One day, they will be great helpers for the throne. I toast to both of you." Song Qingnan and Song Qingshi exchanged glances and stood up together, drinking with Prince Li. "Thank you for your praise, Prince Li." Then, the kitchen sent in the dishes, and the feast began. Guests exchanged toasts, and many bravely went to toast Bai Yihan, but his cold aura scared them away. Everyone didn't want to embarrass themselves, and Bai Yihan enjoyed the peace. Prince Li saw this and secretly chuckled, full of disdain. He thought to himself, with his way of dealing with people, he's not fit to compete with me for the crown prince position. On the other side of Jing Guangye sat concubine Qin, observing everything carefully and feeling anxious. Suddenly, she stood up, poured a cup of wine for Jing Guangye, smiling charmingly and gracefully, softly saying, "Your Majesty, tonight is so joyful. Shall we have some music to add to the fun?" "Yes. My beloved consort is right." Jing Guangye smiled and gestured to Zhang Ying behind him. "Quick, have the musicians come to the hall." "Oh, no need to trouble them." Concubine Qin suddenly stopped her, looking at the most beautiful young woman among the female guests, and smiling as she said, "I heard that Minister Lu's daughter is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Especially, she plays the zither very well. Since today is such a happy day, why not let her show her talent?" Then, Lu Ryue stood up, bowed to the emperor on the throne, and smiled, saying, "My skills are humble, and my music may not compare to the palace musicians, but I hope to have this chance to entertain the emperor, empress, and all the distinguished guests here." Consort Qin nodded happily, a pleased smile appearing on her face. Indeed, she was the woman she admired, generous and proper, a perfect match for her cold son. Jing Guangyi also appreciated the daughter of the chancellor, nodding to Zhang Yingrang behind him. Zhang Yingrang then whispered to the little beside him, "Quick, play the instrument." Soon, melodious and graceful music filled the hall, captivating everyone, especially as the wine made them more lively. Some people, however, were utterly enchanted. That person was Prince Li Jing Tianqing. He held a cup of wine but hadn't drunk it, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Ryue playing the instrument. There was such a beautiful woman in the world. Amazing. Truly wonderful. Meanwhile, Bai Yuhan found the court banquet boring. The food wasn't as good as what his wife made, and everyone was noisy. His wife's words were more interesting. He wished the event would end soon so he could go back and see her. Finally, the music ended. Everyone, except Bai Yuhan, clapped enthusiastically. Prince Li Jing Tianqing clapped the loudest. Jing Guangyi nodded in satisfaction and looked at Chancellor Lu, saying, "Lu Aiqing, I envy you so much. Your son performed well in the imperial exam and became the second place. Your daughter is also outstanding, more knowledgeable and polite than some of my princesses." With such praise from the emperor, Lu's family immediately became the envy of the officials. They whispered among themselves, "Chancellor Lu's daughter is truly talented and beautiful. If any young man marries her in the future, it would be a great match. Don't dream about it. Miss Lu is destined for the royal family." Yes, with Lu's influence, whoever marries her will have a chance to compete for the crown prince's position. Exactly. So, Miss Lu is clearly a future crown princess. Don't even think about it, everyone. Lu Ryue listened to their gossip, smiled lightly, and calmly returned to her seat. She also secretly glanced at Bai Yuhan. Seeing him drinking alone and ignoring everything around him, I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. After 3 rounds of drinks, all the ministers were somewhat drunk. Once they loosened up, they became less reserved, and some even got up to find their friends to drink and enjoy themselves. Bai Yihan found it quite boring and was about to leave when suddenly, Guizhi, the auntie beside Consort Qin, approached him quietly and said, "Prince, Consort Qin would like you to come over." Bai Yihan frowned but stood up and left with Guizhi. Consort Qin was already waiting outside the hall. He walked over, bowed slightly, and said, "Greetings, Mother Consort." She looked at him with loving eyes and softly said, "Mother Consort sees that you've been drinking alone. Why not walk with me in the royal garden?" Bai Yihan nodded, and they walked side by side slowly. Suddenly, Consort Chen spoke. "Honor, the officials in court are all loyal ministers for our country's future. You should get along well with them." Bai Yihan frowned and replied coldly, "I am a general, only responsible for fighting enemies. I don't deal with these political games." Consort Chen immediately became tense, holding his hand and saying, "Honor, you are a general, but you are also a prince of this city. In the future, this country will need." "Mother, you must be tired," Bai Yihan interrupted before she finished. "Why don't we sit in the pavilion ahead?" Consort Chen quickly stopped herself and smiled gently. "All right." She had lived in the palace for so long and knew some things couldn't be rushed. The mother and son sat in the quiet mind pavilion. The evening breeze was cool. Gui Ji brought a cloak and draped it over Consort Chen. She turned to look at her and saw Gui Ji nodding, so she smiled happily. Then she looked at Bai Yihan and said, "Honor, you're not young anymore. The war has ended. It's time to choose a princess to marry into the palace and expand the royal lineage." "Mother, actually I already." Before he finished, Bai Yihan suddenly heard a noise behind him and stood up sharply, shouting, "Who? Who is there?" Then, a graceful figure stepped out of the darkness. When she reached the light of the lantern in the pavilion, they could see it was Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue looked nervous and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Consort Chen."
Greetings, Prince Han.
"My lady, I apologize for disturbing Her Royal Highness. Please forgive me." Her Royal Highness did not look upset. She smiled and helped Lu Riyue to her feet, saying, "So you are the daughter of Chancellor Lu. What are you doing here?" Lu Riyue lowered her head and softly explained, "I felt a bit bored at the banquet, so I wanted to walk in the Imperial Garden. I didn't expect it to be so big, and I got lost." Her Royal Highness patted her hand meaningfully and said, "You're lucky to have met me and Prince Han. When he spoke loudly earlier, you must have been frightened. Come, let's go into the pavilion slowly." She then took Lu Riyue's hand and led her toward Jingxin Pavilion. Behind them, Bai Yihan suddenly spoke, "Mother, it's getting late. I will return to the palace first." Her Royal Highness immediately looked displeased. This was supposed to be a private meeting arranged just for him, and now he was leaving like this. What could happen next? Fortunately, Aunt Gui Ji reacted quickly and said, "Your Majesty, it really is getting late. The palace gates will soon be locked, and Loomis won't be able to leave the palace later." "Oh, I forgot about that," Her Royal Highness smiled. She turned to Bai Yihan and said, "Han, you should take Loomis back to the Chancellor's residence." Bai Yihan finally understood her intention. He frowned and said coldly, "Mother, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't know Loomis well." Actually, Lu Riyue suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were charming, and her face was slightly red. She softly said, "I have met Prince Han before." "Really? When was that?" Her Royal Highness was immediately excited. She looked at Bai Yihan with a scolding expression and said, "Child, why didn't you tell me?" Bai Yihan pursed his lips and said nothing. In his mind, besides Song Qinglan, he didn't notice any other women. Seeing his reaction, Lu Riyue knew he had probably forgotten about her. She tried to hide her disappointment and smiled, saying, "That day, in front of Xingyue Pavilion, I almost bumped into the shopkeeper. Prince Han saved her, but I was a bit clumsy and fell." Lu Riyue secretly clenched her teeth. If she hadn't fallen that day, would he remember her? After Lu Riyue said that, Bai Yihan also remembered some things. He vaguely recalled that someone had fallen that day, but in his eyes, only Song Qinglan mattered. He was busy saving her and didn't pay attention to who the person was or what they looked like. When Consort Chen heard this, she became even more excited. "So, you two actually have such a connection. Honor, this is your fault. Since you couldn't save Riyue that day, today you must send her back to her home." Bai Yihan frowned and said nothing, then turned and left. Lu Riyue stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Consort Chen quickly gave her a subtle signal and whispered, "Hurry up and follow." Lu Ryue smiled happily and quietly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After saying that, she jogged to catch up with Bai Yi Han. Consort Chen watched their figures leave, a happy smile spreading across her face. Aunt Guizhi also smiled and said, "Your Majesty, it seems Miss Lu really likes our King Han." "I can see that too." Consort Chen nodded, a proud glint in her eyes. She whispered, "This is better. It will save us a lot of trouble." Aunt Guizhi nodded with a smile and said, "As long as Miss Lu becomes the queen consort, then Chancellor Lu's influence can become a strong support for Honor. By then, the Empress might also have to be cautious. Tonight I am so happy. Guizhi, help me back to Ingchun Palace to rest." Aunt Guizhi couldn't help but remind her, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is still in the hall." Consort Chen's eyes darkened slightly, and she squinted, whispering, "No need to go. Tonight, the Emperor will definitely stay in the Empress's palace. Let's go back." Meanwhile, Lu Ryue hurriedly ran after Bai Yi Han's figure, calling out, "Han. King Han, slow down.
Slow down.
Wait for me." But Bai Yi Han showed no sign of slowing down. He continued walking forward with a cold face. Even fools could see that this woman was something his mother wanted to push on him. He already had a wife and children and would never get involved with another woman. Bai Yi Han originally wanted to tell his parents about Song Qinglan, Song Xingchen, and Song Xingyu, but now, since Song Qinglan hadn't changed her mind yet, he was afraid that if he said anything, Emperor Chen and Consort Chen would find out about the royal grandson who was lost outside. They would definitely take the two children back to the palace. This would only make Song Qinglan dislike him more and push her further away. In just a moment, Bai Yi Han had already left the palace gates. Lu Ryue also ran out after them. She has grown up, and this is the first time she has been so flustered. She is panting heavily, covered in fragrant sweat. However, Bai Yi Han shows no sign of sympathy or kindness. He frowns and asks her, "Where is your family's carriage?" "I don't know," Lu Ryue gasps, looking pitiful. "Maybe my father and elder brother have already returned home." Bai Yi Han's expression darkens. He calls out into the night, "Han Fei." Soon, Han Fei drives the carriage over quickly. When the carriage stops, Bai Yi Han says to Lu Ryue, "You can go back in my carriage." Lu Ryue can't help but smile shyly and says, "Thank you, Prince Han." Han Fei looks stunned as he watches a beautiful young woman get into the carriage. He asks suspiciously, "Prince, what's going on?" Bai Yi Han coldly replies, "Send Miss Lu back to the Prime Minister's residence." At this moment, Lu Ryue lifts the curtain, looks at Bai Yi Han with surprise, and asks, "Prince Han, aren't you coming on the carriage too?" Bai Yi Han remains expressionless and coldly says, "There are differences between men and women. To protect Miss Lu's reputation, I can only do this." After saying that, he gives Han Fei a look. Han Fei immediately understands, jumps to the front of the carriage, raises the whip, and drives the carriage away. Lu Ryue lowers the curtain, her pretty face hidden inside the carriage, full of reluctance. She clenches her fists secretly and thinks to herself, "Prince Han, one day, I will be yours." Song Qinglan has already told Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue 3 bedtime stories, but the 2 little ones are still full of energy, their eyes sparkling brighter than stars in the night sky. She twitches her mouth, unable to hold back, and asks, "What's wrong with you two tonight? Usually you fall asleep before I finish one story, but tonight I've told 3, and you're still awake. Are you not going to sleep?" Song Xingyue suddenly climbs out of bed, blinking her adorable big eyes, and asks seriously, "Mom, why haven't Uncle Second and Uncle Third come back yet? The palace banquet doesn't end that quickly. You should go to sleep now. Be good." Song Qinglan reaches out to put Song Xingyue back in bed. But Song Xingyue quickly grabs her hand. "Mom, what is the palace? Is it very big and beautiful? Is it bigger than Dad's mansion?"
Ah!
Song Qinglan couldn't hold back and started to laugh. She pinched her cute little face and said with a smile, "The palace is much bigger than your father's mansion." Suddenly, Song Xingyue frowned seriously and said, I want to go see them too. At this moment, Song Xingchen couldn't hold back anymore. He sat up from the bed and asked Song Qinglan, Mother, Uncle Second said our grandparents live in the palace. Why haven't we gone to see them? Mother, didn't you say that a family should live together?
Well.
This question left Song Qinglan speechless. While she was trying to think of a gentle way to explain their background, Song Xingyue suddenly spoke again, saying, It's probably because the time hasn't come yet, right?
Mother?
She sounded quite mature when she spoke. Song Qinglan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, that's right. In a way, it really wasn't the right time yet. All right, it's really late. You two should go to sleep quickly, or you won't grow tall, she said, covering them with blankets and continuing to tell a story. The two little ones couldn't stay awake anymore. After she told just a few words, they fell into a deep sleep. Song Qinglan tiptoed and got up to leave. Before closing the door, she looked at the two peacefully sleeping children on the bed, feeling a mix of emotions. When she first crossed over here, she thought they were a family living in hardship. If they worked hard, life would get better.
And it was true.
Over the years, with her intelligence and modern thinking, she had helped the family live a prosperous life. She didn't expect her children to achieve great things in the future. She just wanted them to grow up happily and healthily. But unexpectedly, a troublemaker appeared out of nowhere. Their father turned out to be a prince who had fallen out of the palace. Their status suddenly connected them to royalty, making their lives destined to be extraordinary. The palace is like a walled city, surrounded on all sides, fighting for power and influence. People inside want to come out, and those outside want to get in. Song Qinglan sighed softly and closed the door. No matter what, as a mother, she would find a way to protect them. She looked up at the night sky. It was almost midnight. She frowned slightly and whispered, It's so late. Why haven't Qing Nan and Qingxi come back yet? Thinking of this, Song Qinglan headed toward the general's residence. The banquet ended, and Song Qingnan and Song Qingxi rode together back to their home. During this dinner, Song Qingxi finally understood what it means to face unpredictable schemes and hidden currents, with everyone having their own secret plans. Song Qingnan looked at him and smiled, saying, You probably won't want to pursue officialdom after tonight, right? Song Qingxi frowned and replied, Second brother, I've never had such thoughts. I believe in being honest and doing my own work. I don't care about power struggles that don't concern me. Yes, I think the same, Song Qingnan nodded. At first, everyone in the court thought Prince Li would become the heir, because the current empress's family is very powerful. But after Prince Han returned, everything changed. He is now the true eldest son. The court officials are divided into two groups. Those who oppose the empress's family holding too much power support Prince Han secretly. They are competing behind the scenes. He looked at Song Qingxi deeply and said, You probably saw it tonight. Prince Li is trying to win you over. But I've been through life and death with Prince Han, so he wouldn't bother with me. You need to be careful in the future. Yes, I understand, Song Qingxi nodded. Suddenly, he became curious. Second brother, I really want to know, who do you support? Song Qingnan's eyes shifted with a meaningful look and said, Do you think Prince Han is trying to fight for the throne? He doesn't care about these power struggles at all. Song Qingxi smiled knowingly, realizing that Bai Yihan was not interested in becoming the heir, but was more interested in their sister. As they talked, the carriage arrived at the general's residence. They got off at the gate, about to walk inside. After climbing a couple of steps, they suddenly saw Prince Han's luxurious carriage passing by in front of them. However, this was not the direction from the palace. Han Fei, who was driving the carriage, also saw the two at the gate and hurriedly greeted warmly General Song. Lord Song, you're back. Song Qingnan stepped down from the steps, looked at the carriage, and asked, Where is the prince coming from? During the latter part of the banquet, he noticed Bai Yihan had disappeared and thought he had already returned. Han Fei hesitated for a moment before responding, Oh, General Song, you mean this carriage? The prince isn't in the carriage. He asked me to take Miss Lu back to the Prime Minister's residence. I just came back from there. Prime Minister's residence? Song Qingnan frowned and continued. And where is the prince? He's riding his horse back himself. General Song, it's getting late. I should return to the residence to report to the Wang family. Song Qingnan nodded, and Han Fei hurriedly drove the carriage back to the King Han's residence. Song Qingnan and Song Qingxi walked together back to the general's estate. Song Qingnan's expression grew serious. Looking at Song Qingxi, he asked, "Third brother, what do you think?" This matter is very clear. Miss Lu is talented and beautiful, and she is the daughter of the Prime Minister. Many young men in the imperial city want to marry her, both for her beauty and for fame and wealth. If Prince Han marries her, it will add a strong advantage in the battle for the crown prince. Song Qingnan frowned.
But Prince Han isn't like that.
Yes. Song Qingxi sighed. Parents always think carefully. Someone is probably trying to match them on purpose. They both looked at each other, understanding what the other was thinking. Song Qingnan whispered, "All right, don't say more. Be careful not to let sister hear." Song Qingxi smiled. "It's so late. Sister must be asleep already." As they spoke, they turned a corner and saw Song Qinglan hidden behind the shadows of the trees. Both were startled. Song Qingxi patted his chest and asked, "Sister, why are you still awake so late?" Song Qinglan lifted her eyelids, glanced at them, and said, "I was just waiting for you too. Since you're back, I'll go to bed now. Good night." After saying that, Song Qinglan waved her hand and turned to go inside. Song Qingxi swallowed hard and asked Song Qingnan, "Second brother, when do you think sister was here?" "I have no idea. Do you think she might have heard what we just said?" Song Qingnan frowned deeply and whispered, "Forget it. What's meant to happen will happen. Let's go to bed." Bai Yihan returned to the Wang residence after Han Fei. As soon as he entered, Han Fei hurried to greet him. "Your Majesty, I've safely sent Miss Lu back to the Prime Minister's estate." Bai Yihan raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, "What about the carriage?" "It's at the stables." Bai Yihan calmly said, "Burn it."
Huh? What?
Han Fei was stunned. He thought he heard wrong. Why burn the carriage for no reason? Bai Yihan slightly turned his face, his deep black eyes fixed on him, coldly saying, "Do you want me to say it again?"
No.
"No, I'll do it immediately. I won't let the carriage stay overnight." Han Fei quickly turned to leave. Suddenly, at that moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that Bai Yihan was not heading into the house, but walking toward the archway leading to the general's residence. He was startled and quickly shouted, "Prince, you're going the wrong way." Bai Yihan stopped and slightly turned his head, revealing half of his handsome face, which now showed a chilling expression. Han Fei's head suddenly turned around. There was no way the prince was lost. He was deliberately going to find the princess. This fool, how could he be so stupid? Fortunately, Han Fei was quite skilled at light footwork, so before Bai Yihan truly showed his power, he quickly slipped away. "Your Highness, I'm going to the stables." Bai Yihan shook his head helplessly. After following him for so many years, how could Han Fei not see through anything? Song Qinglan tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but still couldn't sleep. She overheard the conversation between Song Qingnan and Song Qingxi. For some reason, her mind kept replaying Song Qingxi's words. Miss Lu is both beautiful and talented. In her heart, Song Qinglan shouted, "Ah, why does she care so much?" She and Bai Yihan are no longer involved. He can marry whoever he wants. What does it have to do with her? Humph. Thinking this, Song Qinglan turned over again, facing away from the bed. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was Bai Yihan. Song Qinglan wasn't frightened. After all, she had long been used to seeing this person's apparition appear beside her. However, normally, Bai Yihan wore a black brocade robe, but today he was dressed in a dark blue, gold-embroidered fine garment. He still lay on his side, handsome with mysterious black eyes, and now looked a bit more devilish. Frowning, Song Qinglan muttered softly, "Haha, I see you're getting more impressive. Today you even changed your outfit." Bai Yihan was surprised by her calm reaction. Usually, given her personality, she would have kicked him onto the bed by now. He slightly curved one corner of his mouth into a charming smile and softly asked, "Does the princess like this outfit?" Song Qinglan was startled, blinking hard with disbelief.
You. How can you still talk?
Previously, Bai Yihan had just obediently looked at her without speaking. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Song Qinglan's mind.
She realized something.
She trembled and reached out to poke Bai Yihan's handsome face, and was immediately stunned.
This is wow.
Such a face. Song Qinglan immediately withdrew her hand and said in surprise, Are you really? Are you really Bai Yihan? Bai Yihan slightly frowned and asked, Princess, what do you mean? Do you think I am fake?
Get lost.
When did you come in? You even climbed into my bed, and I... Before Song Qinglan could finish saying get lost, she instinctively kicked towards Bai Yihan. Bai Yihan was already prepared. He quickly raised his leg and caught her leg with his long one, stopping her kick. Their current position was somewhat intimate. Song Qinglan realized this and immediately blushed, but her eyes remained sharp as she stared at Bai Yihan and shouted, Let me go now. Bai Yihan sighed softly, looked at her with deep affection in his eyes. Then he reached out his arm and pulled Song Qinglan into his embrace, holding her tightly. Her heart was pounding fast. Although she had 2 children, honestly, this was her first time being so close to a man. She blushed and struggled in Bai Yihan's arms, pushing against his strong chest and protesting, Bai Yihan. Let me go. Let me go. Stop moving. Bai Yihan's voice was husky and deep, with a different kind of charm. If you move again, I can't guarantee I won't do something. Song Qinglan finally realized something was wrong with him. She was scared and felt a chill down her spine, obediently stopping her movements. Bai Yihan felt her become obedient and found it both frustrating and funny. They were clearly husband and wife, yet they couldn't be intimate. It was really tormenting him. Oh well, he had no choice but to accept it. Bai Yihan rested his chin on Song Qinglan's soft hair, closed his eyes gently, and softly said, Qinglan, I am so tired.
Let me sleep for a while.
His voice was gentle and tender, like a spoiled child. Song Qinglan's heart softened suddenly, but she also felt uncomfortable. She deliberately said, If you want someone to sleep with, there are plenty outside. Go find Miss Liu from the Prime Minister's house. She'd be happy to keep you company. Bai Yihan suddenly opened his eyes wide, pulled back slightly, and looked at Song Qinglan with intense eyes, teasingly saying, Princess, are you jealous?
What?
Jealous?
Me?
Jealous of you? I must be crazy. Song Qinglan immediately flared up and quickly denied it. Seeing her panicked reaction, Bai Yihan felt very happy. He once again held her in his arms and softly said, Qinglan, don't worry. Only you.
Huh?
Song Qinglan was waiting for more, but there was nothing. Hey, Bai Yihan, you. She looked up and realized that Bai Yihan was actually asleep. Song Qinglan moved slightly, wanting to escape from his embrace, but even while sleeping, Bai Yihan held her tightly. Song Qinglan sighed softly. Tonight, I'll let it go. No more next time. Then she felt sleepy and, without realizing it, fell asleep in Bai Yihan's arms. The next day, Song Qinglan slept until she woke up naturally, which was rare for her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Yihan's charming face. Bai Yihan slightly smiled with a mischievous look and said, Good morning, princess. Song Qinglan immediately became anxious. Why are you still here? Bai Yihan frowned and looked innocent. Last night, we slept holding each other. Since I wasn't here, where else would I be? Song Qinglan felt a pounding headache behind her temples. She quickly got up, pulled Bai Yihan out of bed and said anxiously, Go. Hurry and leave. She had to send him away before others found out. Bai Yihan clearly saw her intentions and refused to cooperate, stubbornly staying in bed. Song Qinglan had no choice and issued a final warning. Bai Yihan, if you don't get up now, don't expect to get back in my bed again. Bai Yihan immediately jumped out of bed. He smiled triumphantly and said, Princess, you said it yourself. I'll come back tonight. Song Qinglan's mouth twitched. What did she just say? It felt like she had dug her own grave. Forget it. She decided to send this troublemaker away first. She pushed Bai Yihan toward the door. When she opened it, she saw Song Qingnan knocking, with Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue behind him. Song Qinglan froze. Song Qingnan also paused, looked at the calm Bai Yihan and said with a smile, "So the prince is really here. Chen Chen just came from the Hanwang Manor looking for you to practice, but couldn't find you, so he came to see me."
Therefore,
at this moment, Song Xingyue, looking proud, said, "Second uncle, see? I told you. Father must be at mother's place."
"No. Yeah, that."
Song Qinglan hurriedly explained, "This is a bit complicated, but it's definitely not what you think." Song Xingyue frowned slightly, looking serious. She said, "Mother, it's been so long. Why haven't you and father had a younger brother or a sister yet?" Song Qinglan's face suddenly turned bright red. She shouted at Song Xingyue, "Who taught you to say such things?" Next to them, Song Qingnan also felt embarrassed. Seeing the situation, he quickly said, "Chunchern, yeah, let's go have breakfast first." After saying that, he hurriedly took the two children away. He wondered what kind of trouble he had gotten into to have to face this early in the morning. Bai Yihan looked at her frantic state and surprisingly found it a little cute, so he couldn't help but laugh. Song Qinglan turned her head and shot him a glare, shouting, "Bai Yihan, do you have the nerve to laugh? It's all your fault." Bai Yihan stopped laughing and moved slightly closer to Song Qinglan. Frightened, she took a step back and asked warily, "What are you going to do now?" "Princess, I just want to remind you that what Ye just said was taught to her by Wu Qianqian."
"What?"
Song Qinglan's eyes widened in shock. Amid her surprised expression, Bai Yihan happily returned to the King Han residence. Yunlai Tower. Song Qinglan sat on a fancy terrace seat on the second floor, drinking a small cup of wine. Wu Qianqian arrived and sat down across from her, looking excited. "Qinglan, did you call me here for another new dish to taste?" Song Qinglan put down her wine cup, squinting slightly, and asked softly, "Qianqian, are you very free lately?" "Free? Not at all." Wu Qianqian shook her head seriously. "I've been very busy recently. Qinglan, you don't know. Ever since my little junior brother became a grand general, everyone found out that his martial arts skills come from our Jingwu Martial School. Now many people come every day to sign up. I help my senior brother manage these affairs every day, and I'm almost overwhelmed." Song Qinglan smiled slightly and said, "Since you're so busy, how do you have time to teach children bad habits?" Wu Qianqian was stunned immediately. Her mind quickly turned, and she finally understood what Song Qinglan was talking about. She felt a dangerous aura slowly approaching. Under these circumstances, she could only pretend to be innocent and bluff her way through. So, Wu Qianqian nervously took a small sip of wine and giggled, "Qinglan, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Her little scheme couldn't escape Song Qinglan's sharp eyes. Song Qinglan originally didn't plan to argue with her. She relaxed her tense expression and looked at Wu Qianqian, saying, "From now on, don't talk to Chen Chen and Ye about having little brothers or sisters. They are still children." Wu Qianqian quickly nodded and apologized. "Yes, I understand, Qinglan sister. I promise I won't say it again." Song Qinglan was amused by her vow and said, "You, a young girl who hasn't married yet, say such things. Don't you feel shy?" "Hee. I just said that for your and the prince's sake. By the way, Qinglan sister, how are you and the prince now?" "Not much better," Song Qinglan frowned. "And, in the future, try not to get involved in this matter." "Oh, and today there's a new dish. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon and sent over." Wu Qianqian immediately smiled brightly. "You're the best, Qinglan sister. You always think of me when there's something tasty." The two chatted back and forth casually. Suddenly, they overheard a discussion at the nearby dining table. "Hey, have you heard? They say another great painter has appeared in Lizhou. His paintings look so real, it's like they come to life." "I've heard too. Just a few days ago, this painter became famous all over Lizhou with a picture of the goddess Luo." "Yes. They say his depiction of the goddess Luo is so vivid, it's as if she only exists in heaven. If I'm lucky enough to see that goddess Luo painting, I'd be content even if I died. Stop dreaming. I heard that the bidding for that goddess Luo painting has gone over 10,000 taels, but the painter refused to sell it.
Over 10,000 taels. Wow.
Even the works of crazy painter Chu Yifeng haven't sold for that much, right? When Wu Qianqian heard the name Chu Yifeng, she also became a bit interested. She turned to look at the group and asked with a smile, "Is that painter really as amazing as you say? Could he be better than Chu Yifeng, the master painter?" Among the group, a man who had been silent all along, stroking his beard, looked at Wu Qianqian and replied, "Miss Wu, you don't know. Sometimes the student surpasses the master. Do you know who this famous painter of Lizhou really is?" Wu Qianqian also became curious and quickly asked, "Who is he?" "He is Chu Yifeng's only son, Chu Simo." Wu Qianqian's face showed a hint of surprise as she murmured the three words, unable to believe it. Song Qinglan glanced at her and secretly smiled, teasingly saying, "What's wrong? Why do you react like that when you hear Simo's name? Are you missing him?"
Ha!
"Why would I miss him?" Wu Qianqian pouted, picked up her wine glass, and took a sip to calm herself down before saying, "I just didn't expect that gentle little scholar would suddenly become a great painter." Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Only you would say that about him. CMO comes from a family of calligraphy and painting, and he's very talented. Fame is just a matter of time. Now that he has achieved so much, as friends, we should be happy for him." Humph. No wonder I haven't heard from him all these years. Turns out he's been hiding and secretly painting. And painting pictures of the goddess of the river? I knew he only liked drawing pretty women. So shallow. She didn't know why, but the more she spoke, the angrier she got. Seeing her angry look, Song Qinglan smiled and said, "I think you're just upset that he hasn't written to you all these years, right?" "That's not true." Wu Qianqian quickly tried to clear things up. "Qinglan, don't talk nonsense. It sounds like I want to be friends with him or something. Besides, he's now a famous painter. Maybe he doesn't even care about us ordinary folks anymore."
Hey.
"You're getting more and more unreasonable." Song Qinglan hurriedly stopped her.
CMO isn't like that.
At this moment, Huang Xiaodou brought out some new dishes. Hearing their snippets of conversation, he curiously asked, "Qinglan, Wu girl, are you talking about Master Chu?" Song Qinglan nodded with a smile. Wu Qianqian still looked angry. "Xiaodou, you don't know. Master Chu is really impressive now. He's become a great painter. Looks like we won't see him again in this lifetime." "No way. I just saw him at the dock." Huang Xiaodou scratched his head, looking confused. Wu Qianqian immediately became nervous and asked, "What? Say that again." She thought she had misheard. Song Qinglan also heard it and slightly frowned, looking at Huang Xiaodou. "Xiaodou, are you sure you saw the right person? Master Chu was at the Imperial City every day, eating at Yunlai Tower. I definitely wouldn't mistake him." Huang Xiaodou replied seriously. "I just came back from the dock and saw him come off a boat."
So,
Chu CMO really came to the Imperial City. Even Wu Qianqian didn't realize it, but a look of great joy appeared on her face. She turned to look at Huang Xiaodou and asked again, "Did you see where he went?"
"Oh.
"That's right. He must have gone to find Brother Qingdong." As she spoke, Wu Qianqian stood up and headed toward the treasure pavilion.
Hey.
"Miss Wu," Huang Xiaodou quickly called out, "Young Master Chu didn't go to the treasure pavilion. He went to Tea Fragrance Street. The Jingwu Martial Arts School is located on Tea Fragrance Street." Wu Qianqian couldn't help but smile and waved at Huang Xiaodou, saying, "Xiaodou, thank you." Then she quickly disappeared from sight. Huang Xiaodou was left standing there, confused and muttering softly, "Thank me? Thank for what?" Wu Qianqian deliberately chose a small path nearby and ran back to the Jingwu Martial Arts School. By the time she reached the school gate, she was exhausted and breathless. The junior guard at the gate saw her anxious look and asked nervously, "Senior sister, what happened? Did you get into trouble outside, and someone is chasing you? How do you talk?" Wu Qianqian glared at him. She finally calmed down and asked quickly, "Did a thin, weak-looking scholar-type man come to see me just now?"
Ah, well.
Hurry up. Why are you hesitating? At this moment, another junior guard stepped forward and replied, "Yes, a young man dressed like a scholar came to see you, but he didn't look very weak." "That's not the point. Where is he now? Is he inside?" Wu Qianqian said as she adjusted her clothes and was about to enter the school. However, the guard said, "That young man has already left."
What?
"He just left like that?" Wu Qianqian looked angry. "He asked if our senior sister was at the residence, and I told him you went to Yunlai Tower. After that, he left." Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes and immediately ran toward Yunlai Tower. Meanwhile, just 15 minutes after Wu Qianqian left, Chu Simu appeared inside Yunlai Tower. Song Qinglan came out of the tower's entrance, looking shocked as she saw him, and asked, "Simu, why are you here? You're not supposed to be." Before she finished, Chu Simu eagerly interrupted her and asked, "Qinglan, where is Miss Wu? Didn't you see her?" Song Qinglan frowned and said, "She heard you arrived at the Imperial City and went back to Jingwu Martial Arts School 15 minutes ago." Chu Simu frowned in frustration and turned to leave. "I'll go back and find her."
Hey.
"It's not. Simu, maybe you should just..." Before Song Qinglan could finish, Chu Simu had already run away. Sure enough, even the smartest and most rational people can become foolish when it comes to love. Song Qinglan smiled and shook her head, about to turn back into Yunlai Tower. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to her, "Qinglan."
Sister.
She looked back and saw Wu Qianqian, exhausted and panting. She smiled slightly, knowing Wu Qianqian would definitely come here. Wu Qianqian took a deep breath and asked, Chu Ruoru, where is he?"
Call him out.
Song Qinglan crossed her arms and looked at her calmly, smiling as she said, "You're late. Simu just left and is probably going to Jingshu Martial Arts School to find you. I think you two are quite interesting. Can't you just take the same path?"
What?
Wu Qianqian's eyes widened, grinding her teeth in frustration. "That brat is trying to wear me out?" After saying that, she turned and walked away again. At this moment, Lu Guixia came out of Yunlai Tower, looking puzzled. "What's going on with those two kids? One looking for the other?" Song Qinglan smiled meaningfully and said, "That's what you call a bumpy road to happiness." This time, Wu Qianqian chose to run along the main street. Finally, on the long street where they first met, she immediately recognized that figure.
Accidentally, Qian shouted, "Zuzuzu."
Chu Simu turned around. In the bustling street, everywhere his gaze fell was her. A smile spread across his face as he happily ran toward her. They finally met again. For years had passed, and Chu Simu had changed a lot. He no longer looked frail but appeared handsome and noble, like a refined young gentleman. Wu Qianqian smiled and asked, "Why did you come looking for me?" Chu Simu's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as he softly replied, "The first person I saw when I came to the Imperial City 4 years ago was you. Now that I've returned, of course, the first person I want to see is you." At night, the general's residence was lively and bustling. When they learned that Chu Simu had come to the Imperial City, Song Qingdong and his brothers returned early. Song Qinglan even prepared a big table of food to welcome Chu Simu and give him a warm reception. Everyone sat around the table, and each face was filled with the joy of reunion after a long time apart. Grandmother Song was very happy. She looked at Chu Simu and said, "Simo, it's been 4 years. You look even more handsome now. Have you gotten married?" Chu Simu instinctively glanced at Wu Qianqian, shyly shook his head, and replied, "Grandmother, I haven't married yet." Wu Qianqian felt his gaze and turned to glare at him softly, whispering, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chu Simu felt helpless. His feelings were so obvious, and she still didn't realize? Song Qingdong watched him struggle and quickly changed the subject, saying, "You didn't tell me in advance that you were coming to the Imperial City. I would have gone to the dock to meet you." Chu Simu smiled and said, I heard from Boss Jean that your trading routes now cover the southeast, northwest, and everywhere. You're so busy, I didn't want to bother you. Brother Simo, you're being too formal. Song Qingbei suddenly raised his glass. We're all brothers. You have to toast with me. All right, I was wrong, Chu Simo said, then picked up his glass and drank it all in one go. Wu Qianqian wanted to stop him, but couldn't. She muttered softly, "Are you crazy? Drinking so quickly. You can't handle alcohol." Chu Simo winked at her and said, "Actually, over the years, I've improved my drinking. I can handle a little now." What he didn't say was that he learned to drink for her. Wu Qianqian looked at him with suspicion, unsure whether to believe it. But after seeing him finish a glass without any strange reactions, she couldn't help but murmur, "He's really improved." Lu Guixia stood up and said, "All right, we can drink more later. Let's eat first, or the food will get cold." "Yes, I haven't had Qinglan's cooking in a long time. I really miss it," Chu Simo said. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, a teasing voice came from behind. "Tonight is so lively. The princess prepared so many delicious dishes. Why didn't she invite me?" Hearing this voice, Song Qinglan felt a headache coming on. Song Xingyue was so happy she jumped off her stool, ran to Bai Yihan and cheerfully called, "Daddy, why are you so late?" Chu Simo was stunned. He looked at Wu Qianqian beside him with a look of disbelief and asked, "Daddy?
What?
What's going on?" Wu Qianqian made a shushing gesture and whispered, "This is a long story and a bit complicated. I'll tell you more later." After speaking, he waved at Chu Simo and said, "Move aside a little to make space for King Han." Seeing everyone naturally give up their seats for Bai Yihan and let him sit beside her, Song Qinglan felt that no matter how she explained now, it would be useless. After Bai Yihan sat down, he glanced at Chu Simo and asked Song Qinglan this is. He was full of hostility toward any man who appeared beside Song Qinglan. Feeling the hostility, Song Qingdong quickly explained, "This is Chu Simo, a friend I met when I went to Lizhou. He came to the Imperial City 4 years ago, and our family knows him well." The meaning was very clear. This person had nothing to do with Song Qinglan. "Oh," Bai Yihan nodded and stopped paying attention. Then, everyone started eating. Bai Yihan took a piece of sweet and sour carp and placed it in Song Qinglan's bowl, smiling and saying, "Princess, eat the fish." Song Qinglan immediately glared at him. "I have hands myself, no need for you to pick it up for me." Seeing this, Song Xingyue immediately handed her small bowl to Bai Yihan and said with a smile, "Daddy, I want to eat fish." "Okay. Yeah is the best," Bai Yihan said, carefully removing the fish bones before putting the fish meat into Song Xingyue's bowl. Song Qinglan watched his careful actions and felt a little touched. She was lost in her thoughts when Bai Yihan suddenly turned his head, showing a charming smile at Song Qinglan and teasing, "Princess, do you also want me to pick the bones for you?" Song Qinglan quickly withdrew her gaze and replied calmly, "Prince, you're overthinking." Wu Qianqian watched the playful teasing between the couple and found it quite sweet. Chu Simo looked at her secretly smiling and couldn't help but wonder, softly asking, "What are you laughing at? Is there something good?"
Tell me about it.
"You silly goose. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand."
Chu Simo so my helper.
"You're even more silly than me." After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Chu Simo stayed at the general's residence. He couldn't sleep tonight. He had heard too much information and needed time to digest it. He pushed open the door and stood in the empty courtyard, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you looking at?" Chu Simo turned around and saw Song Qingnan slowly walking over. The two sat together on a stone bench. Chu Simo suddenly sighed, saying, "For years apart, I never imagined so many things would change. You became a great general, Qingxi became a top scholar, and brother Qingdong is now the strongest merchant in the city. What surprises me most is that sister Qinglan's husband is still alive and is the current king of Cold. These things are truly unbelievable." Song Qingnan smiled and said, "In the blink of an eye, you've become a famous painter.
After all these years, you still like my senior sister.
Chu Simo was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly and said helplessly, "Everyone can see it, except her. She doesn't understand."
Don't be discouraged.
That's how my senior sister is, carefree and slow to realize things. Maybe even she doesn't know that she has liked you all along.
Is that true?
Chu Simo's eyes lit up with surprise when he heard this. Song Qingnan smiled meaningfully and said, "I heard from my sister that today you two met again. If she wasn't thinking of you, she wouldn't be so eager to see you. Qingnan, I won't hide it from you. I came to the Imperial City for her. Can you give me some advice on what I should do?" I can give you advice, but first you have to satisfy my curiosity."
"What curiosity?"
Song Qingnan smiled and softly said 3 words, "The Luo Shun painting." A hint of suspicion flashed across Chu Simo's face as he awkwardly smiled, then put away the scroll. He said, "You've already seen the painting. Now, tell me your good idea."
"I just thought of one," said Song Qingnan.
"What is it?"
"Tell me," Chu Simo urged.
Song Qingnan pointed at the scroll in Chu Simo's hand and said, "It's this Luo Shun painting." Chu Simo frowned slightly, looking confused. Song Qingnan explained, "Actually, my master loves collecting paintings. He's very fond of your father's work. I think if you take this Luo Shun painting and show it to him, he and my sister will understand your feelings."
"But..."
Chu Simo hesitated for a moment. Going there like this might be too sudden? "Since it's come to this, it's up to you whether you want to do it or not," said Song Qingnan, patting his shoulder. "It's late now. You should rest early." After that, he went back to his own room. That night, Song Qinglan couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Finally, she sat up and looked instinctively toward the door. White Yihan had said earlier that he would come tonight, so why hadn't he appeared yet? The worst part was that knowing he would come, but not knowing when made her feel very uneasy. Song Qinglan leaned against her bed, and before she knew it, she fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up with her neck stiff. She moved slightly and suddenly felt a bit sad. In the main hall, the Song family was sitting around the breakfast table. Song Qinglan took a sip of soy milk to wake herself up, then noticed that Chu Simo was missing. She felt curious. She knew Chu Simo liked to get up early to paint, and she was worried he might be too focused and hungry. She asked the butler nearby, "Wang Bo, go call young Master Chu to come for breakfast." Wang Bo bowed slightly and replied, "Miss, I already went to call him this morning, but young Master Chu isn't in his room."
"Huh?
Where could he have gone so early? Song Qinglan wondered. Song Qingnan smiled mysteriously and said, "He's gone to handle an important matter." Song Qinglan tilted her head slightly, squinting her eyes, and asked, "Qingnan, do you know something?" "You'll find out tonight," said Song Qingnan, then got up and left for the military camp. As soon as he left, Bai Yihan arrived silently and sat down beside Song Qinglan without a word. Startled, Song Qinglan asked, "What are you doing?" There was not even a sound. Bai Yihan suddenly frowned and said seriously, "Princess, why are you so angry? Is it because I didn't?" Before he could finish, Song Qinglan took a large steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, smiling. "Eat the bun. You're talking too much." Bai Yihan took a bite of the bun and moved closer to Song Qinglan. "Where are you going today, princess?" "Today, I need to settle accounts at the Moon and Star Pavilion with Second Aunt and also look at Xiuxiu's design sketches." Song Qinglan instinctively answered. Suddenly, she felt something was off and turned to give him a sharp look.
"Why are you asking that?"
"I have nothing to do today, so I plan to keep you company," Bai Yihan replied. Song Qinglan sneered. "Ha, Prince, are you really free?" Hearing this, the 2 little ones, Song Xingyue and Song Xingchen, got excited immediately. Song Xingyue even hugged Bai Yihan's arm and pouted. "Daddy, I want to go too." "I want to go too." "No way." Song Qinglan directly refused. "You two still have to go to school. Finish your breakfast quickly and get ready to leave." Song Xingyue pouted, her big round eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. She shook Bai Yihan's arm and said, "Daddy." Bai Yihan gently touched her small face and said helplessly, "Yeah, I have to listen to your mother too. Next to them, Song Xingchen shook his head, having already figured out that his father only listened to his mother. Finally, after finishing breakfast, Song Xingchen took Song Xingyue to school. Bai Yihan happily followed behind Song Qinglan, unable to shake her off no matter what he did. Song Qinglan, feeling helpless, turned around and looked at his handsome face. I want to clarify beforehand. When we get to the Moon and Star Pavilion, you are not allowed to talk nonsense, understand? Bai Yihan chuckled mischievously. What do you mean by talking nonsense? For example, saying that I and the princess. Shut up. Song Qinglan's face suddenly flushed, and she quickly said, except for things related to clothes, you are not allowed to say anything else. Just that. After speaking, she hurriedly turned around, fanning her face with her hand and walking quickly toward the Moon and Star Pavilion. When they arrived at the pavilion, they saw a luxurious carriage parked at the entrance. A beautiful, graceful woman stepped down from it. It was Lu Ruyue, the daughter of the Prime Minister. Song Qinglan narrowed her eyes slightly and approached. Miss Lu. Lu Ruyue turned her head and immediately saw the elegant, extraordinary Bai Yihan behind Song Qinglan. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, her face slightly pink, and she subtly adjusted her clothing as she looked at Bai Yihan. She asked Prince Han Yu and Miss Song, "Are you familiar with each other?" Seeing both of them appear together, the handsome man and beautiful woman made her feel a small pang of jealousy in her heart. Song Qinglan immediately noticed her unease. She smiled slightly and quickly denied, "No, I am not familiar with the prince at all." Hearing this, Lu Ruyue secretly let out a sigh of relief. Lu Ruyue's eyes flickered as she looked at Bai Yihan, her admiration clear. She softly asked, "Are you here to buy clothes too, Prince?" Bai Yihan didn't reply, or even look at her. Instead, he gently said to Song Qinglan, "I'll go in first." After saying that, he walked straight into the Star and Moon Pavilion. Lu Ruyue's face showed some embarrassment. She looked at Song Qinglan with suspicion, as if questioning, "Didn't you say you're not close to the prince?" Song Qinglan inwardly cursed Bai Yihan for 1,000 years, but kept her expression calm. She met Lu Ruyue's gaze and said, "Miss Lu, are you here to buy clothes? Please come inside." Then, Song Qinglan went in first herself. In her heart, Song Qinglan actually didn't like Lu Ruyue. First, because she knew Lu's family used tricks that almost caused Song Qingxi to lose her top scholar position. Second, simply because she didn't like her, especially when Lu looked at Bai Yihan with a shy expression, as if she wanted everyone to know she liked him. Seeing Song Qinglan's attitude, her personal maid Qing Tao was furious. She exclaimed, "Miss, look at her attitude. You're a noble daughter of the Prime Minister's household. She's just someone buying clothes. What's there to be proud of? Besides, decent women wouldn't show up like this to do business." Qing Tao. "Be quiet." Lu Ruyue's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "This Miss Song isn't as simple as you think. What's so complicated about her? Could she be royalty or related to the royal family? Right now, the two most favored young men in the court are General Song Qingnan and the one who took my brother's top scholar position, Song Qingxi, her younger brother. Moreover, she's just a woman running a shop in this big imperial city. It's clear she has some skills. We shouldn't make enemies with someone like her." Qingtao clenched her teeth, but still said stubbornly, "Are we just going to let her act like that? You, after following me for so long, still can't stay calm." Lu Ruyue smiled gently. "Business people are always a bit greedy for money. Since she likes silver, just give it to her. Let's go." Qingtao secretly chuckled, thinking, "Our young lady is still the smartest." Then she happily followed inside. As soon as Lu Ruyue entered the Moon and Star Pavilion, her eyes scanned around, instinctively looking for Bai Yihan. He hailing hurriedly approached and greeted her with a smile. "Miss Lu has arrived. Today we have many new styles in the shop. Would you like to see them in the VIP lounge?" Lu Ruyue replied absent-mindedly, then asked, "I saw Prince Han come in today, but I didn't see him. Why is that?" He hailing paused briefly, quickly understanding Lu Ruyue's intention. She smiled and explained, Prince Han is a distinguished guest. The clothes he wants to customize must be personally designed by Lon Lon. He's discussing it inside right now. She naturally wouldn't tell her that the couple was inside being affectionate. Although Song Qinglan didn't admit it, everyone could see Bai Yihan's feelings for her. So, her explanation was partly selfish, not wanting to cause trouble for Song Qinglan. He hailing then asked with a smile, Miss Liu, do you still want to see the new clothes? Qingtao immediately looked displeased and said, if I come to the Moon and Star Pavilion and don't look at clothes, am I here just to see people? Hurry up and have someone bring out the catalog for our young lady to browse. Yes, understood. Miss Liu, please rest in the VIP lounge for a while. He hailing nodded and then waved to Xiao Fong, saying, prepare some good tea and snacks for Miss Liu. Xiao Fong frowned in frustration, shaking his head and muttering, oh, the maidservant from Miss Liu's house is really hard to please. Only you can tolerate her. A maid with a temper worse than the young lady. Unheard of. He hailing smiled and shook her head, saying, you're still too young and naive. Hurry up and get to work. As the saying goes, even when dealing with a dog, you must consider the owner. The close maidservant is also part of the lady's image. If a maid dared to act so boldly without her mistress's permission, would she really do that? So, don't be fooled by Qingtao's bad temper. Actually, the real difficult one to please is her mistress. This young lady from the Prime Minister's residence is not as innocent and harmless as she appears on the surface. When Song Qinglan entered the inner room, she sat at the desk and carefully examined the ledger brought by He Hailing. Bai Yihan sat opposite her, his sharp eagle-like eyes fixed on her intently. An incense stick's worth of time passed before Song Qinglan reached the third page of the account. She couldn't stand Bai Yihan's intense gaze anymore, so she closed the ledger and glared at him, saying, Bai Yihan, please stop disturbing me. Bai Yihan looked at Song Qinglan innocently and replied, I haven't done anything. And honestly, he was telling the truth. Song Qinglan clenched her teeth and said clearly, then don't look at me with that kind of eyes. Turn your head away and look at the wall. She pointed at the wall beside her. Suddenly, Bai Yihan stood up and strode over to her desk. He placed his hands on the table and leaned forward, his handsome face close to Song Qinglan's. She instinctively leaned back, creating some distance between them. Bai Yihan tilted his head and looked at her, a slight smile appearing on his face, revealing a charming, mischievous grin. His deep, magnetic voice softly said, Are you so distracted by my gaze that you can't focus? Maybe we. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Outside, Li Xiuxiu saw the scene and was immediately shocked. Her face turned red quickly, as the two's posture was too intimate, sparking wild imaginations. Li Xiuxiu felt helpless inside. Why did she always have to walk in on such moments? Qinglan, Lord Han, if you're going to show affection, do it at home. Having been tricked by Bai Yihan too many times, Song Qinglan had become more calm and composed. She knew explanations were useless, so she simply chose not to explain. She reached out and pushed Bai Yihan's head aside, then said to the stunned Li Xiuxiu, Come in, close the door.
Oh.
Okay. Li Xiuxiu finally reacted, quickly stepping inside and closing the door smoothly. Song Qinglan asked, What's wrong?
Well.
Li Xiuxiu looked uncomfortable and instinctively glanced at Bai Yihan. Song Qinglan's expression darkened, realizing this matter involved Bai Yihan. She softly said, Just tell me what's going on. Li Xiuxiu clenched her teeth and said directly, Miss Liu from the Prime Minister's residence keeps asking when the cold prince will go out while trying on clothes. Then, the maid beside Miss Liu also said. She suddenly stopped, seeming to find it hard to say the rest. Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow. Curious. What else did she say? She said that the cold prince and you have been in the room for so long, and if someone didn't know better, they might think you are. She hesitated, unable to finish the sentence. Li Xiuxiu looked at Song Qinglan with concern, but Song Qinglan seemed unfazed, even smiling. Turning to Bai Yihan, who looked cold as ice, Song Qinglan teased, Miss Liu from the Prime Minister's residence cares so much about the prince. It seems she and the prince have a close relationship. Bai Yihan stood up with a cold face and said, I will tell her to leave. His wife was already hard to please, and now someone was adding fuel to the fire. Even considering the prime minister's reputation or his mother's face, nothing was more important than his wife's mood.
Hey!
Stop right there. Unexpectedly, Song Qinglan suddenly called out to Bai Yihan's back. Bai Yihan immediately turned around. Wife, do you have any instructions? Li Xiuxiu was shocked. She hadn't expected Qinglan to be so bold, speaking to the prince in such a commanding tone. The key was, the prince seemed quite pleased. Song Qinglan ignored Li Xiuxiu's surprised expression and asked seriously, how many outfits has Miss Lu chosen so far? Li Xiuxiu silently counted in her mind and replied, about 10. Very good. Song Qinglan smiled and continued, tell her that the prince has too many clothes made by us. If she doesn't mind, she can continue shopping while waiting. She emphasized the word shopping with extra weight. Li Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment, then understood Qinglan's intention. She nodded with a smile and turned to leave. After Li Xiuxiu left, Song Qinglan hummed a cheerful tune happily, poured herself a cup of flower tea, and sipped it leisurely. Bai Yihan had never seen her so lively and interesting. His mood naturally improved along with hers. Suddenly, he asked, are you so happy earning money? If money could win her heart, he wouldn't mind giving all the silver in the cold prince's residence to her. This money coming to me is too good to pass up. As she spoke, Song Qinglan saw the meaning in Bai Yihan's eyes and frowned in displeasure. She said, don't get your hopes up. I only like the money I earn myself. I'm not interested in your money. Bai Yihan squinted slightly and chuckled softly. I haven't said anything wrong. But everything you want to say is in your eyes. Bai Yihan's gaze darkened. You weren't this clever before. You weren't a prince before either. Song Qinglan rolled her eyes at him. Let's not talk about the past. Now, I really need to check my accounts. If you bother me again, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Seeing she was serious, Bai Yihan softened his attitude. He took out a book and casually flipped through it, secretly watching Song Qinglan. Seeing her focused and serious, she seemed to glow with light, shining brightly and stunning everyone, making it hard to look away. For the first time, Bai Yihan realized his wife had such a beautiful and charming side. When Song Qinglan was busy, she forgot about the time. By the time she finished everything, it was already afternoon. She had only eaten a few bites of buns for lunch. As for Bai Yihan, she suddenly remembered there was someone else in the room. She looked up and saw Bai Yihan focused on a book she had written during her free time, which was more like a diary recording her experiences over the years about doing business. Next to him was an empty dish used for holding buns, indicating he had also been casually eating. He sensed her gaze and looked up, smiling gently at her. Finished with your work? For some reason, Song Qinglan was instantly drawn into his tender, water-like eyes. His tone made her feel as if they had been married for many years. She was startled by this thought and quickly snapped back to reality. Yes, let's go. Bai Yihan stood up and approached Song Qinglan. Wife, aren't you curious about what Miss Lu and I are to each other? Actually, he cared about whether Song Qinglan was jealous. Song Qinglan smiled and said, what could there be between a man and a woman? Actually, Before Bai Yihan finished, Song Qinglan interrupted him with a playful wink. Guess, is Miss Lu still waiting outside for you? Then the two of them walked out of the inner room and arrived in front of the shop. Song Qinglan went straight to the counter and asked he hailing, second aunt, where is Miss Lu from the Prime Minister's residence? Li Xiuxiu heard the voice and came over, saying, just now a servant from the Prime Minister's house came by and Miss Lu left.
Hee.
Song Qinglan smiled happily and playfully raised an eyebrow at Bai Yihan beside her, saying, it seems Miss Lu isn't too concerned about the prince. Then she continued, how many dresses did Miss Lu buy today? He hailing looked at the items and replied, 31 pieces. Not bad. Song Qinglan nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Li Xiuxiu and said, Xiuxiu, you don't need to work so hard today. Come home with me for dinner. What's wrong? Qingdong hasn't told you yet, but CMO has come to the Imperial City. He's now staying at the General's residence. Really? Qingdong has been talking about him all these years. Now that they've met, he must be very happy. Song Qinglan smiled and teased. You only care about Qingdong's happiness. Is he the only one in your eyes? Qinglan's sister, Li Xiuxiu, blushed shyly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and pack your things. Come back with us. Hearing the word us, Bai Yihan felt extremely pleased inside. At dinner time, all the dishes were on the table, but Chu Simu hadn't returned yet. Song Qingbei immediately became anxious, saying, Should we go look for him? Maybe something's happened. Song Qingnan frowned and muttered to herself. Could it have failed? Just then, Steward Wang hurried in and announced, Young Master Chu and Miss Wu are back. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Simu appeared, holding Wu Qianqian's hand in front of everyone. Seeing how close they were, everyone was stunned. Only Song Qingnan smiled meaningfully and felt very pleased. Song Qingbei jumped out and pointed at their joined hands, asking, What is going on here? Wu Qianqian raised their hands and said with a smile, Isn't it obvious? We're together now, and my father has already agreed. When she said this, everyone was surprised again. Lu Guixia stepped forward, looking at Chu Simo with interest and teasingly said, Simo, you usually stay quiet, but I didn't expect you to cause such a big fuss all at once. How did you manage to win over your future father-in-law so quickly?
Hee hee.
Chu Simo awkwardly smiled, glanced at Song Qingnan, and then said, I just brought that painting of the goddess of Luo to show Qianqian and Uncle Wu my intentions. The goddess of Luo painting? Song Qingxi was surprised and asked, Is that the one worth thousands of silver coins? Lu Guixia continued, Thousands of silver coins? Simo, your bride price is really expensive. This isn't a bride price. I already sent a letter home, telling my father about this and asking him to arrange for a matchmaker to come and propose marriage. Everything will follow the proper rules. She then looked tenderly at Wu Qianqian. Qianqian blushed shyly and nodded. Old Lady Song watched the sweet scene between the two, feeling very happy, and said, Come inside quickly.
The food is ready.
Let's eat and chat. Everyone entered the main hall, except for Li Xiuxiu, who stayed behind last. Song Qinglan saw the envy in her eyes and was moved. She stepped forward, patted her arm, and teased with a smile, What? Do you also want to get married? Li Xiuxiu's face instantly turned red. I don't. Qinglan, don't say nonsense. She looked nervously around, saw no one else was listening, and hurriedly ran into the main hall. Song Qinglan smiled, watching her hurried escape, and secretly made plans. As the eldest sister, she knew it was time to help her younger brother prepare for marriage. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice sounded in Song Qinglan's ear. Does the princess also want to remarry? You have. Nonsense. While speaking, Song Qinglan turned around and saw Bai Yihan's charming, handsome face. He was smirking mischievously, and flashes of images suddenly appeared in her mind. It was Bai Yihan dressed in a red wedding gown, marrying her. She was instantly flustered. At that moment, a childish voice rang between them. Mom, Dad, you're so close. Are you trying to play a game of kiss? Song Qinglan looked down and saw Song Xingyue blinking her bright eyes, looking at her and Bai Yihan with confusion. Song Qinglan's head suddenly buzzed loudly. Her daughter, Gu Lingji, was clever and witty, able to say such things, which must mean she was intentionally doing so. Song Qinglan rubbed her forehead, took Song Xingyue's small hand, and said, Let's go. Time to eat. Song Xingyue obediently let her pull her along, secretly glancing back and winking playfully at Bai Yihan. Next to them, Song Xingchen saw the interaction between the father and daughter and slightly frowned, looking at Bai Yihan and asked, Dad, do you and Ye have some secret? Oh, why don't you tell me? Bai Yihan raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased. He was proud of his son.
Well, I guess.
Yaya is helping you chase after Mom. Bai Yihan nodded, That's right. Song Xingchen crossed his arms and looked thoughtful, then said, Yaya is smart and wouldn't help for nothing. Dad, what did you give her? Bai Yihan smiled and replied, she liked the pearl in my study, the Songhai Mingzhu. Exactly. A bright spark flashed in Song Xingchen's eyes. He quickly grabbed Bai Yihan's sleeve and excitedly said, Dad, I won't hide from you. I also like the Lingyun sword in your study. Maybe. Bai Yihan immediately saw his little plan and smiled. Let's see if you have the skill to take it. Now let's eat first. At the dining table, everyone was happy and cheerful, like celebrating the new year. Song Qingbei raised his glass first and said, Today we're so happy. Let's toast to brother CMO and sister Qianqian.
Cheers.
Chu Simo and Wu Qianqian also stood up. After a drink, everyone still wanted more. Wu Qianqian suddenly suggested, Actually, I talked with Simo. Since spring is still here, why don't we go for a picnic together?
Great. Great.
Song Xingyue clapped happily and cheered. I want to fly kites, eat delicious food. I love going on outings. Mom, Dad. She looked pitifully at Song Qinglan and Bai Yihan with her small, pleading eyes. Bai Yihan smiled and said, I am free, so I will go. He also gave Song Qinglan a meaningful look. She couldn't help but roll her eyes internally, thinking, this scoundrel still remembers the grudge they had. Then Wu Qianqian took Song Qinglan's hand and said with a smile, Qinglan, you busy person, you haven't been to the shop today, but that's okay, right? Song Qinglan didn't want to dampen everyone's mood, so she nodded in agreement. Chu Simo then looked at Song Qingdong and his brothers and asked, What about you guys? It's rare for everyone to go out together, so we naturally can't miss it.
Yeah. Great.
We don't have to go to school tomorrow. Xingyue happily exclaimed. Song Qinglan slightly squinted and looked at her, immediately covering her mouth and staying quiet. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, All right, yeah, Qingqing, hurry up and eat. Later, we'll make paper kites together. If you want a certain kind of kite, just tell Uncle Simo. He can draw anything. Okay. After saying that, Xingyue started eating eagerly. Bai Yihan was nearby, taking care of her, softly saying, Eat slowly, don't choke. Song Qinglan shook her head with a light smile. She only got so enthusiastic about eating during times like this. After dinner, Song Qingdong took Li Xiuxiu back home. When he returned to the general's residence, he saw Song Qinglan standing at the door, waiting for him. He asked suspiciously, Sister, are you waiting for me? Song Qinglan nodded. Yes, I have something to tell you. Then, the two sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. Song Qinglan looked at Song Qingdong and asked, You just took Xiuxiu home. Did she say anything to you? Just about the picnic tomorrow, what to prepare. I told her those things weren't necessary. Simo and Qianqian would handle it. And anything else? No, that's all. Song Qingdong frowned and asked, Sister, what exactly do you want to say? Song Qinglan sighed softly, looking serious as she asked, Qingdong, do you still plan to marry Xiuxiu? He replied earnestly, Of course I do. He and Li Xiuxiu would get married sooner or later. Everyone knew that. Seeing his seriousness, Song Qinglan smiled and said, You, when doing business, are clever, but you don't understand women's feelings. Today, Simo said he wanted the family to visit the Wu family for a marriage proposal. Did you notice Xiuxiu's reaction? At last, Song Qingdong finally understood. He was slightly stunned and asked, Sister, do you mean that Xiuxiu? Song Qinglan smiled meaningfully. You can't expect her to speak up about this. You should apologize to Xiuxiu tomorrow. As for the marriage, I will discuss it with grandmother and second aunt and follow the proper rules. After saying that, she stood up and left. At this moment, lively sounds of joy came from Chu Simo's room, where everyone was making paper kites. Song Qinglan heard the excited shouts of the little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, and couldn't help but smile. She pushed open the door. To her surprise, Bai Yihan was also inside, focused and serious as he made a paper kite. It was Song Xingyue, the little cutie, who first spotted Song Qinglan outside. She happily waved her small hands and called out, Mama, come quickly.
Come.
Daddy is making a paper kite for you. Song Qinglan immediately looked away from Bai Yihan and slowly stepped inside. The clever little Song Xingchen also seized the chance to show off, saying to Song Qinglan, "Mama, Daddy has been making several pretty butterfly-shaped kites, just for you." Hearing this, Song Qinglan looked toward Bai Yihan and saw several damaged butterfly kites on his side. It was clear that the one he was holding now was the best. She chuckled softly and teased, "Ha, you've made so many, but they all look like this. It seems the prince's skills aren't very good either." Song Xingchen was stunned. He meant to show his father's dedication to his mother, but he didn't expect his mother to interpret it that way. As expected, her thinking was quite different. Wu Qianqian, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and said, "Qinglan, this is the prince's heartfelt gesture. If I can't do two, I don't want to do any. The prince has been insisting on making this for you." Just then, Bai Yihan suddenly spoke up, holding the butterfly kite and showing it off to Song Qinglan. "How about this?" Song Xingyue immediately clapped her hands happily and said, "Wow, it looks so beautiful. Daddy, you're amazing." Song Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Yes, very good." Wu Qianqian also joined in, looking at Song Qinglan and asking, "Qinglan, what do you think? Tell us." She replied stubbornly, "It's okay, I guess." She explained mostly it's because Simo is really good at painting. He made the butterfly look so lively. Chu Simo hurried to explain, "Qinglan, it's just part of it. The most important thing is that the prince..." Before he finished, Wu Qianqian tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "They're just flirting and teasing. Don't interfere." "Oh, is that so? I was being too abrupt." "No, we are not flirting or teasing each other." Song Qinglan blushed and hurriedly explained. Bai Yihan lazily said, "Madam, if you're so anxious to deny, people might think you're hiding something." Wu Qianqian nodded. Song Xingyue and Song Xingchen also nodded. Song Qinglan felt her head hurt. Looking at the two kids, she gritted her teeth and said, "You two, why are you both nodding so much?" She felt like she was losing everyone's support. Finally, Song Qinglan gave Bai Yihan a warning look, then took one of the children's hands and said, "Let's go. It's late, and you two should go back to your room and sleep." The kids knew they had a trip tomorrow, so they didn't need coaxing and fell asleep quickly. Song Qinglan helped them out the candles and closed the door before returning to her own room. She lit a candle, turned around, and saw Bai Yihan lying on his side on the bed, looking at her with deep eyes. "Madam, you're back," he said. "Ah." Song Qinglan was startled and pointed at him, asking, "You, what are you doing here?" Bai Yihan smirked and said, "Didn't we agree? Wherever the madam is, I'll be there too." Song Qinglan's face turned slightly red. She was about to refuse and say, "Who told you that? Get off the bed and go back to your mansion," but Bai Yihan's expression darkened. He sat up and reached out to hold her waist. With a gentle push, she fell into his arms. He rolled over, pressing her on the bed, smiling playfully. "Madam, you can't break your promises, you know." Song Qinglan could feel his warm breath on her face, making her feel ticklish and a little nervous. She turned her face away and whispered, You get off." Bai Yihan smiled slightly, but didn't let go. Instead, he turned to hold her tightly and lay down with her. Her face buried against his strong chest, she pushed him gently and whispered, "Bai Yihan, let me go. Can't you let me sleep? If you shout any louder, I'll call someone." His deep voice sounded above her head. Hearing that, she thought he was right and stayed quiet. Bai Yihan smiled contentedly, closed his eyes, and gently patted her back, softly saying, "Sleep now." Listening to his steady heartbeat, Song Qinglan gradually fell asleep, without realizing it. The next day, Song Qinglan woke up to find that Bai Yihan was no longer nearby. She touched the bed and found it cold, indicating he had left some time ago. She muttered softly, "Humph. Good riddance." Somehow, she felt relieved but also a little disappointed at the same time. All her travel items were ready. Song Qinglan, Song Xingchen, and Song Xingyue left the general's residence and saw the Qian family's carriage approaching. Qian Qingyu lifted the curtain of the carriage window, poked out her cute little head, and waved. big sister Qianqian, brother Qinchin. Song Qingbei, Song Qinglin, and Song Qingyuan had already gone ahead to lead the way. Song Qinglan told the coachman from the Qian family, "Follow the carriage in front of us. We'll be leaving soon." After the Qian family's carriage disappeared from sight, Song Qinglan looked around. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded beside her. "Princess, are you looking for me?" She naturally wouldn't admit it. She quickly changed the subject. "Where is your carriage? Are you not going?" "The prince's carriage is too obvious, so I decided to ride with the princess," he replied. Song Xingyue clapped happily.
Great.
"Yaya also wants to ride with Papa." Song Qinglan immediately refused. "No, we're riding with CMO and Qianqian. It's already arranged." At that moment, Chu Simo and Wu Qianqian approached. Wu Qianqian overheard their conversation and quickly said, "That's easy. I'll ride with Simo and take Qingdong's and Xiuxiu's carriage." Seeing Qingdong's carriage about to leave, Wu Qianqian pulled Chu Simo and ran after it, calling out, "Qingdong, wait for us." Bai Yihan watched Song Qinglan looking frustrated and felt very pleased. He said, "Princess, is everything settled now?" "Definitely." "Let's go, Dad," said Song Xingyue, grabbing Bai Yihan's hand. Song Xingchen also took his other hand and said, "Dad, our carriage is over there." Song Qinglan looked at the two children holding hands and walking toward the carriage. Suddenly, she felt like these two little ones had turned into little traitors. Song Qingnan was in charge of driving the carriage. When he saw Bai Yihan get on, he hesitated for a moment. Through years of marching and fighting, they developed a special understanding. Bai Yihan only needed to give a glance and Song Qingnan would understand immediately. He even couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking that the prince's tricks on his sister were more than those used in battle. He truly had his hands full. Song Qinglan got into the carriage and closed her eyes to rest, choosing to ignore Bai Yihan's presence. Luckily, their destination was not far away. They were heading to Lu's village, not far from the imperial city. The place was beautiful, with lush grass, green lakes, and lovely scenery, an ideal spot for a picnic. Everyone got out of the carriage, all captivated by the charming countryside view. Song Qingxi couldn't help but exclaim, "Qingbei, how did you find such a wonderful place?" Song Qingxi proudly raised an eyebrow. "It turns out my travels have been useful. Lu's village isn't big, with only a few dozen families. Most people don't know about this place." Song Qingdong held Li Xiuxiu's hand and told his brothers, "All right, let's unload the food." Song Xingyue got out of the carriage and grabbed Bai Yihan's hand. "Daddy, I want to fly a paper kite." "Chen, yeah, your paper kites are right here."
Come over.
Wu Qianqian waved at them from a short distance. After helping Song Xingyue release her little goldfish-shaped paper kite and teaching her how to control the string, Bai Yihan took the butterfly-shaped paper kite and approached Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan glanced at him and asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" "This is a kite I made especially for you. Would you like to give it a try, Princess?" "I don't know how." Bai Yihan smiled slightly. "I'll teach you." Then he took her hand and led her to the grassy field where everyone was flying their kites. At first, Song Qinglan refused, but then, "Yihan, let go so my kite can fly." "Yihan, it's flying. It's flying. My kite is up in the sky."
Haha. Ah.
Bai Yihan, come here. Look, my kite is falling. What should I do? Yihan,
Come help me.
Bai Yihan. Finally, Bai Yihan stood behind Song Qinglan, guiding her hands to control the string. Nearby, the little ones, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, had already learned to manage their own kites. Yaya couldn't help but laugh. "Father is so amazing. Mother, how come you can't even fly a kite?"
Haha.
In her memory, Mother was always capable of everything. Why, then, did she become helpless in front of Father? Song Qinglan blushed and quickly argued, "Who said I can't do it? Look, I'm doing just fine." Song Xingchen added, "Mother, it's not that you're good at it, it's that Father taught you well."
Ha ha ha.
Everyone present couldn't help but laugh at these words. At this moment, Several lively paper kites flew high in the sky. Only Song Qinglan's face remained slightly red, unable to argue back. There were butterflies, swallows, eagles, goldfish, and dragonflies. Bai Yihan glanced slightly at Song Qinglan's shy look. His heart moved a little. He gently leaned down, resting his face near her ear, and softly said, I think you are very good at flying paper kites.
Huh?
Song Qinglan looked back in confusion. Their faces were so close that their noses almost touched. Bai Yihan smiled playfully because I like watching you like this. Only then did Song Qinglan realize. Her face suddenly turned bright red. Suddenly, Song Xingyue called out, Mother, I'm hungry. Song Qinglan quickly snapped out of her thoughts, placed the thread in Bai Yihan's hand, and hurriedly moved away from him, saying, All right, Mother will prepare something for you. She went to the creek, washed her face with clear water, but still felt her face burning hot. At that moment, a teasing voice came from behind. Didn't you say you came to wash vegetables? Why are you washing your face now? Song Qinglan looked back and saw Meng Diao walking over with a water bag. She quickly put the vegetables into the creek to wash and explained, I was too hot, so I just washed my face.
There's no one else here, you don't need to explain.
Meng Diao squatted beside her and smiled. Qinglan, I think you and the prince are really a good match. Song Qinglan immediately got anxious. Sister-in-law, why are you teasing me too? Qinglan, some things are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. Just ask your heart, do you truly not feel anything for Lord Han? After saying this, she looked at her meaningfully. Once your vegetables are washed, hurry back. And remember to wipe the water off your face too. When Song Qinglan returned, Song Qingbei and the others had already cut several thick bamboo sticks, perfect for making bamboo tube rice. Song Qinglan took out the pre-marinated chicken, wrapped it in fresh lotus leaves, and then covered it with wet mud, preparing to make called hua chicken. All the steps were ready, but she faced a problem when trying to start the fire. She forgot to bring a fire starter. Song Xingyue, waiting nearby, was already very hungry and couldn't wait. She pouted and said, Mother, if you can't do it, maybe let Dad come help. Hearing this, Song Xingchen quickly agreed and called out to Bai Yihan, who was a little distance away, Dad, Mom needs your help. Come quickly.
Hey.
Both of you give me. Before he could finish, Bai Yihan responded with a quick move and appeared instantly. He smiled playfully, Princess, if you need anything, just tell me. Song Xingyue pointed at the unlit fire pit and said, Dad, we can't start the fire, so we can't cook. We're going to be very hungry. That's easy, Bai Yihan said, squatting down. He picked up 2 sticks and some dry grass and began to drill wood. In just a moment, the stick started to smoke, then caught fire. Bai Yihan quickly added more firewood to make the fire bigger.
Fire.
The fire is lit. Dad is so amazing. Song Xingyue cheered happily, clapping her hands. At this moment, Qian Xingyu heard the noise and ran over to watch. She said to Song Xingyue, Sister Yi, your dad is really impressive. Song Xingyue proudly lifted her chin and said, Of course. My dad is good at many things. Seeing her proud display, Song Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh. He also glanced at Bai Yihan and said while placing a bamboo tube of rice into the fire to roast, who would have thought the prince could also start a fire by rubbing sticks? Bai Yihan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Leading armies isn't just about arranging troops. I know many skills. Would the princess like to learn them all? He deliberately moved closer to Song Qinglan. She quickly glared at him in annoyance and said, No need. At this moment, Song Qingbei and Song Qingyuan, his brothers, returned happily, rolling up their pant legs. Big sister, we just caught some fish in that creek. We can roast them to eat, said Song Qingbei, about to squat down to start cooking. But unexpectedly, Bai Yihan took the fish he had already cleaned and skillfully skewered it with a stick, saying, I'm also good at roasting fish. You guys go over there. The implied message is that you should leave quickly and not disturb the prince and princess as they spend time together. However, Song Qingbei is straightforward and honest. When he hears that Bai Yihan can also cook fish, he becomes very interested. He leans close to Bai Yihan and smiles, saying, Really? You can cook fish? I need to learn that too. Song Qinglan can't hold back her laughter and giggles. She winks at Song Qingbei, signaling, well done. My little brother is amazing. Seeing this, Song Qingnan immediately pulls Song Qingbei up and says, Qingbei, don't just sit here. Go gather some more firewood. Song Qingbei looks confused and points to a small pile of wood nearby, asking, second brother, isn't there enough firewood here? No, it's not enough. Hurry up, he replies, pulling Song Qingbei away. At this moment, Song Qingshi mumbles softly, strange, I clearly brought the fire starter, so why is it missing? Hearing this, Song Xingchen turns away quietly, a small smile forming on his face. All of this is seen by Song Xingyue. She quickly glances around and then pulls Song Xingchen aside, asking, no wonder I saw you acting sneaky earlier. So, you threw away the fire starter. Are you worried we won't have enough food? She puffs out her cheeks angrily because she hates being hungry. Song Xingchen smiles and replies, didn't you also remember what Dad told us about making fire during marches and battles? There's nothing to worry about. So, you're helping Dad on purpose?
Why? She asks.
Song Xingchen raises an eyebrow, saying, whatever I want, I do. Shocked, Song Xingyue stares wide-eyed and asks, are you also after that ocean pearl? Don't worry about your pearl. I'm after the Lingyun sword, he replies. Hearing this, Song Xingyue smiles and narrows her eyes happily. Chun-chun, you have good taste. That's the most valuable thing in Dad's study.
But
she suddenly frowns. Is it really okay to treat Mom like this? Other people's parents live together happily. Our parents should too, right? They sit side by side on the grass, watching Bai Yihan and Song Qinglan from afar. The scene of two handsome young people cooking together is truly beautiful and warm. Song Xingyue nodded heavily and said, Chun-chun, I think you're right. I like seeing my mother and father together. Even if I don't have the bright pearl of the sea, I hope they stay together. At this moment, the bamboo rice, beggar chicken, and grilled fish were all ready. Song Qinglan waved to the two little ones and said, yeah, Chun-chun, come quickly and eat. Wu Qianqian and Chu Simo hurriedly put away their paper kites and ran over. Everyone played all morning and became very hungry, so they started eating quickly. Song Xingyue happily enjoyed being fed by Bai Yihan and cheerfully praised, Dad and Mom's grilled fish is so delicious. Shopkeeper Qian took the chance to joke, I've heard a saying that teamwork makes things easier. It seems to be true. Song Xingyue's little mouth was greasy, and she happily said, I really like going on outings. Mom, how about we come every day?
Dream on.
Song Qinglan wiped her little mouth and smiled, finished eating quickly. It's about time we go back.
Huh?
So soon? I haven't played enough yet. Qian Qingyu looked a bit reluctant. Song Xingyue quickly held her hand and said, let's go, Qianyu sister. Let's play over there for a while. After saying that, the two little cuties held hands and ran into the distance. Meng Diawu called out after their backs, don't run too far. The two ran to a flat green field, where lush grass grew. Qian Qingyu couldn't help but sigh, wow. Sister Iya, there's so much wild grass here. Let's pull it out and feed the rabbits when we go back. She then ran forward and started pulling the grass.
Hey,
Qingyu, wait. Song Xingyue suddenly called her, frowning slightly, and whispered, this looks like cultivated grass, not wild grass. Qian Qingyu pouted and said, who would plant wild grass? Sister Yaya, you're overthinking. Let's pull it out quickly. She then reached out and pulled out a big handful of grass. Just as Qian Qingyu was about to pull more, a clear children's voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? Song Xingyue and Qian Qingyu looked up and suddenly saw a boy of about 7 or 8 years old appear in front of them. His face, tanned from the sun, still looked youthful, with 2 faint eyebrows slightly furrowed. His clear eyes, like mountain streams, showed a mix of energy and worry. Qian Qingyu had never seen such a scene before, and was so frightened she couldn't speak. She stammered. She nervously grabbed Song Xingyue's small hand and said, Yaya sister, what should we do? Song Xingyue turned to give her a reassuring look and said, Don't be afraid. Big sister is here. She opened her mouth to speak, but the boy, angry, said, Why did you pull up the dye plants my dad planted? And you're not from Lu Village. What are you doing here? Their commotion attracted the adults nearby, and Song Qinglan and others hurried over. Yeah, what happened? Seeing Bai Yihan arrive, Song Xingyue quickly ran to him and hugged his leg.
Daddy.
The boy, seeing so many people, was not shy. He directly said, They pulled up the dye plants my dad planted.
Oh.
You are the kite flyers from before, right? He then saw Wu Qianqian holding a dragonfly-shaped paper kite and immediately understood. He was originally attracted by the lively paper kites in the sky, so he ran out of the village to look. After all, he had never seen such beautiful paper kites before. At this moment, Li Xiuxiu came forward to check and then turned to Song Qinglan. Qinglan, these are madder, indigo, purple herbs, and gardenia flowers. The area is also planted with plants used for dyeing. Song Qinglan nodded and then said to the boy, Little brother, sorry, our children didn't know these were dye plants. She gently patted Song Xingyue and Qian Xingyu and said, Yeah, Xingyu, go apologize to your brother. Sorry, brother. We know we were wrong, they said in unison, obedient and polite. The boy, not stubborn, felt better after their apology. He waved his hand and said, It's okay. Ignorance is no crime. In the future. Suddenly, he sniffed the air strongly and whispered, Where's that roasted chicken smell? It smells so good. At the same time, his stomach made a loud gurgling sound. Just then, Song Qingbei ran over. What are you all doing standing here? I have already roasted the chicken for you. Song Qinglan saw the boy's face turn slightly red and looked a bit embarrassed, then smiled and said, Little brother, we damaged your family's dying grass. We were wrong first, so we should compensate you. How about this, one roasted chicken as a gift? Are you serious? The boy's eyes showed a look of disbelief. You should know that their family only kills a chicken during the New Year. Usually, they don't eat chicken at all. Manager Qian also saw Song Qinglan's intention. Having been poor himself as a child, he understood what the bright look in the boy's eyes meant. He reached out and put his arm around the boy's shoulder, smiling. Of course it's true. Come on, let's go get the roasted chicken. Then he took the boy towards their current resting place. When the boy saw the roasted chicken on the rack, his mouth watered instantly. You promised me the roasted chicken, so you can't take it back. I'm going to take it home to share with my family. He reached out to grab it, but in his haste, he got burned.
Ouch.
It's so hot. Song Qingbei chuckled. You look so greedy, just like I was when I was little. Don't worry, I'll help you get it down. He also asked with concern, Are your hands okay? Did you get burned? The boy shook his head and wiped his hands on his clothes, saying, I'm fine. I have tough skin. At that moment, Song Qinglan looked at his clothes and fell into thought. Next to them, Li Xiuxiu gently nudged her and whispered, Qinglan, do you think you noticed something too? Yes, Song Qinglan nodded. It turned out that the boy's clothes looked very similar to those from the Star Moon Pavilion. If it were in modern times, it could even be considered copying. Song Qinglan stepped forward, touched the boy's shoulder, and asked, Little brother, where did you buy your clothes? These clothes? I didn't buy them. My mother made them herself. No wonder. Song Qinglan turned to look at Li Xiuxiu. The embroidery on these clothes isn't as fine as yours, but the dyeing pattern on the fabric is excellent. Hearing this, Li Xiuxiu and Song Qingdong quickly came over and looked at the boy's clothes. In Song Qingdong's business, fabric trading was a major part, and he had seen fabrics from all over the world. He frowned slightly and whispered, This dyeing is quite unique, but I've never seen this kind of fabric in the market. As he spoke, he asked the boy, Little brother, do you know where the fabric for your clothes was bought? Our clothes are all made from fabric dyed by my father and mother. Li Xiuxiu was surprised and asked, Is your family running a dyeing workshop? The boy shyly scratched his head and said, Not exactly. Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow and said, Let's go see for ourselves. Then he looked at the boy and said, Little brother, since you're here to apologize, why don't we personally deliver this roasted chicken to you? What do you think? Good idea. Our home is nearby in the village. Let's go. Song Qinglan looked at everyone and said, Qingdong, Xiao, I'll go with you. You all can wait here. I'll go too, Bai Yihan suddenly said firmly. Song Qinglan frowned, about to refuse, but Bai Yihan added, You three are weak and helpless. What if something happens? How would we handle it? His reasons sounded quite convincing. Reluctantly, Song Qinglan looked at him and said, Then you take responsibility for the roasted chicken. Bai Yihan, who was used to fighting with swords and weapons, now held a fragrant roasted chicken as he escorted them into the village. The scene looked quite amusing. Song Qinglan secretly glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. Bai Yihan's face darkened. He raised the roasted chicken and said, If you keep laughing, I'll throw this chicken away. No way. The boy immediately became excited, quickly took the roasted chicken from Bai Yihan's hand, and said seriously, It's safer if I hold onto the chicken. Bai Yihan nodded in agreement. That's true. At this moment, Song Qingdong asked, By the way, little brother, what's your name?
I'm Lu Jiaming.
My father is the village chief of Lu family village. While they talked, they had already entered Lu family village. The village was sparsely populated, with most houses tightly shut, looking quite deserted. Song Qinglan frowned and asked, How many households are there in Lu family village? For Lu Jiaming, the son of the village chief, this was something he knew very well. He quickly replied, There are 36 households in Lu family village. Li Xiao asked curiously, Why does it seem like there are not many people in the village? Oh, most of the young people have gone to the imperial city to do odd jobs and earn money. They only come back at night. When they reach this point, they happen to arrive in front of a small cottage. Throughout their journey, this was the biggest and best house they had seen. Liu Jiaming pointed at the gate and smiled, saying, This is my home. Please, everyone, come in. Just as he was about to push open the gate, it suddenly opened from inside. A well-dressed, middle-aged man with a mustache appeared, looking displeased. Behind him, a man wearing rough indigo cloth clothes followed closely. This was Lu Chongqing, the village chief of Liujia village. Lu Chongqing pulled the well-dressed man aside and earnestly said, Shopkeeper, please consider it again. Our village really needs your help. The mustache man shook off Lu Chongqing's hand and looked annoyed. I'm a businessman, not a charity worker. If you want to work with me, wait until your group is more important. After saying this, he stormed off angrily. Seeing his father look upset, Liu Jiaming felt sad and called out, Dad. Lu Chongqing finally noticed that his son had brought some strangers and quickly asked, Jiaming, are these? Song Qinglan was about to speak when Bai Yihan stepped forward, shielding her and said, We come from the imperial city. Earlier, my daughter was rude and damaged your garden, so we came here to apologize. And we even gave you a roasted chicken as compensation. Liu Jiaming held up the roasted chicken excitedly. Lu Chongqing looked worried and hurriedly said, Child, how can you do such things? He then took the chicken from Liu Jiaming and handed it to Bai Yihan. That garden isn't worth much money. You don't need to give a roasted chicken as compensation.
Take it back.
Song Qinglan smiled and said, Big brother Lu, the roasted chicken was just leftovers we couldn't eat. If you don't want it, it would be a waste for us to keep it.
Well.
All right, Lu Chongqing reluctantly accepted it. Then he turned to the four of them and said, Since you're already at the door, if you don't mind my humble place, come inside for some tea before you leave. Lu Chongqing looked at their clothes and knew they came from wealthy families. Especially the man in the dark blue brocade robe, handsome and noble, with an air of wealth around him. It was clear he was someone important. Once inside the yard, Song Qinglan and Li Xiao were attracted by the cloths hanging around and hurried over to look more closely. Li Xiao looked excited and said, Qinglan sister, the colors and patterns of these fabrics are top quality. The dyeing techniques are quite advanced, and these light colors are vibrant, not something ordinary dye houses can produce. Song Qinglan nodded with a smile and said, That's right. It seems their secret dyeing method must be special. When Lu Jiaming returned home, he eagerly called out, Big brother, second sister, little sister, come out quickly, there's roasted chicken to eat. Soon, 3 children peeked out from behind the hanging fabrics and ran over after hearing the call. A woman dressed simply, with a cloth band in her hair, also came out of the house. Seeing Song Qinglan and the others, she was startled and asked, "Who are they?" Lu Chongqing quickly waved his hand and said, "Madam, we have guests at home. Please brew some tea and come out. It smells so good. This roasted chicken is delicious." The children immediately started eating, their faces full of satisfaction. Lu Chongqing watched the children eat with oil all over their mouths and hands, feeling both happy and guilty. He was happy because the children could finally enjoy the long-awaited roasted chicken, but guilty because, as a father, he couldn't fulfill all their wishes. Seeing his complicated feelings, Song Qinglan changed the subject and asked, "Brother Lu, do you usually do the dyeing and selling of fabrics?" Lu Chongqing smiled and shook his head. "Not exactly selling, just a way to make a living." At this moment, Lu Chongqing's wife brought out some tea. Song Qinglan took a sip and said calmly, "The person who just left was a fabric merchant, right? Brother Lu, are you discussing a partnership with him?" Lu Chongqing was surprised and looked again at the beautiful woman in front of him. He realized that she was not only very attractive but also exuded a remarkable charm. He sighed softly and replied, "You really have good eyes, miss." "Yes, I plan to work with him. Over the years, we've been making a living by selling small amounts of fabric, and life has been okay. As the village head, I also want the villagers to have a better life, so I talked with the shopkeeper who about a partnership, but your small family production can't meet the merchant's required shipment volume. Even with excellent dyeing skills, it's hard to make a deal," Song Qingdong continued. Lu Chongqing looked at Song Qingdong with disbelief and said, Yes, that's what shopkeeper who said too." While speaking, he furrowed his brow again and said, "I originally planned to have boss who pay a deposit first, so I could buy materials and help villagers dye fabric together. But boss who didn't agree, so I am willing to work with you." Before Lu Chongqing could finish speaking, Song Qinglan interrupted him. "You?" Lu Chongqing looked at the young, beautiful woman in front of him with disbelief. Song Qinglan smiled softly, remained calm, and nodded. "Yes, that's right, it's me." At this moment, Li Xiuxiu noticed his doubt and explained, "Brother Lu, actually, this lady is the shopkeeper of Xingyue Pavilion in the Imperial City, Miss Song."
"What?"
Even Lu's wife was stunned. She looked at Song Qinglan from head to toe and said, "So, you are that Miss Song? The child's father. We've met a noble person." She looked at Lu Chongqing excitedly. Lu Chongqing also felt excited, but was still a bit worried. He quickly asked, "Are you really Miss Song?" After all, Miss Song was a remarkable woman from the Imperial City. How could such a remarkable woman be so easy to meet and come to us? Song Qinglan smiled and explained, "Actually, today, our family came to play near Lu Village. We just met Jiaming. I noticed his clothes had unique patterns and excellent dyeing skills. When I asked, I found out they were dyed by you. So I came to visit out of curiosity." Lu's wife was pleased and asked, "So, Miss Song came because she liked our dyed fabric?"
"Exactly."
"Miss Song, can you tell us how you plan to cooperate?" Lu Chongqing asked eagerly. "I plan to open a dye workshop here. I will fund it, and you provide the skills and labor. I asked Jiaming, and I learned that your Lu village has 39 households. If we assume about 2 workers per household, that's around 80 people. Running a dye workshop with that many people is enough to ensure steady production." Lu Chongqing coughed twice and cautiously asked, "How will the money be divided?" Merchants always care about profit. As the village head, if they really start, they naturally want to maximize benefits for the villagers. You will receive basic wages plus a share of the profits.
"What?"
What does that mean? Lu Chongqing was suddenly stunned. He had never heard of this before. Not only him, but Bai Yihan beside him was also very interested. He squinted slightly, looking at Song Qinglan with curiosity. Song Qinglan smiled and explained, "In simple terms, you are both helping me work and also managing this dye workshop. I will pay you a wage each month based on market rates, and at the end of the year, I will give each worker a share of the profit. Of course, I need to go back and carefully plan the share distribution, and my younger brother Song Qingdong will discuss this with you later. After hearing this, Lu Chongqing and his wife were both stunned. They blinked slowly, trying to process the information. Bai Yihan looked at this clear-minded, decisive woman and felt a bright spark of admiration. He was amazed that she could come up with so many ideas in such a short time. Once Lu Chongqing recovered, he looked at Song Qinglan with some disbelief and asked, "Miss Song, is all this true? Your way of working together sounds good for us, but as the boss, you might be losing out." Everyone would think this was a lucky deal, but they still felt uncertain. Song Qinglan naturally understood his doubts. "Big brother Lu, don't worry. Everything I just said will be written down clearly, and both sides will sign to confirm. Besides," she smiled, "everyone has their own way of doing business. My way is to be kind and work together for mutual benefit. As for losing out, I think it's not a loss to find such well-dyed cloth like yours."
Great.
Lu Chongqing suddenly clapped the table excitedly. "Everyone says Miss Song from the Imperial City is a remarkable woman, and today I've finally seen it. Miss Song, you are truly extraordinary. I, Lu, am very lucky to work with you. Now, tell me, what should we do next?" She paused briefly before continuing. "Right now, all you need to do is find a good place to set up the dye workshop and talk to the villagers in Lu's village about starting work. The rest we will handle ourselves. That's easy. There's an abandoned piece of land on the east side of our village. Since you've given us such good conditions, I feel confident talking to the villagers. I can finish the negotiations this afternoon." Song Qinglan smiled and nodded. "I'll write a contract later, and tomorrow, Qingdong will come over to discuss everything with you." She was very pleased with Lu Chongqing's attitude. She liked people who handled things efficiently. It seemed their cooperation prospects were quite good. So, Lu Chongqing and his family saw Song Qinglan off as they left. Watching their figures disappear, Lu Chongqing's heart was excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. He patted Lu Jiaming's head and said with a smile, "You've brought a great benefactor to our village." On the way back, Li Xiuxiu was very excited. She held Song Qinglan's hand and said, "Qinglan, I didn't expect our little trip to have such an unexpected reward." "Yes, and it's just the right time for sister to get this benefit." Song Qingdong also looked a bit excited. Li Xiuxiu looked at Song Qingdong with some confusion and asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" "Actually, for some time now, several fabric merchants have secretly increased our supply prices. I've been looking for new sources, but sister said it's safer to start our own shop. Today, everything just happened to fall into place." Song Qinglan was also very excited and said with a smile, "Thanks to Yaya and Qingyu, those two little girls." Because the cooperation was settled, Song Qinglan couldn't wait to rush home. Her mind was full of plans for the dyeing workshop, eager to get everything started. In the carriage, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue had played all morning and were now tired and asleep. Bai Yuhan watched Song Qinglan's shining eyes and couldn't help but smile slightly. He said, "Today I've truly seen it. The princess really is full of business ideas." Hearing him, Song Qinglan finally came back to herself and remembered Bai Yuhan was still in the carriage. Bai Yuhan smiled and said, "Seeing the princess do business like this, I am truly impressed." Song Qinglan raised an eyebrow and replied, "I like silver, but I only earn honest money." Suddenly, Bai Yuhan moved his handsome face close to her, his deep black eyes fixed on her. His thin lips parted slightly. "Such a clever woman. Are you still the Song Qinglan I used to know?" Song Qinglan felt a bit guilty under his probing gaze. She thought to herself, "Oh no, has Bai Yuhan noticed something? How should I explain to him? If I told him I came from another world, he would probably think I am crazy." Song Qinglan nervously swallowed, struggling to find the right words to speak when suddenly, the wagon will hit a large stone, causing the carriage to jolt. She lost her balance and instinctively leaned forward a little. And just like that, her lips happened to press against Bai Yihan's mouth. Song Qinglan felt a loud boom in her head, and her mind went blank. She stared in shock with wide eyes, about to pull away. But unexpectedly, Bai Yihan's large hand suddenly held the back of her head, stopping her, and deepened the accidental kiss. Ugh ugh ugh. Song Qinglan struggled but couldn't speak. At that moment, Song Qingnan, who was driving the carriage, lifted the curtain, worriedly saying, "Sister, you all." Song Qingnan was a straightforward, innocent young man. He had never seen such a scene before and was stunned. His handsome face even turned red like a cooked shrimp. Bai Yihan frowned in displeasure. He didn't want anyone to see his wife in such a state, not even his own younger brother. So, Bai Yihan waved his large hand, and a sharp gust of wind shot towards Song Qingnan, knocking him out of the carriage. The curtain fell back into place smoothly. Song Qinglan was truly embarrassed. She wished she could find in the ground to hide in right now. Ugh ugh. Bai Yihan. Ugh ugh. Let go. Let me go. The more Song Qinglan struggled, the deeper his kiss became. Finally, she had a sudden idea and bit down Bai Yihan's lips.
Ah!
He was caught off guard and didn't expect her to do that, so he immediately released her. Song Qinglan covered her mouth with her hand, glaring angrily at Bai Yihan, shouting, "Bai Yihan, you despicable and shameless." Bai Yihan slightly curled his lips into a teasing smile, revealing a mischievous grin. His lips, bitten slightly swollen, looked even more charming with that smile. His dark eyes fixed intently on Song Qinglan's soft, pink lips, as if he was unwilling to stop. He said with a smile, "Wife, you clearly initiated the kiss. How can you turn around and blame me? But I do like your initiative." Bai Yihan, shut up. Song Qinglan's face was already flushed red. Get out of the carriage right now. She didn't want to stay in the same space with him for a second longer. White Knight Han smiled again, meaningfully saying, "Princess, with my current state, are you sure you want me to get off the carriage? Everyone might guess what just happened." "Enough." Song Qinglan quickly interrupted him. He really was her nemesis. She couldn't do anything about him. Then, Song Qinglan shifted her position and sat as far away from White Knight Han as possible, giving him a warning look. "Just stay there and don't move. Don't come any closer to me." Seeing her actions, White Knight Han found her somewhat adorable and didn't argue further. He called out to the carriage outside, "Qingnan." Qingnan immediately understood and quickly jumped onto the carriage, urging the horse to head home. His heart was pounding with worry, hoping everything would go smoothly on the way and that he wouldn't see anything he shouldn't again. When the carriage returned to the general's residence, Song Qinglan couldn't wait and hurriedly opened the curtain and jumped down, neglecting the two children. Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, who had been sleeping all the way, woke up just as they arrived home. Watching Song Qinglan rush out of the carriage, Xingchen couldn't help but worry and asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Xingyue rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched lazily, saying, "Maybe she's in a hurry to use the toilet." After that, she reached out her hands to White Knight Han, acting cute. "Daddy, carry me down." As soon as Song Qinglan returned to the general's residence, she locked herself in her room. At the same time, she began to curse White Knight Han. Looking at herself in the bronze mirror, she touched her lips. Although she had already had a child, she swore in her heart that this was still her first kiss. Somehow, her heart kept pounding wildly, and her mind kept flashing White Knight Han's handsome face, his deep black eyes, and his thin lips.
"Ah!"
Song Qinglan suddenly shouted. "Oh my!" She was actually reminiscing about that kiss. What was happening to her? What was going on?
No.
She had to stay calm. Stay composed. She couldn't lose her mind. So, Song Qinglan took out her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began to write a cooperation agreement for the Liu family dyeing workshop. Once she was busy, she forgot everything else. When she finished writing the agreement, she looked up and saw that the sky outside had already darkened without her noticing. Sure enough, using work to distract herself from overthinking was effective. She double-checked the cooperation agreement and was very satisfied. Then, she got up and left the room. As soon as the door opened, they saw Song Qingdong standing at the entrance. "Qingdong? What are you doing here?" Song Qinglan looked at the food container he was holding and understood immediately. Song Qingdong smiled and explained, I guess you're busy writing the cooperation agreement for the dye workshop, so I didn't want to disturb you during lunch. I brought some food.
Sister, come in and eat.
Okay. Song Qinglan happily took the container. When you're busy, you forget to relax. I'm actually a little hungry. As she spoke, she opened the container, revealing soup, rice, and vegetables, all her favorites. Song Qingdong quickly asked, Sister, have you finished the cooperation agreement?
Yes, I have. I was just about to show it to you.
She then handed him several pages of her writing. They looked over the pages together, discussed, and finally agreed on the final version of the agreement. Song Qinglan finished her meal. Song Qingdong looked at her, opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. She slightly frowned and said, If you have any questions, just say it. Brother Yu and the prince. On the way back, they saw Song Qingnan being thrown out of the carriage, which made them very curious. They wanted to ask Song Qingnan, but he refused to say anything. The little kids, Song Xingchen and Song Xingyue, were sleeping soundly and didn't know anything. So, the others who were curious had no choice but to send Song Qingdong to find out the truth himself. Song Qinglan's expression changed. She interrupted him directly and said, It's getting late. I need to rest. Her tone was clear. She was clearly dismissing him. Song Qinglan drove Song Qingdong out of the house, locked the door, and even put a latch on it. She really didn't want to see Bai Yihan tonight. What she didn't know was that Bai Yihan was standing silently on the roof of the King of Han's residence, watching her every move. When he saw her lock the door, he couldn't help but smile. He wondered why he hadn't noticed before how cute she was. Actually, that latch was meaningless to him. If he really wanted to get in, he could do so easily. But he knew that rushing wouldn't help. Patience is important. Tonight, he decided to let his little wife relax a bit. Bai Yihan took one last deep look at Song Qinglan's house, then leapt down and returned to his own room. For him, tonight is another sleepless night. The next day, Song Qinglan woke up early. She looked at the time, guessed everyone had already left the residence, and then got up to have breakfast. After finishing her meal, she went out and unexpectedly met Wu Qianqian at the door, which startled her greatly. Wu Qianqian immediately smiled and teased, Sister Qinglan, what did you do that's so bad that you're scared just now? Song Qinglan glanced at her and replied casually, I didn't sleep well last night.
Oh.
Wu Qianqian smiled meaningfully. Seeing her smile, Song Qinglan felt something was off. She knew the girl was probably thinking something strange again, and helplessly said, I really didn't sleep well. All right, I get it, Wu Qianqian said happily. Sister Qinglan, where are you going now? To Yunlai Tower? I'll go eat something delicious with you. Song Qinglan shook her head. I need to go to the Qian residence today. What are you going to do at the Qian residence? I plan to buy a house on Xianghe Street next door. Coincidentally, there's a place near Brother Qian's house. I want to see my sister-in-law. Are you free? Want to come with me? Wu Qianqian immediately waved her hand. Buying a house is so boring. I won't go. Sister Qinglan, you go alone. I'll go find CMO. Song Qinglan teased, You. Clearly, you came specifically to find CMO. After saying that, she turned and left. Wu Qianqian watched her leave, about to turn into the general's residence when Han Fei suddenly appeared nearby, smiling and asking, Usually, Miss Wu, you like to stay close to our princess, right? Why aren't you with her today? Wu Qianqian waved her hand. Sister Qinglan is going to buy a house. I'm not interested.
What?
The princess is going to buy a house? Han Fei's face changed instantly, looking shocked. Why would she want to buy a house all of a sudden? Could it be that the princess plans to move out? What will happen to our lord then? Wu Qianqian looked at him with confusion and muttered softly, There's nothing strange about Sister Qinglan buying a house. She's not short of money, and I've heard her say before that it's good to buy several houses. That way, she can live wherever she wants. The princess really said that? Wu Qianqian was truly puzzled by his reaction and waved her hand. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to find CMO to play. Han Fei immediately became nervous and quickly ran into the prince's residence to tell Bai Yihan the news. Bai Yihan was in a good mood, leisurely reading a military book. When he heard the news, he angrily threw the book at Han Fei's face and coldly asked, "Where is she now?" Han Fei was so scared by his aura that he trembled as he spoke. "I heard. She went to Xianghe Street to the Qian residence." Hearing this, Bai Yihan immediately flew out of the prince's residence. Meng Daiwu was at home feeling bored when she saw Song Qinglan arrive, and she was very happy. Song Qinglan didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Sister-in-law, I came today to buy the house you mentioned before." Meng Daiwu pretended to be angry and said, "I knew you weren't just here to visit me today." "Oh, sister-in-law, as long as we buy the house next door, it will be easy to visit you in the future. Just open or close the door, and I can come anytime. Your elder brother is just waiting for the day you come to ask for this house. He bought all the nearby houses, so pick whichever you like. Just choose the one you want. We're family, not doing business." "No, that won't do.
Song Qinglan family đi xa gờ.
We do things as we always do. If you don't want to sell, I'll have to look for other houses." The reason Song Qinglan wanted to buy this house was first because it was close to the Qian residence and everyone knew each other well, making it good neighbors. Second, because Huan Street is next to Xianghe Street, near the general's residence, making travel convenient. Meng Daiwu knew Song Qinglan was stubborn and kept her word, so she didn't insist further. She turned to the butler and said, "Butler, go get the keys to those houses." Then the two of them took the keys and went to see the houses. They looked at 3 houses in total. Song Qinglan liked the one on the right side of the Qian residence the most. That house had a fresh and elegant layout and style, and being inside it made people feel refreshed and comfortable. Living there would be pleasant. Song Qinglan pointed to the house and said, "Sister-in-law, this is the one."
Great.
"It's right next to our house." Meng Daiwu smiled happily. Then she suddenly raised an eyebrow at Song Qinglan and said, "How about we knock down the wall and make a door? It would be easier to visit each other." Song Qinglan's words had a hidden meaning. She looked at her with a playful, annoyed expression and said, "Sister-in-law, can you be serious? What about the property papers? Let's get the paperwork done quickly." Okay, let's go inside." So, the two of them walked into the Qian residence together. Meng Diao asked the butler to bring the property deed and keys, which she handed to Song Qinglan. Song Qinglan looked over everything, took out her seal, and was about to stamp it. Suddenly, a worried and deep voice rang out, "No buying." As soon as the words were spoken, Bai Yihan appeared beside Song Qinglan. He nervously grabbed her hand and said, "Why do you want to buy a house? Why leave the general's residence? Are you trying to stay far away from me?" Song Qinglan was stunned by his sudden action. She frowned and whispered, "Bai Yihan, let go. You're hurting me." But Bai Yihan held on tighter and said seriously, "I won't let go, Song Qinglan. I tell you, I will never release your hand in my life." Both of them were confused by Bai Yihan's sudden and clever confession. Meng Diao watched happily, even feeling a little excited. Meanwhile, Song Qinglan blushed with embarrassment. She glared at Bai Yihan and whispered, "Bai Yihan, what are you doing? Let go now." Cough, cough. Meng Diao suddenly cleared her throat twice, looked at Bai Yihan, and tried to hold back her laughter. She softly said, "Your Highness, is there some misunderstanding?" Bai Yihan frowned and kept his cold expression, waiting for Meng Diao to explain. Meng Diao smiled gently. This house was bought by Qinglan for Qingdong.
What?
Bai Yihan was surprised, then glanced at the property deed on the table, noticing it indeed had Song Qingdong's name. He also saw that Song Qinglan was holding Song Qingdong's private seal. He turned to look at Song Qinglan and asked, "What's going on?" "Qingdong and Xiuxiu are preparing to get married. We can't let them live in the general's residence in Qingnan. The old house in Yonghe Lane isn't big enough, so I plan to buy a house here for them to live in when they get married." She frowned and glared at Bai Yihan, saying, "And you, I bought a house, and you suddenly run out making a fuss. What's wrong with you?" Bai Yihan was speechless for a moment. It was clear he cared too much. He couldn't tell her he was worried she might run away. That would be too embarrassing. At this moment, Meng Diao suddenly spoke to break the awkward silence. Your Highness, since the misunderstanding is cleared up, can you let go of Qinglan's hand now? White Knight Han finally let go of Song Qinglan's hand and said calmly, I think the Qian family's house is elegant and simple. The house next door is probably similar. With you and your husband as neighbors, the princess should be able to rest assured. Song Qinglan looked at him with confusion, thinking to herself, what is he talking about? Then, White Knight Han's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Song Qinglan and softly said, I have some matters to attend to at my residence, so I will return first. After saying that, he turned and left. The steward of the Qian family saw White Knight Han and was immediately startled.
Oh Han. Prince Han.
You? When did you come in? They didn't notice at all. White Knight Han glanced coldly with a hint of teasing in his expression. You can replace the guards at the Qian house. They had been in the Qian house for so long and hadn't noticed anything. If it were the Han residence, they would have been punished long ago. Yes, your Highness is right. The steward quickly nodded and agreed. In his heart, he thought, Prince Han, it's not that our guards are useless. It's because your Highness's martial skills are just too strong. Song Qinglan watched White Knight Han's departing figure and muttered softly, What's going on? This is so confusing. At this moment, Meng Diao came over and leaned close to her ear, saying, Qinglan, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? Song Qinglan's face turned slightly red as she avoided her probing gaze and whispered, I don't know what you're talking about. His Highness is worried that you, the princess, might run away. So, he came to find me, Meng Diao said seriously, grabbing Song Qinglan's hand. Even if you're still upset about him not writing to tell you he's alive, you should have let go of that anger by now. Seeing that she didn't react, Meng Diao continued, and the people from the White family are no longer involved with His Highness. I heard he's been very harsh on them. It's obvious that His Highness cares deeply for you. You, on the other hand, are pretending not to see it. All her words came from the heart. Song Qinglan listened and felt a strange sensation in her heart, mixed with a faint sense of loss. She whispered softly, Is his deep love for me? When White Knight Han returned to the palace, he asked the steward, Where is Han Fei? Han Fei had just come out of the yard and said, Your Highness, you're back so soon? What about the princess? Is she really leaving? White Knight Han's cold gaze sharpened as he slightly squinted his eyes, shooting out a chilling light. He said coldly, You little brat. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Fei felt a surge of icy killing intent coming at him. He looked up and saw White Knight Han swiftly strike with a fierce hand chop. His expression tightened, and he quickly dodged. Luckily, he was quick enough to avoid the attack, but the tree behind him was struck and broken by the force of the. Han Fei looked at the broken tree trunk and seemed to see himself. He nervously swallowed and asked, Prince, what are you doing? He kept pondering what he had done wrong and how he had offended his master, but he couldn't figure it out. White Knight Han didn't give him a chance to explain. He continued to look cold and struck him repeatedly with his palm. Even though Han Fei was agile, the difference in skill was clear. No matter how he dodged, he still got hurt. Soon, the guards of the estate saw this scene. White Knight Han chased Han Fei from the front yard to the backyard, hitting him all the way. The guards, curious and eager for gossip, started talking among themselves. Hey, what do you think the prince and Deputy General Han are doing? Maybe they're practicing martial arts? The estate always encourages us to practice, and I noticed Deputy General Han has been a bit lazy lately. Maybe the prince is pushing him. But is that really pushing? The prince's moves look deadly. Yeah, the more I watch, the more it seems like Deputy General Han is getting beaten. I think so, too. But what did Deputy General Han do wrong? Why is the prince hitting so hard?
Exactly.
It looks painful just watching. Suddenly, the steward appeared, coughed lightly to get their attention, and reminded them. The guards quickly dispersed, afraid they might be the next to get beaten. The steward looked toward the backyard where Han Fei was crying out in pain, shook his head with a smile, and went back to his own work. Han Fei was hurt all over and looked pitifully at White Knight Han, finally understanding why he was beaten. He begged, "Prince, the princess is moving out. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't take it out on your subordinates."
How dare you say that?
White Knight Han squinted his eyes. That house was bought by Qinglan for Qingdong. You don't even understand the situation and come to tell me, causing me to lose my composure.
What?
The princess isn't moving out? Han Fei was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Prince, isn't this a good thing? Why are you hitting me?" Bai Yihan finally stopped and coldly glared at him. "Next time you do something so foolish, I will cut off your ears." Han Fei immediately covered his ears with both hands, looking frightened. "Prince, that's too harsh. Also, you are to run 50 laps in the training ground. No dinner until you finish," Bai Yihan said before turning to leave. The wedding date for Song Qingdong and Li Xiuxiu was set. Since Song Qingdong was busy managing the new dye shop at Lu Family Village, Song Qinglan, Song Laotai, and Lu Guixia took charge of preparing for the wedding. Lu Guixiao invited the best matchmaker in the imperial city to deliver the wedding gifts to the Li family, showing great respect. Song Laotai also said that the wedding of the eldest grandson must be lively and festive. She was already making a list of relatives to invite. Song Qinglan was focused on making wedding clothes for the couple. She had drawn countless drafts of the designs. Wu Qianqian sat nearby, looking at the rejected sketches one by one, and couldn't help but say, "Qinglan, I think all these clothes look really beautiful. Why aren't you satisfied?" Song Qinglan was still editing her drawings and replied, "They look good, but I feel something is missing." Wu Qianqian frowned in confusion and said, "These wedding clothes are all pretty similar. The phoenix crown and the bridal gown are just red, and no one really cares about the details." That may be true, but a wedding only happens once in a lifetime. It must be done carefully. "I don't want Qingdong and Xiuxiu to have any regrets," Song Qinglan said. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian's eyes twinkled. She leaned closer and asked with a smile, "Qinglan, do you have any regrets?"
Me?
Song Qinglan instinctively frowned. "It's been so long, I don't remember." She wasn't exactly lying. She didn't know why, but she had all the memories of the original owner except for this part, only some scattered fragments of her wedding memories, which she couldn't piece together. Wu Qianqian saw her look troubled and suggested, "Qinglan, if you don't remember, then let the prince marry you again. After all, his status has changed now. You should have a grand wedding." "I don't want to marry him." Song Qinglan immediately refused. Suddenly, at the door, Chu Simo's voice was heard. "Hey? Prince, why are you standing at the door?" Song Qinglan looked up and saw that familiar tall figure at the entrance. She instinctively frowned with nervousness, not knowing how long he had been standing there or if he had overheard anything. Wu Qianqian was also very nervous. She bit her lip, turned to look at Chu Simo at the door, and asked, "Simo, are you here to see me?" As she spoke, she stood up and walked toward the door. "Let's go, and we can talk as we walk." "No, I brought a painting for Sister Qinglan." Seeing Wu Qianqian eager to pull him away, Chu Simo helplessly handed the scroll to Bai Yihan and said, "Your Highness, this is for you too." After saying that, he let Wu Qianqian pull him away. Bai Yihan entered, placed the scroll on the table, and sat next to Song Qinglan. He glanced at the scattered sketches on the table and then looked at Song Qinglan's focused expression, feeling a bit worried. "Are you so invested in this marriage? Don't overwork yourself." Song Qinglan briefly glanced at him. "You don't understand. As the eldest sister, like a mother, with our parents gone, I have to personally handle my younger brother's marriage." Her words made Bai Yihan think about her marriage. She was the eldest daughter in the family. At that time, her second aunt's family didn't treat her well. Only their elderly grandmother was at home. When she got married, no one carefully arranged things for her. What must she have felt back then? Bai Yihan's concern grew even more. Suddenly, Song Qinglan picked up some drawings and asked Bai Yihan, "Can you give me some advice? Do these wedding dresses look good?" After asking, she felt it was a bit abrupt and changed her tone. "Never mind, I'm just asking you." Just as she was about to take back her hand, Bai Yihan quickly snatched the drawings from her and carefully looked at each one. Then he pointed to one of the designs and said, "This one." Song Qinglan leaned over to look and nodded. "Yes, I think this one is more unique. My meaning is, this wedding dress is the most suitable for the princess." Song Qinglan looked at Bai Yihan and was momentarily stunned. His eyes suddenly softened, and he suddenly said, "How about we get married again?" This time, he wanted to make sure she married beautifully. Song Qinglan slightly frowned, looking confused. "Bai Yihan, are you sick? If you want to get married, just do it."
Don't involve me.
White Knight Han suddenly acted shamelessly and said, "If I don't hold your hand, how can we get married without a bride? Who I love is none of your business. You even had my child. How can it be none of your concern? How about we get married on the same day as Qingdong and the others? Are you stupid? Marriage depends on the right date. You can't use someone else's date." Hearing this, White Knight Han's eyes lit up. He said, "So, you agree?" Song Qinglan looked surprised. "What do I agree to? To marry me?" She rolled her eyes in frustration. How could she misunderstand such a simple thing? She was truly fed up with White Knight Han's shamelessness. Finally, Song Qinglan, angry, pushed White Knight Han out of the room.
Go away now.
"Don't bother me anymore." She slammed the door shut, refusing him outside. After hearing the sound of him leaving, Song Qinglan finally relaxed. She returned to her desk and noticed a scroll had appeared on it.
Huh.
"What's this?" she wondered, then unrolled the scroll. The painting showed a family of 4 flying kites. A handsome man in a dark blue brocade robe stood behind a woman wearing a smoky blue dress, both smiling happily. The man's hand rested on the woman's, as he was teaching her how to fly a kite. Their faces were bright with joy. Beside them, a boy and a girl also held kites, smiling innocently as they watched their parents. This was a painting by Chu Simo, capturing the scene when they flew kites at Lu's estate that day. Song Qinglan was amazed by Chu Simo's detailed and lively painting. But she also stared at herself in the picture, lost in thought. She could see happiness in her smiling eyes, and in White Knight Han's gaze, there seemed to be love and joy. She frowned slightly. Is this really her? Could Chu Simo have painted it wrong? She dared not look anymore, so she rolled up the painting and kept it out of sight. On the day Song Qingdong and Li Xiuxiu got married, most of the officials and nobles in the imperial city attended. After all, the Song family was no longer what it used to be. Not to mention the 2 high officials, one in civil and one in military, but just the business empire of Song Qinglan and Song Qingdong had spread across the whole country. They practically controlled the economic lifeline of the entire imperial city. Song Qinglan, as the hostess, was very busy since there were many guests. The wedding was held at a new house on Xianghe Street. Song Qinglan stood at the door to greet the guests. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Song Qinglan smiled and went to meet him. "Brother Wu, you're here. Qingdong was worried you were too busy with work to come." It had been a while since they last saw each other. Wu Deong looked thinner than before. His eyes still held deep affection for Song Qinglan. He smiled and said, "Qingdong's wedding is such a big event. No matter how busy I am, I must come to share the joy. Then I'll thank you on Qingdong's behalf for coming to support him." Wu Deong looked at the bustling guests, each dressed well. Some were officials from the court, others wealthy merchants. They were all important people. He couldn't help but sigh. There are really many guests today. Song Qinglan smiled and said, "Yes, Qingdong often travels for business and makes friends from all over. Everyone is kind enough to come." Wu Deong felt more and more that he was falling behind Song Qinglan. He thought he no longer matched her. While they were chatting, Song Qinglan suddenly saw Bai Yihan, dressed in fine clothes, appear in front of her. She was stunned. "Why are you here?" Bai Yihan looked unhappy. He glanced at Wu Deong beside Song Qinglan and said irritably, "He can come, so why can't I? Brother Wu was invited by me with an official invitation, so he naturally can come." Hearing this, Bai Yihan got even angrier. He stepped forward and forcefully separated Song Qinglan and Wu Deong, asking, Why didn't you give me an invitation? Song Qinglan smiled and softly said, There was no invitation, but your highness still came, didn't he? Just then, a lively cheer rang out. The bride is here. The groom has brought the bride back. Everyone eagerly rushed out to see. The guests were already many, and the excitement caused a crowd to push and jostle, with no regard for safety. Song Qinglan was almost knocked over. Wu Deong saw this and felt worried. He instinctively reached out his hand. But he was too late. A larger, stronger hand reached out first, wrapping around Song Qinglan's waist and shielding her in his arms. Her ear pressed against his strong chest, listening to the steady heartbeat of thump, thump, thump. Somehow, it made her feel strangely safe. Bai Yihan looked down at her softly and asked, Are you all right? Song Qinglan, in his arms, shook her head. Wu Deong watched their actions closely, feeling a sudden sharp pain in his heart. He realized he was the one who was unnecessary, or perhaps he had never truly been in her eyes. The wedding ceremony began. Song Qinglan watched the couple as they bowed to heaven and earth, then to their elders, and finally to each other. She was so excited, she was almost crying tears of happiness. Song Xingchen tugged at her hand and asked, Isn't today the happy day when Uncle and Annie get married? Why are you crying? Mother is just too happy. At this moment, Bai Yihan softly whispered in her ear, I remember the day we got married. You were just as excited and had tears in your eyes. Song Qinglan's joyful mood suddenly disappeared. She frowned slightly and said, Really? I don't remember that. Then she turned to leave. Bai Yihan immediately followed her. Princess, where are you going? I'm going to greet the guests.
Don't keep following me.
Bai Yihan smiled slightly. Then, why don't you greet me? You're not a guest but someone who came uninvited, so do as you please. Bai Yihan gently frowned.
All right.
He then stayed by Song Qinglan's side. Those friends from the business circle who wanted to greet Song Qinglan hesitated when they saw Bai Yihan's cold and icy expression. They smiled politely at Song Qinglan and then stepped back. Bai Yihan was very pleased with this. That way, no other man would take the chance to get close to his princess. The wedding banquet began, and Bai Yihan naturally sat at the main table next to Song Qinglan. Today, Song Qinglan was very happy. She drank from the start of the banquet until it ended, and finally, she drunkenly collapsed in a beautiful, glamorous way. In the end, just like last time, Song Qinglan clung tightly to Bai Yihan's hand and refused to let go. Because there were many people and many voices at the banquet, Song Qinglan nervously looked around. Luckily, most people were already a bit drunk and didn't notice what was happening. Before her sister did anything more outrageous, they had to send her away. So, he quietly whispered in Bai Yihan's ear, Brother-in-law, maybe you should take my sister back to the general's residence? Yes, Bai Yihan replied softly, then picked up Song Qinglan and left. He wasn't interested in such banquets. If it weren't for Song Qinglan here, he would have left long ago. Although Song Qinglan was drunk, she was still somewhat aware. After leaving the mansion, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. She struggled to get down from Bai Yihan's embrace, muttering, Bai Yihan.
You, where are you taking me?
Bai Yihan looked at her drunken behavior and found it quite cute. He softly said, You're drunk. I'll take you home. I'm not drunk. Song Qinglan blushed and rolled her eyes at him. I can still drink. I'm happy today. I want to enjoy it. As she spoke, she turned around and wobbled toward the stairs. Suddenly, multiple shadows appeared before her, and the stairs seemed to multiply. Confused, Song Qinglan frowned and muttered softly, Strange. Why are there so many stairs?
Bai Yihan.
She looked back at Bai Yihan and was shocked, exclaiming, Huh? Why are there so many Bai Yihans? How annoying! Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Luckily, Bai Yihan reacted quickly and caught her immediately. He looked at her, so drunk she was unresponsive, with a mix of helplessness and affection. I really can't do anything with you. After saying that, he carried Song Qinglan on his back and headed toward the general's residence. Behind him, Song Qinglan was still restless. muttering, "Where are you taking me?"
Home.
"Do you know where my home is?"
The general's residence.
"No, actually, my home is far away, haraha." Bai Yi Han carefully laid Song Qinglan on the bed. The maidservant from the general's residence brought hot water and a towel but was shocked by what she saw, her face turning bright red. Song Qinglan was clinging to Bai Yi Han, unwilling to let go no matter what. Bai Yi Han looked at her with cold eyes. The maid immediately lowered her head in fear, not daring to look again, trembling as she said, "Prince. Prince, the hot water is here." "Leave," Bai Yi Han said coldly. The maid hurriedly ran out, as if she had been pardoned. Bai Yi Han carefully used a warm towel to wipe her face. When he reached her hand, Song Qinglan suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed his hand, and said seriously, "What are you trying to do?"
Bai Yi Han smiled softly.
"Just wiping your face and hands."
"Oh."
Song Qinglan closed her eyes and obediently cooperated with him. Bai Yi Han is a big troublemaker. She suddenly blurted out the sentence, making Bai Yi Han both laugh and cry. He quickly responded, "Yes, yes, yes, the princess is right. I am just a big fool.
But
I think I kind of like this big fool now." Bai Yi Han's hand holding the towel froze suddenly. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "What?" "Qinglan, what did you say?" "Say it again." Song Qinglan didn't respond, and was already snoring softly in her sleep. Bai Yi Han sighed helplessly, gritting his teeth. Why did she have to fall asleep at this moment? That night, Song Qinglan had a peaceful sleep with no dreams and woke up feeling exhausted. As soon as she got out of bed, she felt a terrible headache. The maid, hearing the noise inside, immediately pushed the door open and said, "Miss, here is the hangover soup." Song Qinglan took it and drank it all in one gulp. She felt much better and said, "Thank you." The maid smiled shyly and replied, "Actually, this was all ordered by the prince."
Bai Yi Han. Song Qinglan frowen.
How did I get back last night? I don't remember anything at all. This was the first time she had a blackout after drinking. The maid quickly responded, "The prince brought you back last night." Hearing this, Song Qinglan immediately became more alert. "He didn't do anything inappropriate to me last night, did he?"
Well.
The maid looked uncomfortable, a hint of blush appearing on her face. Seeing her strange behavior, Song Qinglan grew even more curious.
Just say it.
"Be honest. The prince didn't do anything inappropriate to you, Mississippi. But you." The maid looked up at Song Qinglan. Seeing a flicker of surprise in Song Qinglan's eyes, she quickly left the room. As her memories gradually returned, Song Qinglan remembered how she had clung to Bai Yi Han last night and even the silly things she said after drinking. She really wished she could bury herself right now. After finishing her grooming, Song Qinglan went to the residence on Xianghe Street. After drinking the new bride's change of address tea and giving the red envelope, the marriage was finally settled. After breakfast, Song Qinglan headed to Yunlai Tower. She had been busy with Song Qingdong's wedding these days and hadn't been to Yunlai Tower for several days. As soon as she stepped out the door, she ran into Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian tilted her head and smiled at her, saying this time, "You're probably going to Yunlai Tower, right?" Song Qinglan smiled and looked at her. "You're quite clever. Let's go." Then, the two of them walked together toward Yunlai Tower. As they walked, Wu Qianqian suddenly expressed her feelings, saying, "It turns out that getting married is like this." In just one night, she became part of his family. Song Qinglan sensed that something was wrong and slightly frowned, asking, "Qianqian, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly seem sad?" Wu Qianqian smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing. Could it be that you saw Qingdong and Xiao getting married before you, so now you wish for Simo to marry you instead?" Song Qinglan teased with a smile. "That's not it." Wu Qianqian looked a little excited but then suddenly became sad again, saying, "I just suddenly thought that my family and friends are all in the imperial city. If I really marry Simo and go to Lizhou, where I don't know anyone, what should I do then?" Her words revealed the hardships faced by women who marry far away. Song Qinglan smiled and teased, "Are you regretting it?" "Not really." Wu Qianqian pouted and whispered, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just saw Qingdong and the others get married last night and started thinking about these things. Never mind, I won't think so much. Things will work out naturally. Exactly. That's the Wu Qianqian I know. The two arrived at Yunlai Tower. In the morning, there weren't many customers, and the staff were busy cleaning and preparing. As soon as they entered Yunlai Tower, Song Qinglan smelled the fragrant aroma of zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. Huang Xiaodou turned to see her and said, Qinglan, you're here. Perfect timing. We have hot zongzi just made fresh. Wu Qianqian's mouth watered with craving. Oh, right. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. I want to try some too. Song Qinglan suddenly remembered why there were more people on the street than usual. People were buying festival supplies like zongzi leaves, mugwort, and calamus. At that moment, Fang Yuli stepped out of the kitchen and waved when he saw Song Qinglan. Qinglan, you're just in time. I was about to ask you to try these zongzi. Song Qinglan smiled and said, So, Master Fang made them himself? I must try one. When Song Qinglan approached, Wu Qianqian had already eaten a zongzi and was happily giving a thumbs up. She said, delicious. So good. As long as the rice dumpling in front of you is a small triangular one, gently peel it open and you'll smell the fresh aroma of the bamboo leaves. Inside, there are 2 red dates. Take a gentle bite, soft glutinous rice, with a sweet and fragrant taste of the bamboo leaves and red dates. It's not too greasy and very tasty. Song Qinglan nodded and said, Yes, it's delicious. As she spoke, she peeled another dumpling and looked at Fang Yuli and asked, Are there only red date-filled dumplings? Everyone looked at her with confusion and said, During the Dragon Boat Festival, dumplings are usually filled with red dates or red beans. What else could there be? Hearing this, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Song Qinglan's mind. She smiled slightly and said, Great. I just thought of a new way to make money. Wu Qianqian, full of curiosity, asked, Sister Qinglan, what's the idea? In her eyes, Song Qinglan already had many ways to earn money. She was really curious about what new idea she might have. Fang Zi frowned uncertainly and asked, Qinglan, is your idea to sell dumplings? Song Qinglan smiled lightly and nodded. Yes, selling dumplings. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other, thinking they must have misheard.
Well.
Fang Yuli, the oldest among them, was the first to ask, Qinglan, every family makes their own dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival. If we sell dumplings, probably no one will buy them, right? Song Qinglan smiled and said, You just said that most people's dumplings are just filled with red dates or red beans. So, if we want to sell our dumplings, we need to come up with some new and unique ideas. Huang Xiaodou looked confused and scratched his head, asking, But aren't all dumplings the same? What new ideas could there be? Everyone present looked at Song Qinglan with curiosity. She spoke slowly and confidently. There are actually many ways to make dumplings. We can make savory and sweet dumplings. For savory ones, we can add fresh meat, chicken, cured meat, barbecued pork, or egg yolk. For sweet ones, besides red dates and red beans, we can add red bean paste, purple sweet potato, honey dates, or even make water-based cool dumplings and multigrain dumplings. Song Qinglan spoke passionately, as if she could already see different kinds of dumplings floating in front of her. Everyone listened in amazement, as the dumplings she described were completely new and unheard of for them. Only Fang Yili listened very carefully. He nodded and said, It's true that everyone's tastes are different. If we make many kinds of flavors, we can surely satisfy most people. I think we should give it a try. Song Qinglan immediately started organizing everything in order. Second, and you go find a dozen people who are good at making zongzi to help. Remember, they must be experienced.
Got it.
Lu Guixia nodded. Our neighbors in Yonghe Lane are all experts at making zongzi. I'll go ask them now. Then, Song Qinglan turned to Huang Xiaodou and said, Xiaodou, find a few strong men to go up the mountain and cut some trees. Cut trees? Huang Xiaodou looked confused. Qinglan, we have plenty of firewood in the backyard. Why do we need to go to the mountain? We usually buy firewood from the woodcutters. These trees aren't for fire. Hurry up, and you'll see what they're for when you get back. Okay, I'll go right now. He then gathered a few delivery workers and pushed his cart away. Next, Song Qinglong asked Song Yunfeng to bring paper and a pen. She handed him a list of ingredients and said, "Second uncle, go buy the ingredients on this list as quickly as possible." Song Yunfeng looked at the long list, quickly thinking about where to buy each item. Finally, Song Qinglong looked at Fong Yili and Fong Zi and said, "Master Fong, Brother Fong, let's discuss again and see what other flavors of zongzi we can make." Fong Zi immediately became energetic. He was very interested in exploring new recipes. Next to them, Wu Qianqian saw everyone busy with their tasks and asked, "Qinglong, what should I do?" Most of the staff at the restaurant are busy making zongzi today, so the restaurant might get too busy.
Just help at the front desk. Got it.
Today, I'll be the acting second manager. Wu Qianqian happily ran to the cash register. By noon, Huang Xiaodou and the others had brought back 3 carts of tree branches. Song Qinglong directed them to burn the branches. Huang Xiaodou was busy and sweating all over. He asked, "Qinglong, what are we doing now?" Song Qinglong smiled and explained, "These ashes from the plants are the most important. Keep the fire going carefully and make sure to collect the ashes properly." Taking advantage of the break while burning wood ash, Song Qinglong went to the kitchen again. Song Yunfeng had already bought all the ingredients and supplies, including a large cart of pork belly. Song Qinglong checked the list carefully, and everything was bought. "Second uncle, you've worked hard." Song Yunfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "It's not hard. These are neighbors and friends from Yunlai Tower, who often help us buy supplies. They're very helpful. Especially Pork Rome. When he heard we needed so much pork belly quickly, he gave us all he had and is now going back to slaughter another pig. Once the zongzi are ready, we should send some to him to try." Song Yunfeng nodded, feeling emotional. Qinglong, now I finally understand what you mean about doing business with kindness. Being kind to others makes them willing to help you in return. When you need help, everyone will step up willingly. After eating a simple bowl of noodles in the kitchen, Song Yunfeng said, "Qinglong, I'll go to the front desk now. It's mealtime, and Qianqian is probably too busy to handle everything. All right, second uncle, you go ahead." Then Song Qinglong called over a few skilled helpers. "You all, like me, cut these pork bellies into small pieces of this size." She demonstrated by showing the size of the pork pieces. These cooks were personally chosen by Fong Yuli, and their knife skills were excellent. In just a short time, they had cut all the pork belly into evenly sized pieces. Song Qinglong also prepared the marinade ingredients, pouring them into a large basin of pork, starting the marinating process. At this moment, Huang Xiaodou ran over from the backyard, excited. "Qinglong sister, the wood ash is ready." "Good. Xiaodou, bring a bucket of hot water and come with me." "Okay." Song Qinglong used a cloth to gather the burnt wood ash, then asked Huang Xiaodou to pour hot water into the ash, placing a large wooden basin underneath to catch the ash water that dripped through. Huang Xiaodou watched the light yellow ash water, amazed. Song Qinglong explained, "This ash water is natural alkali, perfect for making gray water zongzi, sweet and tasty. Xiaodou, after the water finishes dripping, you can soak the glutinous rice in the ash water. Just follow this method to continue making gray water." As she finished, she looked up and saw Lu Guixia walking into the backyard. "Second aunt, how is it? Have you found everyone?" They had all prepared everything. After lunch, they would come to work. Song Qinglong nodded and said, "That's good. As for the wages, just pay them 20% more than the usual short-term worker rate." "I will handle that," Lu Guixia replied, but she seemed hesitant. Song Qinglong frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Guixia smiled and said, "The prince has arrived." Suddenly, Song Qinglong remembered last night's scene and looked away uncomfortably, whispering, "Why is he here? He's so persistent." "Second aunt, just tell him I'm not here." "It's too late for that," Lu Guixia said with difficulty. "Qianqian is up front. She already said you're here. Song Qinglan felt a sharp pain in her temples. That girl really knows how to cause trouble. She could only muster her courage and walk out. Song Qinglan entered the main hall of Yunlai Tower and saw Wu Qianqian and Bai Yihan sitting at a table. Wu Qianqian was enthusiastically recommending Yunlai Tower's signature dishes to Bai Yihan. Prince, this roasted pigeon is a signature dish here. You must try it. And the 8 treasures duck is also amazing and a must-order. The honey-glazed char siu is made with Sister Qinglan's secret recipe. Its taste is unbeatable. And look here. Wu Qianqian spoke while flipping through the menu, introducing, these dishes are all newly developed by Sister Qinglan. They're especially delicious. Bai Yihan squinted slightly and asked in a deep voice, Miss Wu, with this way of ordering, will there be enough space on the table? Wu Qianqian chuckled casually, don't worry, Prince. If you're worried about not finishing, I'm here. If necessary, I can call CMO over. He might eat too. Song Qinglan stepped forward and said, CMO has been fed so much by you that he's gained weight. It wasn't an exaggeration. Ever since Chu CMO and Wu Qianqian got together, he refused to refuse her feeding. It was obvious he was getting fatter day by day. Wu Qianqian pouted and said, that's not my fault. Who told him not to practice martial arts? I eat so much, but I don't see myself getting fat. Bai Yihan, noticing that Song Qinglan had ignored him since she appeared, couldn't help but feel a little angry. He raised an eyebrow and said, Princess, don't you see that I am here too? Song Qinglan rolled her eyes silently, thinking to herself, this big Buddha sitting here so grandly, it's hard not to notice. Maintaining a polite smile, she asked seriously, what would the prince like to eat? Bai Yihan slightly frowned and whispered, Madam, you were very enthusiastic with me last night. Why are you so cold today? Are you turning your back on me? Cough. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian was shocked and choked on her tea. She put on a curious expression, looked at Bai Yihan and Song Qinglan, shifted her seat, and waited eagerly for their scene to unfold. Song Qinglan felt overwhelmed. Indeed, nothing good came out of Bai Yihan's mouth. She glared at him and gritted her teeth, saying, Bai Yihan, are you deliberately causing trouble? Bai Yihan looked at Song Qinglan innocently and replied, I came here to eat. How can the madam treat guests like this? Wu Qianqian, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Song Qinglan felt powerless to argue and took a deep breath. She called over a waiter responsible for ordering food and instructed, tell the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles for the prince. Since he often eats delicacies, plain noodles are best.
Ah, this.
Shopkeeper. The waiter hesitated and gritted his teeth. Song Qinglan looked at him and said, Go. Hurry up. After the waiter left, Song Qinglan looked at Bai Yihan and smiled. Are you satisfied, Your Highness? Bai Yihan smiled affectionately. As long as the madam orders it, even poison, I will eat it. Wu Qianqian, listening nearby, felt a shiver run down her spine and thought to herself, can you two be a bit more considerate of others' feelings? After dismissing Bai Yihan, Song Qinglan was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a few men dressed in fine clothes entered Yunlai Tower. Song Qinglan frowned slightly, and Bai Yihan's expression darkened, a cold aura gathering around him. Wu Qianqian saw both of them reacting strangely and looked over curiously, only to see the men in elegant clothes being led by the waiter to a private room upstairs. She asked doubtfully, Prince Qinglan, what's going on? Are those people strange? Bai Yihan's eyes flashed with a chilling light, and he said coldly, they are from Xiling. The Western Ling Kingdom has always been very ambitious. Over the years, they have wanted to take over the imperial court. At first, Bai Yihan and his army fought a stalemate at the border town and in the southern Qi Kingdom. During this time, Western Ling also interfered, hoping to profit from the conflict. Fortunately, Bai Yihan saw through their tricks and prevented them from succeeding. Wu Qianqian, although not very knowledgeable about military matters, had heard that the people of Western Ling were quite barbaric. They rarely appeared in the imperial city. She immediately became nervous and whispered, "Prince, how do you know they are from Western Ling?" Song Qinglan frowned and whispered back, "The clothes they're wearing are new, but they don't fit well.
It's clear they didn't buy them themselves.
Also, from how they walk, they're not used to wearing these new clothes, especially the boots on their feet, which make their movements awkward. These outfits are probably not what they usually wear. So, they are likely not from the Imperial City." As for whether they are from Western Ling, she didn't know. After speaking, Song Qinglan also looked at Bai Yihan. Bai Yihan explained, "I've seen many Western Ling people on the battlefield. Even if they turn to dust, I can recognize them. If they're wearing boots that feel unfamiliar, it's because they're soldiers. Their usual boots are different." Western Ling soldiers? Song Qinglan's face darkened as she frowned. What are they doing here? She and Bai Yihan shared the same feeling. This matter is not simple. Song Qinglan walked to the front desk and asked Song Yinfeng, "Second uncle, which private room did those men who just went upstairs book? Who made the reservation?" "Wait a moment, I'll check," Song Yinfeng said as he looked through a record book.
"Ah, found it."
It was reserved by a young Master Zhu in the elegant room of the beautiful country. Bai Yihan then asked, "Are there any other vacant rooms nearby?" Song Qinglan immediately understood his intention and replied, "Their room is right next to my private chamber. Let's go." After saying that, the two of them headed upstairs together. Wu Qianqian watched them go, feeling confused. She looked at their backs and muttered, "They were just arguing, and now they're so in sync?" Song Yinfeng also couldn't understand. "Yeah, exactly." Once inside the room, Song Qinglan took out a bamboo tube that looked like a listening device and handed it to Bai Yihan. The cold knight paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Didn't expect the princess to have a habit of eavesdropping?" Song Qinglan rolled her eyes at him and said, "That's called being prepared. See, now it's coming in handy." Someone placed the receiver against the wall and listened carefully. From the next room, a deep voice came through, "This is the map of the Western military camp you requested. The master said you can act tonight. If you succeed, there will be benefits for you in the future. Haha, this deal is just us asking for what we need. You don't have to act so high and mighty. Even without this map, we can still launch a surprise attack." The deep voice responded again, calm and steady, "Don't be too confident. The army of Song Qingnan isn't easy to get into. And I advise you not to get too full of yourself. Song Qingnan is not someone to underestimate. Humph. The people in the Imperial City are so slow and cautious. Not decisive at all." "Fine, we understand." At the same time, there was a sound of someone slamming the table. The deep voice remained composed and replied, "I'll take my leave now. To avoid suspicion, finish your meal before I go." Then, they heard the sound of a door opening and closing. The people still in the private room in Shilling started to laugh mockingly. These people from the Imperial City are all so timid, they won't achieve much. But I have to say, the food in the Imperial City is really delicious. Yes, let's finish all these dishes. Song Qinglan and Bai Yihan exchanged a glance and put down the receiver. Bai Yihan walked to the window, pushed it open, and hid behind it, watching the figure below quickly disappear into the crowd. Song Qinglan hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you recognize who it was?" Bai Yihan nodded, frowning slightly, and said, "Yes, he's someone close to Princely." "Princely?" Song Qinglan was surprised. How could he be collaborating with people from Shilling? Although she wasn't interested in court affairs, the gossip sources in Yunlai Tower were plentiful. Even if she didn't want to know, she had heard some about the struggle between Prince Li and the Crown Prince of Han. Bai Yihan looked serious and said, "This matter is probably not that simple." Although he did not interact much with the Emperor, he knew that the Emperor was a very cunning and secretive person. He also understood the Emperor's strong desire to become the Crown Prince. At this moment, the sound of doors opening came from the neighboring elegant chamber, where some Shilling people, already drunk and full, were preparing to leave. Song Qinglan suddenly nervously grabbed Bai Yihan's hand and said, "They mentioned that the Western camp is the one responsible for Qingnan. He's in danger." Bai Yihan responded by wrapping his large hand around her small one and gave her a reassuring look. He softly said, "Don't worry, with me here, Qingnan won't be in trouble. I am going to the Western camp right now." "I'll go too," Song Qinglan blurted out. For some reason, she felt very uneasy. She was worried about Qingnan, but she also seemed to worry about Bai Yihan. Bai Yihan saw her feelings and smiled gently. "If you go, you'll distract me. Don't worry, I will be fine."
Who is worried about you?
Song Qinglan bit her lip. "I'm just worried about Qingnan." Bai Yihan gently embraced her, resting his chin on her head. He softly said, "I heard from Wu Girl that you are planning to sell rice dumplings to start a business. Just stay here and do what you want. Be good and wait for me to come back." After saying this, he reluctantly let go of her and turned to walk toward the door. "Bai Yihan." Song Qinglan suddenly called out to stop him. Bai Yihan turned back. Song Qinglan awkwardly tugged at her skirt and whispered, "What flavor of rice dumplings do you like to eat?" A quick flash of happiness crossed Bai Yihan's eyes. He smiled slightly.
"Sweet."
Then he turned and left. Watching his figure disappear, Song Qinglan couldn't help but smile. Bai Yihan hurriedly arrived at the Western camp with Han Fei. Song Qingnan was training new soldiers on the training ground. When he heard that Bai Yihan had come to the camp, he immediately returned to the main tent of the general. As he lifted the tent flap, he saw Bai Yihan already sitting inside, looking at a terrain map of the Western camp. He asked, puzzled, "Prince, why are you here?" He only called him brother-in-law in private. Bai Yihan looked up at him with a serious face, waved him over, and said in a deep voice, "Qingnan, come here. I have an important matter to discuss with you." Then Bai Yihan told him everything about the Shilling people planning a surprise attack tonight. The two quickly discussed and agreed on a plan to respond. Since the people of Shilling plan to launch a surprise attack, let's use their plan against them and catch them in a trap. Song Qingnan nodded and said, "All right, I will send people to set up according to the plan." Bai Yihan looked at Han Fei and said, "Han Fei, go help out." Then he looked at Song Qingnan and said, "We also need to take this opportunity to catch the traitor inside." Song Qingnan's face looked serious, and he nodded. "Yes, Prince, I have failed in my duty. This military camp is a very secret place, and the map of the terrain is highly confidential. Ordinary people can't get it. Since Prince Li's men could give the map to the people of Shilling, it shows there is a traitor inside the camp." Bai Yihan stood up and walked over to him, gently patting his shoulder. "This isn't your fault. When huge benefits are involved, not everyone can resist temptation." Song Qingnan looked worried. "Prince, it seems Prince Li will do anything to deal with you." Bai Yihan smiled coldly. "Tricks like that are nothing to me." Then he looked at Song Qingnan and said, "You don't need to act tonight. If you lose even half a hair, your sister won't forgive me." Song Qingnan was surprised for a moment, then smiled and joked, "I knew it. Why would the prince come personally? Turns out it's my sister's husband." Bai Yihan looked at him with a good mood, waved his hand, and said, "Go ahead and do your work." "Yes." Song Qingnan smiled and left the tent happily. It seems the relationship between the prince and his sister is progressing quickly. That night, the entire Western camp looked normal on the surface, but beneath the calm, there was a storm brewing. Bai Yihan and Song Qingnan sat comfortably in the tent, drinking wine. At midnight, a cold wind suddenly blew in and lifted the tent flap. Bai Yihan took a sip of the fragrant wine, raised an eyebrow at Song Qingnan, and said, "The wind is rising." Song Qingnan also took a sip and smiled. "Tonight, we won't sleep.